In a small provincial estate, surrounded only by a dense green forest and the sun illuminating the lawns around the house, a child was born. The gods bestowed blessings on the young lady and rewarded her with great happiness, namely, that they had a boy. The baby was tiny, but looked like it already had the personality traits of the homeowner, and then the assistant asked the couple if they had chosen a name yet. The woman, who had just given the world a tiny baby, looked exhausted and even with sweat still dripping down her face, said that his name was Ruin Ardell. She looks at her child as if at some heavenly creature, and with confidence, yet anxiety, says that she hopes he will become the light of this world. Ruin Ardell, from a young age, grew up on an estate and was raised by loving parents, but from childhood he did not stand out as being particularly talented. Sitting on the floor, he overhears his father and his assistant talking about how he should try to get them good seafood, and the owner can have no doubt about that. Suddenly, the child calls out to his uncle Baggins, which causes him to look surprised, so he asks what happened to the young gentleman. The boy almost begs him, but says that he can't go outside at the foot of the southern mountain, because there was a strange flow of mana there. Baggins looks at the young gentleman's father and doesn't understand what this could mean, but he himself doesn't know what his son is talking about. The weather was incredibly bad. The sky was covered with black clouds, and the rain was pouring so heavily that you could hardly see anything around you. The owner of the house opens the door and sees Uncle Baggins running towards the house, and says that he is starting to worry because a lot of time has passed. Entering the room, he apologizes and explains that he chose the longer route, and the man immediately, looking at the emotions of his interlocutor, asks what happened. He explains that he managed to escape trouble because he listened to the young master's advice, and the master doesn't understand what his son is doing here. So Baggins replies that because of his words yesterday, he did not cross the street at the foot of the South Mountain, and thereby saved himself. After all, I just found out that there was an attack by beastmen there, and then the man's eyes were incredibly alarmed because it was impossible to believe. And everyone who was there was in danger, but thanks to the young man, the uncle was not among them, and one could even say that the little boy saved him from death. They both thought for a moment, but Uncle Baggins broke the silence and asked the master if he thought Ruin Ardell could sense the mana floating in the air, but the master replied that it was hard to say. Suddenly, he seems to be lost in his thoughts, thinking about the question his interlocutor asked him, and can't even think of further actions if that's the case. But everything was already clear. Ruin would be Ardell's future, and from that day on, he increasingly showed a talent for magic, and already at 6 he felt mana, and at 7 he could show it. When he was 10, the representative of the first-year students gave his opening remarks and asked everyone around to congratulate the best among the applicants, Ruin Ardell. After all, the young man surpassed the large number of children from wealthy families who entered the Ignite Magic Academy because it was the best in the Radiant Kingdom. Therefore, Ruin was ranked as the best applicant among all the others and received the title of genius. In his eyes there was a misunderstanding and the thought of what he could achieve in the future. However, he did not really like this attitude, but he was reassured by the fact that his name would raise the status of his family. However, it cannot be said that he succeeded in this, and the teacher asks him to show the skills of the best among the applicants, hinting at Ruin and challenging him to come forward. And right then, on the first day of classes, when Ruin was taking the tests, it was clear that he was far from the best, and not even second on the list. Because when he was showing off his skills, the teacher asked to release them faster, but the boy shouted that he simply could not physically do what he was asking. His gaze was focused on power, but Ruin's thoughts couldn't understand what had gone wrong as he had planned, so he continued to try to do at least something. The applicants waiting for their turn looked at Ruin Ardell and looked shocked by the reality that was happening around them, because they had heard that he was the best. The young man realized that he lacked the innate ability to release magic even a meter away from his body, and this was what was called mana release disorder. Tears rolled down Ruin's cheeks, because he understood that for a mage, his body was terrible, and this despair was visible in the emotions swirling in his eyes. But it didn't take long for others to learn of his humble origins and lack of talent for magic, and that disappointed him even more. And it was because of this news that the other students' attitude towards Ruin changed too quickly, and he felt that others treated him poorly. He was walking down the corridor and touched the hand of a student walking in front of him, but suddenly Ruin's face twisted in confusion because he knew what was about to happen. The friend of the one the young man had touched began to look closely at his hand and ask if everything was okay, as if he had caught some kind of infection. He explains his emotions by saying that the student touched a disabled person, calling him Ruin, and could become one himself, and the student understands that he needs to wash up quickly so that nothing gets on his skin. Ruin Ardell knows that he is called a person who cannot use his magic, so this situation around him is familiar to him like no one else. He was well aware that others considered him a defective person, unable to cast a single spell even in a magic academy. For the envious and the ordinary students, Ruin's current status became the highest source of malicious satisfaction they could possibly imagine. And so the student he had touched stood before him and boldly asked why the young man was looking so impudently, having the courage, even though he was incapable of even using magic. Just then, the fist of an angry rival flies with all its force straight into Ruin Ardell's face, seeking to humiliate him in front of everyone and show his level in the academy. The young gentleman stands, his hands firmly resting against the cold wall of the establishment, as if trying to keep his balance and hide his fatigue from being humiliated by everyone around him. Holding his bruised and swollen eye, he aches in his heart and wonders whether he will ever be able to fulfill his dream of becoming a real magician and whether the bullying around him will ever end. After all, it was Ruin Ardell who once entered the academy with the highest scores and was considered more promising than any of his peers and applicants to the institution in general. Therefore, he worked harder than anyone, pushing himself beyond limits to prove himself worthy of the title of the academy's best student and to glorify his name. But due to a curse, the young man, who was once considered a true genius and the best student, became disabled in terms of his ability to wield magic. Therefore, Ardell thinks that this is how, unfortunately, his story at this academy ended, namely, ingloriously and painfully, leaving behind only the shadow of his former hopes and dreams. Ruin remained alone, silently watching the students around him cheerfully chatting with each other, as if completely forgetting about his existence. But he knew well that behind the friendly smiles and loud laughter lurked gossip and condemnation directed specifically at him. The young gentleman only thought that everything would end exactly as it did, as if fate had been preparing this bitter ending for him from the very beginning. After all, the boy could not even imagine that he would one day find himself in such a hopeless situation, where his dreams of magic would be shattered to pieces. That in the abyss of despair he is slowly drowning, losing his last strength and hope to escape the darkness that is consuming his life. And yet Ruin Ardell never imagined that even in the depths of despair, there would be a place for a miracle that could change his fate against all odds. The young gentleman seemed to be in some dimension, not understanding what was happening around him. His eyes were closed, and his body seemed to have left him and separated on a spiritual level, but outwardly nothing had changed. Having come to himself, Ruin mentally asks where he is and what is happening, but the feeling is as if he is underwater, at a very deep level. Suddenly, the voice that previously said the status window was unlocked and the player artifact was activated says that the young man is the incarnation of Drak, the destroyer of worlds. The young man looks at the man in front of him and doesn't understand what he's saying or how his eyes can shine with such a blinding red light. Ruin mentally asks himself if this is really a dream, but realizes that it is too realistic for a dream, and he feels that way. He continues to watch the person in front of him, and it seems like the person is trying to tell him something, or perhaps explain something. The boy's eyes gradually acquire a rich red hue, shining with an alarming light, as if a harbinger of inevitable changes. And then, After a certain time, they become completely bright red, as if a flame has ignited in them that will never go out. Sometime before this situation, events took place on the territory of the Ignite Academy training ground. At this moment, Professor Heidel loudly calls Ruin Ardell to him, and a silence falls around, filled with tension and anticipation. The teacher explains that, as previously explained, the young man only needs to create a fiery sphere and hit the scarecrow standing in front of him with it. After all, the fiery sphere is the magic that any student must master flawlessly. But for someone who is unable to use magic, it is an almost impossible task. And then Ruin Ardell wonders if he will be able to complete this seemingly easy task this time, which is beyond his power. Professor Heidel, observing his pupil and seeing doubt and even confusion in his eyes, begins to speed up his actions. The young man, having gathered himself, says to himself that he doesn't need to give up, and maybe this time he will succeed. Ruin was determined to complete this task at any cost, even if it meant sacrificing his own strength. And with unwavering confidence in his voice, he says he will do it, despite the risks and difficulties that lie ahead. The students standing around couldn't believe their eyes, because the size of the fiery sphere was too large, and could this young man really have that much mana? Professor Heidel stood nearby, watching intently and seemingly doubting what he saw, as if his mind didn't want to accept it. Ruin mentally praises himself, feeling a wave of satisfaction, and mentally says that this is beautiful, like a moment of triumph after long defeats and suffering. He thinks he should continue in the same vein and be able to surprise everyone, but suddenly he realizes that his problem is coming back to haunt him. And the guy starts to mentally beg himself and tries to hold out at least a little longer, but his efforts are in vain. So the fiery sphere in his hands gradually becomes smaller, losing power, and Ruin exhales in frustration, feeling hope slipping from his fingers. His body suddenly succumbs to nausea and dizziness. The world around him blurs and his legs barely hold him, as if under the weight of an invisible and ruthless burden. The professor calls out to him, peering anxiously into the pale face, but Ruin, in a trembling voice, replies that he simply can't hold it in anymore. So the teacher sternly ordered him to immediately release the force from his hand, fearing that in another moment the uncontrolled energy would cause irreparable damage. But Ruin understands with alarm and informs Professor Heidel that the fiery sphere seems to have grown to his hand and is not leaving at all, pulsing more and more strongly. Then the man says that the boy is in his final year, and if he still can't use ordinary magic, such as a fire sphere, then he simply won't pass the final exam. And he says that Ruin is destined to fail, to which the young man only quietly agrees, as if accepting the verdict, and repeats these words, as if imprinting them in his mind. But Ardell sincerely apologizes, looking down, and promises that he will train even harder to prove to everyone and to himself that he is capable of becoming stronger. In this practical shooting test, they have to create 10 fire spheres and hit the target multiple times, but Ruin cannot make even one sphere hit the target. Therefore, he does not even count on the role of a third-rate magician and hears condemnation from his classmates who consider him not worthy of training at all. Because he became the best applicant, a nobleman from the province, teenagers from wealthier families began to envy Ruin and feel incomplete, and because of this, they mocked him, but he would endure it. But the reality that leaves him with no hope begins to destroy him from within, and this curse is the only thing holding him back for all 6 years. The mana release disorder was what kept him from living his life to the fullest, and Ruin only wondered how much longer he could hold out like this. There was a loud commotion in the academy corridor. Conversations and footsteps could be heard, and the walls echoed, creating a feeling of continuous movement and life. The students whispered among themselves about who passed the exam, how, and what their scores were, because everyone was curious, because it was happening for the first time. Upon seeing Ruin, the pupils immediately began to hurl insults at him, their mockery and evil smiles painfully cutting the young man's heart. They asked if it wasn't time for him to pack his things and go home, and if they were in his place, they would be ashamed to show themselves here, but Ruin seemed persistent. Two of the pupils, looking at him, asked if he knew what the younger ones called him, but they immediately replied that the fool was Ruin. They further say that because of the young man, the graduating class is not a role model, and he finally needs to go back to his province. After all, nature did not endow him with skills, so he needs to at least be rich. But here, too, there is a problem, because they only heard the name Ardell when they entered the academy. And this white-faced pupil speaks as if mocking what his father said. They are all just fools, who behave arrogantly, but have nothing, hinting at Ruin's condition. Therefore, he immediately understood the level of Ruin's family, drawing a contemptuous conclusion for himself that the young man's origin was not capable of commanding any respect. But unable to bear the humiliation, the boy abruptly jumps up and swiftly strikes his opponent, putting all his accumulated anger and resentment into him. He, losing his balance from the unexpected blow, staggered back and fell heavily to the floor, the loud thud of which echoed throughout the corridor. Ruin, trembling with anger, leans towards his opponent and in a sharp tone demands that he repeat what he said earlier, pronouncing each word with cold fury. But the opponent, holding his broken nose, curses through the pain and cannot believe how Ruin dared to do such a thing in front of all the witnesses. Ruin looks at him and says that he needs to know when to stop and who is this Ben Folt to talk about his father and family. But Ben's friend, defending him, decides to direct his attack at Ruin, as if he doesn't even know who he's dealing with in this skirmish. Suddenly his eyes widen in shock, as if he had just seen something incredible, and at the same moment an expression of complete astonishment freezes on his face. After all, the young man was the first to deliver an unexpected blow, which caused the enemy to hunch over and not hold back. A sharp, suffocating cough burst from his chest. The opponent suddenly falls to his knees, trying to catch his breath, and his hands convulsively rest on the floor as if seeking support in this humiliating moment. The Ruin of Ardell looms over him, carefully observing his every move and reaction, studying his opponent's behavior with cold caution and a tension that hangs in the air. While his opponent's mouth is dripping with saliva from a strong blow, analyzing every reaction and tension in his body. The young man looks at him angrily and loudly calls him an insolent bastard, feeling both rage and contempt pulsing in his every word and movement. When Ben Folt rises and tries to use his battle magic right inside the academy walls, it gives Ruin a real shock, as he did not expect such desperation. He loudly calls him a piece of trash with a magic release disorder, not thinking at all about the fact that for such actions he could be expelled from school, showing insolence and anger at the same time. So Ben Folt directs all his energy at Ruin, feeling rage and hatred, and sincerely wishes him death, not hiding his desperation and determination in every move. Ruin realizes that he cannot even move to save himself, feeling helplessness gripping his body and danger looming over him with terrifying inexorability. Suddenly, Professor Heidel appears and with a sharp shout orders them to stop immediately, causing both fighters to instantly stop, the tension in the air abruptly dissipating under his stern gaze. As Ben's magic gradually consumes Ruin, he feels the enemy's power seeping into his body, limiting his movements and consciousness, and every moment is filled with terror and helplessness. The guy doesn't know how to act in this critical situation, feeling confusion and fear that paralyze his mind and make him hesitate with every next step. And then Ruin Ardell realized that this was exactly what his end looked like, when fear and helplessness completely engulfed his mind, and the enemy's magical power inexorably consumed him. And again, this mysterious man is in front of him, who says that the guy is the incarnation of Drak, the destroyer of worlds, and the artifact the player has activated. Ruin mentally asks himself what kind of delusion this is, feeling a mixture of surprise and annoyance as his mind tries to comprehend the absurdity of the situation unfolding around him. The young gentleman seems to be floating in midair when the stranger asks what is happening, and he feels a slight sense of surprise and alertness as he tries to assess the new situation. The man looks at Ruin and says his name, Dell, feeling both surprise and curiosity as the new encounter brings unexpected feelings and tension. But then he says Ruin Ardell again, and he instantly realizes that it is his own name, feeling a strange mixture of surprise, guesswork, and indescribable excitement. When he opens his eyes, the boy sees a completely different picture in front of him, which makes his heart beat faster, because reality suddenly takes on a strange, almost unreal form. Helen, a high-class healer, appears before him, watching him carefully and asking if Ruin has regained consciousness yet, her voice filled with concern and easy confidence. The young man's eyes reflect shock from the surprise and sudden change in his surroundings, as he barely has time to realize that everything around him has become completely different. And he immediately asks where he is, to which Helen calmly replies that it is the lounge, explaining his condition and at the same time trying to calm the confused young man. She assures him that he's fine and just doesn't need to get up, but Ruin replies that he's dizzy and just wants to sit down, trying to recover a little and regain his balance. The hero still doesn't understand whether he really lost consciousness, because the vision was too realistic, which makes him doubt his own perception and feel a little surprised. Ruin asks Helen how long he was lying in the room, to which she replies that it was almost a whole day, causing Ruin to raise his eyebrows in surprise and assess how much time he had wasted. And he was lucky that nothing worse happened, so the woman feels that God protected him, giving him a chance to recover and regain strength after a terrible ordeal. When asked by the young man if he is okay, Helen replies that he needs to run a few tests, but he looks fine for someone who was struck by a lightning sphere, causing Ruin to be surprised. There are no wounds or burns, and even the internal organs remain intact, so Helen realizes that she has never encountered anything like this before, feeling surprised and curious at the same time. Ruin realizes that the lightning sphere is a terrible magic capable of burning the body in a matter of seconds, and he cannot understand how he managed to take such a blow, feeling both shock and surprise. But suddenly, Professor Heidel appears on the threshold of the room. His stern gaze instantly attracts Ruin's attention, and there is tension in the air, making everyone present wary. Helen says she needs to go check other tests, and asks the guy not to be silent if something bothers him, showing concern and attention to his condition. Professor Heidel approaches and asks in a calm but stern tone how Ruin is feeling, carefully observing his reaction and condition to gauge the seriousness of the situation. Ruin answers his question in the affirmative, and the professor explains that this is precisely why he came, because the professorial council has gathered to discuss the situation and take the necessary measures. The teacher explains that Ben Folt will be expelled from the institution, as using magic with intent to kill is an extremely brazen violation of the rules and endangers the lives of other students. He adds that unfair treatment and bullying of Ruin were also taken into account, and all of these factors formed the basis for the decision to expel Ben Folt from the educational institution. Ruin admits that he also hit Ben, to which the professor replies that he will also be punished and will do volunteer service for 1 month as a discipline lesson. And the teacher also wanted to ask his student something, approaching him with a serious expression on his face, ready to hear his opinion and assess his reaction to the question. He asks if Ruin has some kind of artifact, that is, a legendary weapon, which surprises the young man, because he did not expect that he could be asked about such a thing. After all, if he really had such an artifact, he would not have been mocked. To which the professor explains that, based on the value and rarity of such an item, the head of the Ardell family would have already used it for his people. Ruin doesn't understand why the professor asked him about this, feeling surprised and slightly concerned, because it seems to him that such a topic shouldn't concern his field. But the man gathers his thoughts together to explain the situation in more detail and make sure that the pet understands the real reason for his question. He says he is certain that before the young man was struck by the sphere of lightning, his body was enveloped in a red light, which makes Ruin wonder and suspicious about the nature of this magic. And he adds that he was seemingly protected by a high-ranking artifact that reflected Ben's magic, saving Ruin from a fatal blow and causing him a mixed feeling of surprise and disbelief. The student could not believe Professor Heidel's words, feeling a mixture of surprise, skepticism, and indescribable admiration that his life had been saved by a mysterious artifact. But suddenly he remembers a strange dream and begins to suspect that this may be connected to the events that have occurred, causing him a mixture of surprise and anxiety. However, he tries not to believe it, saying that he doesn't understand what happened and is sure that he doesn't have any artifacts, trying to ward off strange suspicions and remain calm. So the man asks him to rest, while the pet's thoughts are filled with complete uncertainty and lack of understanding of what happened. So he decides not to ask any more questions and just listens silently. He became curious about what the professor was thinking about now and tried to guess his intentions, watching every movement and facial expression, trying to discern his thoughts. The young gentleman realizes that this is an experience that is difficult to distinguish from a dream, and even the strange voice that echoed in his mind now seems to be part of some mysterious reality. Who spoke of the artifact of Drak, the destroyer of worlds, and mentioned a certain player, forcing Ruin to ponder even more about the meaning of these words and their possible connection. He also feels like there was another word, but he can't remember it, leaving a feeling of incompleteness and slight unease in his mind. But suddenly, from the depths of his memories, Ruin remembers that the stranger spoke about the status window, causing him to be surprised and curious about the meaning of these words and their connection to events. Ruin curses himself and still can't figure out if it really happened or if it was just an echo of a strange dream, mixing doubt with irritation. He sees this window in front of him and, raising his eyebrows in surprise, asks Helen if she sees it too, trying to share his surprise and understand the reality of what is happening. He pointed to this blue thing in front of him, but Helen only looked at him in surprise, not understanding what he was talking about, because in her opinion there was nothing ahead. Ruin mentally repeated that this simply could not be, because Helen, as before, could not see anything in front of her, and her gaze only wandered into emptiness. The guy realized that only he could see this status window, so he decided to quickly make up a denial and told Helen that he had just imagined it. So the woman, after reviewing the results, calmly reported that all the tests were normal, and he could return to his usual life in the dorm without any problems. Ruin looked at her and said a few polite words of thanks, although in reality his mind was somewhere far away, occupied with completely different thoughts. After all, that day he managed to survive a lightning bolt strike, meet a man with blazing red eyes, and learn from the window that he is the incarnation of Drak. There was even a possibility that the artifact of a powerful mage named Draka had somehow ended up in the young lord's hands, although that seemed almost unbelievable. But suddenly, without any warning, another mysterious window flashed and appeared in the air right in front of him, as if responding to his thoughts. The window had a task that required physical strength and punches and kicks, but Ruin couldn't see how it could be useful to a mage like him. However, there was no doubt when time was running out, and Ruin realized that he had to immediately try to complete the task, even without understanding its meaning. So he clenched his fist and struck, and the window instantly displayed the result, informing him that this was only the first blow of 100 he was to make. Ruin then struck with his other hand, and the window immediately updated, showing that this was the second strike out of 100 he was to perform in this task. The guy noticed how the number on the window was constantly increasing, so he realized that he had to speed up and reach his goal as quickly as possible, without wasting time. Therefore, Ardell once again punched the air with his fist, hoping for a result, but was surprised to notice that the number on the window remained unchanged, as if his punch had not been counted. Ruin realized that his shot had not been counted, and mentally decided that even the slightest inaccuracy in execution would instantly lead to the system not recording the result. The hero decided to go through the training as correctly as possible, carefully performing all the movements and blows so that each of them would be counted without a single mistake. In the deep dark night, Ruin, having finally completed his task, felt relieved, because all the blows were executed accurately, and the window confirmed his success. Drops of sweat rolled down the young man's face, but true satisfaction was visible in his eyes, because he had successfully completed the task and felt an inner pride in himself. A window appeared before him, clearly stating that it was his reward for successfully passing this difficult and grueling test. However, suddenly the young man felt strange changes in his hands, as if they had acquired new strength and sensitivity, and this made him stop in surprise and look closely. He couldn't understand what kind of feeling had taken over him, but he could feel it circulating through his blood, being much more fundamental and important than ordinary mana. So Ruin Ardell felt that he had become truly strong, and his new powers circulating in his body gave him a feeling of confidence and incredible power. So the boy decided to test his new powers in practice, feeling an impatient desire to use them take hold of him, forcing him to move forward without delay. He sharply struck his limb forward, and a powerful energy aura instantly rose around him, vividly demonstrating the power that now resided in his body. Ruin felt that the power flowing into the magic had become much stronger, and the resistance of the air provided driving energy, so everything around him seemed different and felt in a new way. The young mage's core strength had increased significantly, and now he felt it was time to test the second reward that awaited him after successfully passing the test. The boy looked again at the status window that suddenly appeared before him, and felt curious and tense, preparing to find out what new reward it would show. But he saw what was written there, about a power circle that now replaces mana circles, which surprised and intrigued him at the same time. So Ruin understood that this meant the complete replacement of his mana with physical strength, and the thought of how his magical abilities would now transform into pure power was arousing. All who experience and study mana have a circle around the heart that plays a key role in releasing and amplifying mana, providing control and power to its flows. Ruin had 4 circles of mana, far exceeding the normal amount for people his age, but due to his curse, their power was effectively 0. However, suddenly the boy's eyes widened in surprise as he felt something incredible inside him, making his heart beat faster and filling him with excitement. After all, he realized that his mana circles had actually disappeared, and now the circulatory force was filling his body instead, allowing him to control energy in a completely new way. And now he realized that these were power circles, not mana, which literally stunned Ruin and caused shock, because he had never felt such power within himself before. Because he knew nothing at all about mages without mana circles, and the thought that these new power circles might not be a full-fledged replacement frightened him with unknown consequences for himself. The hero couldn't help but ask himself if this meant he would have to forget about life as a mage, because without real mana circles, his abilities might be useless. However, it was too early to give in to such disturbing thoughts. Ruin first decided to test the new power circles in practice to make sure of their true effectiveness. So Ardell focused and summoned his fiery sphere, determined to test how well the new power circles could support a full-power magical attack. He was surprised to notice that the fiery sphere appeared extremely quickly, and could not understand how this was possible, because previously its formation took much longer. Ruin noticed with admiration that his fire sphere had become much stronger than before, and felt the new power circles giving it incredible power and stability. So after pondering for a long time how to explain such a drastic change in strength, it suddenly dawned on him. He finally understood the reason for the incredible increase in the sphere's power. That all this, the power of his artifact, and that he has been given a unique, once-in-a-lifetime chance to test and develop his new abilities to their fullest. The young man knows that there is a basic principle of work in magic, while liberation takes an average of 10 seconds. However, there was another option, to skip this stage and create a fiery sphere entirely through one's own inner power, testing the limits of one's new abilities. And Ruin was convinced that all this incredible power belonged entirely to the artifact. because without it, he would never have been able to create such a strong and fast fiery sphere. However, he felt confused and did not know what to do next, as new opportunities and powers opened up before him that he had never encountered before. He wondered how to fill his body with energy for a powerful attack, and it occurred to him that perhaps Draca had once suffered from a similar disorder and experienced similar feelings. I was surprised how Draca could even come up with such a method, because combining one's own strength with magical energy required extraordinary skill and understanding of the mechanisms of strength. However, Ruin suddenly noticed in the system window that a new task had appeared, and his heart raced as he realized that new trials and challenges lay ahead. After reading the task carefully, Ruin realized that to complete it, he needed to hit the target using pure physical force, and this forced him to tense up and concentrate. However, the guy hadn't even thought about this method yet, and it seemed to him that thanks to it he could reach a new level and become a real magician with incredible abilities. So the hero decided that he had to try to do it, because it was on his actions that he would be able to unlock a new level of power and possibilities. So Ruin aimed his fireball directly at the scarecrow, preparing to test the effectiveness of his new power and watching as his energy gathered for the attack. And with confidence in his eyes, he said that everything had worked, because the fiery sphere had accurately hit the scarecrow, confirming the correctness of his chosen approach and new methods. A new message suddenly appeared on the window, announcing that the task had been completed successfully, and Ruin's power had grown even more, opening up new opportunities and prospects for him. The boy, not believing what was happening, suddenly jumped into the air, feeling a new power fill his body and allow him to perform incredible actions. But suddenly Ruin lay on the ground, feeling an incredible sense of relief, realizing that he had indeed managed to do it, and the task had been completely accomplished. After all, before, every failure of his had occurred precisely at the stage of détente, and the young man finally felt a real victory, overcoming this critical moment and proving his own strength. He was still amazed by this method, and it was impossible to understand who this Draca was, who came up with such a unique technique that could radically change the approach to magic. The young man blacked out right on the training ground, and when the sun rose over the mountains, he woke up, feeling strange and extraneous sounds nearby, disturbing the silence of the morning. He couldn't understand why it was so loud around him, and listened in amazement to the sounds coming from all directions, trying to determine their source. Around him stood other students, who were glad that Ruin had come to his senses, and with smiles and lively exclamations began to address him in a friendly manner, encouraging him. But the young gentleman, without hiding anything, asked those present if they had really seen a person sleeping on the street, as if it was completely normal and nothing to worry about. Suddenly, a boy declared that they had never seen anything like it, especially a nobleman willing to exchange a dormitory for sleeping on the street, and asked if Ruin had been drinking. However, the young man calmly replied that nothing of the sort had happened, and explained that he was simply tired after training and accidentally fell asleep on the spot, without any intention of doing so. The students, looking at each other, quietly agreed that the hero had changed somehow, as his demeanor and confidence after training betrayed a new level of strength and experience. They even noticed a destroyed scarecrow behind them, which was clear evidence of how strong Ruin's new power had become after the task and training he had completed. They could not understand whether it was really Ruin who destroyed it, or perhaps someone else, because the event looked incredible and almost supernatural to their eyes, and he could not have done it. Finally, Ruin Ardal returned to his dormitory, feeling relieved and internally satisfied after all the trials that had come his way that day. Upon entering, the student encountered Jason Damon, who immediately asked what happened, noticing his changed appearance and sensing that something important had happened. Ignite, a sixth-year student at the academy, asked in surprise if this was really the same boy who had just returned, as his appearance seemed unexpected and unusual. Damon didn't understand what had happened because Ruin usually didn't leave the academy, to which he coldly replied that it didn't matter to him, but only this student treated Ardell without hostility. Jason Damon concluded that Ruin was with a girl, but the young man himself realized that this was just his usual activities, and that's why this thought arose in Damon's head. He continued to persistently ask the young man to tell him where he had been the previous night, and added that he was curious about how he had survived the lightning strike, trying to understand the whole situation. Without listening to anyone, Ruin headed to the bathroom, where he was finally able to relax, relieve tension, and allow himself to rest after all the trials and training. Suddenly, the hero remembered an additional task that still remained to be checked and felt that he could not postpone it until later because his success depended on a thorough check. Ruin noticed that the reward remained the same, but the number of repetitions of blows increased significantly, which forced him to prepare for new challenges and make even greater efforts. And, probably, the number of repetitions of blows would continue to double, so the young man should prepare for the fact that even more difficult and exhausting trials would await him ahead. However, the young man was ready to agree to anything if it really helped him become a magician, because the desire for power and knowledge outweighed any difficulties and trials. A month had passed since then, and Ruin had been performing the same task every day, but the number of repetitions had been steadily increasing, forcing him to train more and more intensely and with more endurance. If he failed to complete a task during the day, all his progress was instantly reset, forcing him to start over and tackle all the repetitions again with all his might. Therefore, the guy did not miss a single workout, feeling that even one loss of a day could ruin his progress, and worked diligently on every repetition of the task without exception. However, there was one plus in this situation, which made training a little easier for him, because he saw that each successful day noticeably strengthened his strength and confidence in his own abilities. The plus was that the requirements for completing the task never rose above 3,000 repetitions. Otherwise, Ruin might simply not be able to withstand it and die during the process. Every day, his leg or arm would rise in a blow, and the student would feel how each movement gradually strengthened his body, trained his endurance, and brought him closer to his goal of becoming a magician. And for the past month, Ardell has been going through these grueling workouts every day, never missing a day, gradually increasing his strength and endurance to incredible levels. And as a result of all this daily training, Ruin even acquired a new body art skill that allowed him to control his movements and strength during strikes even more effectively. Silence and tranquility reigned in the academy. A sense of peace was felt all around, while all the students sat in their classrooms. The students noticed that something was wrong with Ruin, as he constantly fell asleep in class, and this caused concern and surprise among his fellow academy members. Moreover, the guy actually settled on the training ground, where he relentlessly practiced punches and kicks, devoting all his time to developing physical strength and skill. But one of the students noted that Ruin was simply trying to compensate for his disorder through constant training, although he doubted that such an approach would actually work. So, for the past month, the teenager has been completing tasks every day while simultaneously searching for any clues that might shed light on Drax's personality and secrets. However, he could never find any mention of mages with that name in historical records, which made Ruin ponder even more about the mystery of Drax. The same went for the Destroyer of Worlds, the player, and the status window. There was no mention of them either, which made Ruin ponder even deeper about the unknown secrets. And he simply couldn't even guess who this Draka really was, because the lack of any information left him confused and forced him to look for answers. He could not understand who the person was who had given the young man such power, because the secret of her identity remained unrecognized, causing Ruin constant surprise and curiosity. However, suddenly, he heard someone calling him, and the voice made him raise his head sharply, full of surprise and tense anticipation of the one who had addressed him. Jason ran up to Ruin and, panting from running, asked if he had heard the news yet, because it seemed that this question urgently needed an answer and could not stand delay. Most likely, the young man had not heard anything yet, as he was just standing there quietly reading books, absorbed in the pages and not noticing any news or changes around him. Ruin Ardell looked up from his book and asked Jason if something serious had happened, as his peaceful occupation had abruptly disrupted the feeling of an ordinary day. To this, Jason replied that the head of the Ardell family had arrived at the academy, and Ruin felt his heart speed up a bit at the unexpected news and the importance of this event. And the young gentleman instantly realized that his father was indeed here, at the academy, and the thought of meeting him made his heart beat faster and caused a wave of tension. Therefore, the boy abruptly jumped up, his heart pounding with excitement, because the realization of his father's presence at the academy forced him to act instantly and without hesitation. Running towards the man and shouting as if calling him, Ruin felt a mixture of joy and anxiety, his heart pounding, and every step brought him closer to the long-awaited meeting. When the elder turned towards him, he still could not recognize who was standing before him, and the young man, running, filled the space around him with impatient anticipation of the meeting. However, suddenly the man's face changed as he recognized his son, and surprise and joy flashed in his eyes, mixed with excitement from the unexpected meeting. Ruin, sitting opposite, noted that his father had sent him here 6 years ago and asked how he had spent all this time, to which he calmly replied that everything was fine, as usual. The young man asked how his younger sister Ruina was, and his father replied that she had grown up and was now studying the martial art of swordsmanship, having made significant progress. He added that she wanted to protect her weaker older brother, and Ruin felt a little uncomfortable, to which his father remarked that his sister had always been more confident. However, suddenly the boy gathered all his inner strength and, full of determination, turned to his father, seeking to convey his thoughts and feel the support of his family. He calmly said that everything was fine with him, trying to reassure him and show that, despite all the trials and training, he felt strong and ready for further challenges. The father did not believe his son's words, but Ruin persistently repeated that everything was indeed fine, and no one was mocking him either physically or morally, demonstrating his own confidence. The elder Ardell seemed to not know how to properly explain the reason for his visit to the child, and his words got lost, leaving the child waiting for important and unknown information. He finally said that he had actually come to make sure the boy wasn't planning to leave the academy, and these words made Ruin feel anxious and responsible. After all, if he is having a hard time, the doors of his home are always open, and the father reminds him that his son has already overcome many difficulties that he cannot even talk about, demonstrating his strength. Ruin immediately understood why his father arrived 6 years later, but explained that during this time he had found his own way out and learned to cope with difficulties on his own. So he suggested that we make an agreement, because he would have to show excellent results on the next exam, and both understood that this would require concentration and serious preparation. But if he fails the exam, the elder Ardell himself will decide his future fate. So, seeing his son's determination, the head of the family returned to the estate. Here came the long-awaited day of the exam, for which Ruin had been preparing for the entire last month, with tension and hidden excitement in his heart, which begins with a written test of understanding magic, where every mistake or attempt to break the rules is severely punished, up to and including a complete nullification of the result. So Ruin, grabbing his pen, took a deep breath and began the exam, trying to concentrate so as not to waste a single second. The exam consisted of a written and practical stage. This part was divided into 4 more tests: target shooting, measuring magical power, real combat, and a one-on-one duel. Ruin coped flawlessly with the written part, as he had throughout his studies, but in the practical tests, Mikkel from the influential Gary Hill family always remained the undisputed leader. This time, the hero was convinced that everything would be different, because he had trained non-stop and finally felt a strength within himself that could challenge even Mikkel. And he was too confident in himself, because he believed that this thing would be able to win first place, despite all the obstacles on the way. After completing the written part, it's time to move on to the practical exam, where Ruin will have to prove his skills and strength in action. Jason Damon walked up to Ruin and called out to him loudly, showing confidence and intent on watching his every move on the practical exam. He asked if Ruin had any plan of action, because his strange behavior caused surprise and forced Jason to be prepared for any development of events. The hero replied that he would try a new approach today, to which his friend asked in surprise if the young man had really found a way that could challenge him in a practical duel. Their conversation was interrupted by another student, Mikkel, who called the boy over in surprise and asked what he was doing here, as if there was no point in being here. Suddenly, Mikkel Garyhill shouted at Ruin and asked if he really, despite his disorder, dared to participate in a practical duel, showing surprise and disbelief. The younger Ardal replied that he had actually only come to take the exam, and there was nothing wrong with that, demonstrating calmness and confidence in his abilities in front of Mikkel. And then Mikkel decided to give advice to someone who had not passed the practical part for 6 years, full of light sarcasm and a desire to emphasize his own superiority. So, instead of going out and subjecting himself to humiliation, Mikkel suggested that Ruin simply surrender, leaving him surprised and a little irritated. But the young man sharply replied that he would not need Mikkel's advice, demonstrating determination and unwavering confidence in his own abilities and intentions. However, suddenly Mikkel noticed that Ruin had misunderstood him, explaining that with the disorder, he was unlikely to be able to successfully pass this exam, leaving his opponent in his thoughts. The hero did not understand where Mikkel got such courage and confidence from, because he had never behaved so boldly and self-confidently before. The first part of the practical exam was aimed shooting at designated targets, where each miss could cost valuable points and affect the overall result. His goal was simple: to determine how many targets a future magician could hit at once, assessing accuracy, speed, and control of magical power while firing. But this year, the level of difficulty was significantly increased, as the targets were now moving, forcing participants to demonstrate not only accuracy, but also reaction speed and skill in controlling magic. Student Angela missed a single target, and this immediately affected her grade, highlighting the difficulty of the new moving targets and the high demands of the exam. Other participants also struggled with the exam, and therefore the overall scores were simply terrible, demonstrating the incredible difficulty of the task. Because the next student was only able to hit 3 targets, confirming how difficult the exam was and how high the demands were on future magicians. And who would have thought that, because of such a seemingly insignificant difficulty, the performance would drop so much, and the quality of graduates would leave much to be desired. Professor Ellick, being Mikkel's uncle, noted that it was too early to be disappointed, because all the tests were still ahead and the main student could show potential. After all, it was Mikkel's time to demonstrate his abilities, and everyone was eagerly waiting to see how he would handle the moving targets and confirm his reputation as the best student. So Professor Ellick's nephew, focused and determined, steps out into the square where spectators, judges, and an uneasy silence await him before the test. As the test begins, Mikkel addresses the young man, urging him to watch carefully and not miss a single move, because every moment could be decisive. After all, he doesn't even realize what Ruin has planned, and how cunning the plan has already begun to imperceptibly materialize right before the eyes of everyone present. The professor, raising his voice impatiently, loudly shouts for Mikkel to begin, eager to begin the test as soon as possible and see what he is truly capable of. And he, agreeing, confidently said that he would show Ruin the difference between them, to prove once and for all which of them possessed true skill and strength. So the student, concentrating all his strength and skill in one powerful movement, hit several targets at once, making the audience gasp in amazement. The students watching this were not at all shocked, because every year Mikkel proved beyond doubt that he was the best among all who had passed such tests. Professor Ellick was sincerely happy, and barely holding back his emotions, said, "Isn't this young man a worthy descendant of the illustrious Garrikill family, whose achievements are remembered by generations? He turns to Tyrion Ignite and, with a faint smile, asks if he doesn't think that Mikkel is the true pride of their academy and an example for everyone. The head of the academy sternly tells him not to continue, emphasizing that it is enough to demonstrate his abilities and it is time to give the other participants a chance. After all, according to him, this time is quite enough to fairly assess the abilities of current graduates and understand who really deserves recognition and praise. Professor Heidel remarks that, why don't they sit a little longer because Ruin is next to speak, and Tyrion Ignite finds it hard to believe that he is capable of demonstrating any results. But despite his doubts, he agreed to give Ruin his due and to carefully watch how he would handle the exam and whether he could at least partially exceed expectations. Ruin realizes that things are going well and sees this as the perfect opportunity to test his own strength and show everyone what he is capable of to the fullest. So the teacher, observing intently, asks him to begin, signaling that it is time to show his mastery and confirm the skills he has acquired. To this the student agrees, intently preparing his fiery sphere, feeling the energy building up inside, ready to explode with a powerful, devastating blow. Suddenly, the force around him rapidly increases, forming a powerful flame that completely engulfs Ruin, causing everyone present to freeze in admiration and alarm. All the professors and the head of the academy could not believe their eyes, watching the incredible speed of the call, which exceeded all their expectations and imagination. The students, watching Ruin, were also in complete shock, because no one expected him to demonstrate such strength and skill at the very beginning of his performance. Mikkel, despite everything, calmly notes that he has a disorder and emphasizes that the main thing is to hit the target accurately, because only the result matters. And Ruin, in fact, turns out to be almost powerless, because his attempts to resist Mikkel's efforts, in his opinion, have no effect, leaving him vulnerable. The new skill instantly adds acceleration to Ruin's movements, making his every step and maneuver faster and more unpredictable, perhaps even powerful enough to surpass Mikkel. He recently acquired this skill, and it is thanks to it that the guy is able to move abnormally fast, literally outpacing the expectations of everyone around him and gaining an advantage in a duel. In other words, Ruin Ardell is now moving like a real typhoon, carrying with it improbable speed and force, breaking any obstacles in its path. His face shows absolute self-confidence, which seems to radiate self-confidence and a willingness to overcome any opponent without hesitation. After all, he sincerely believes in his own strength, which has grown incredibly high, giving him a feeling of invincibility and confidence in every movement. Looking at Ruin, sweat dripped from the professors' faces, because even they could not hide their surprise and excitement at the incredible strength and speed that the young man was demonstrating. And the students couldn't help but cover their mouths and turn away, watching in fascination as Ruin passed the exam, as his skill and speed left them in awe. Finishing and carefully looking at the result of his work, Ruin realizes that everything turned out exactly as he planned, and feels deep satisfaction from the success achieved. Watching the young magician successfully pass his difficult exam, the teachers and mentors present begin to carefully count his scores. So, Ruin had 27 goals, each of which he carefully considered, planning his actions and choosing the most optimal path to achieve them. The students realized that this was the greatest result in the history of the academy, and their faces reflected admiration and surprise at the incredible achievement. Even Tryon Ignis himself rose from his seat and, not hiding his admiration, began to sincerely clap his hands, supporting the student's incredible achievement. He turned to Ruin, looking at him with sincere admiration, and said that this was a stunning result that exceeded all the academy's expectations. All the students also started shouting at Ruin, encouraging and praising him, loudly exclaiming that he was truly a good boy and deserved recognition. But only Mikkel remained confused and could not understand how it happened that the enemy achieved such an incredible result, remaining deeply impressed. Ruin realizes that he is now receiving general recognition and praise that he has never received in all 6 years of study, and he feels strangely moved by this. And this warmth spreads in his chest, filling his heart with joy, because he has long dreamed of feeling such sincere support and recognition from those around him. Professor Ellick could not accept this, and with obvious surprise, said that for the first time in his life, he had seen such a reception that exceeded all his expectations. But Professor Heidel, standing up for his student, indignantly asked whether the nature of magic really did not open up limitless possibilities, expressing surprise and support. And if everything happens strictly according to expectations, he added, then it's no longer magic, but simple mathematics, because true magic always contains an element of surprise. But Professor Ellick, disagreeing, continued to argue, defending his point of view and trying to prove that the situation could not violate the usual rules of magic. The head of the academy interrupted him, sternly and at the same time enthusiastically saying that today he had witnessed a real magical miracle created by the student himself. However, he immediately noticed that the other professors had a completely different opinion, and their faces reflected doubt and restrained surprise that could not be ignored. Professor Ellick, listening to the main character, mentally reflected that everything had gone awry because of Ruin's actions, and his heart was filled with anxiety and irritation. Jason Damon felt an incredible joy for his comrade, his heart filled with pride and sincere admiration that Ruin's achievements had surpassed all expectations. And the other students seemed to have changed their attitude towards the young man and began to ask with curiosity how he managed to achieve such incredible success. The boy realizes that until yesterday he was an outcast, laughed at and mocked by everyone, and now he feels deep surprise and mixed emotions at the sudden attention. Everything changed in one day, and the boy understood that for some, Ruin remained like a bone in the throat, causing envy and hidden rejection among his classmates. Entering his room, he unexpectedly sees Mikkel sitting there waiting, and this makes the meeting tense and a little uncomfortable. But Ruin, noticing him in his space, discreetly asks what he is doing in someone else's room, trying to hide his surprise and slight indignation. Mikkel explains that he came to warn Ruin not to show off, but the young man himself thinks that the reason for all this is that Mikkel simply lost and is jealous. Grabbing the young magician by the collar of his shirt, his opponent shouts sharply in his face, his voice trembling with anger, and his face turning red with emotion and irritation. But Ruin removes his hand from his shoulder with surprising ease, showing no aggression, just calmly pushing Mikkel away and remaining steadfast. This calm gesture only further irritated his opponent, provoking genuine anger in Heracles and a desire to prove his superiority at all costs. After all, Mikkel could not understand where Ruin got so much strength from, and this only increased his surprise and irritation, making the situation even more tense. Ardell calmly states that it is important for both of them to complete their training, and if he wants to defeat him, let him do it honestly in a one-on-one battle, without outside interference. After his proposal, Ruin calmly releases his hand, remaining calm and demonstrating confidence that now everything will be decided in a fair battle. Mikkel challenges him by asking if Ruin really considers himself worthy of fighting him, since throughout his 6 years of study, he has consistently failed exams and appeared weak. The young man calmly replied that he just had to wait, and then all doubts would disappear, and the truth would become clear, showing who was truly worthy of the battle. Mikkel warns that Ardell should not even think about taking the next exams before their battle, emphasizing the seriousness and audacity of his intention. But the student mentally believes that in today's exam, the young man will not be able to overcome even the first stage, confident in his weakness and doubting his chances. Pulling his hand out of his pocket, he does so slowly and confidently, demonstrating calm and readiness for any upcoming development. Looking at her, he thinks that whatever the circumstances, Ruin is truly a magician, and this certainty causes him surprise, admiration, and respect at the same time. The second stage of the practical exam consisted of measuring the students' magical power, testing their abilities and level of control over magic under the close supervision of their teachers. The treasure of the academy, the ancient ogre Kingram, was transformed by the Archmage Freud 500 years ago during his lifetime, so the students need to direct magic at him and show a high result. Ruin asks Damon if he really needs to cast the spell he is sure of on the statue and receives an affirmative answer, which only strengthens his resolve. But this ogre is famous for his cruelty in evaluation, and getting more than 20 points is already considered an excellent result, which makes the task especially difficult. One of the students summons a powerful thunderstorm and directs his spell at the ogre, causing the air around the statue to crackle with energy and tension. But Kingram, in a menacing voice, orders him to hide from his sight and, with a contemptuous smile, calls him a one-point magician, humiliating him in front of everyone. He mockingly suggests that his pupil give up magic right now, stating that with such skills, he will never become a real wizard. The next student confidently walks into her exam, preparing to show off everything she has learned, and with hope in her eyes, she directs her steps towards the ogre statue. She turns to her companion and, with a faint smile, tells him to watch carefully, because now she will show the true power of her magic. She concentrates, raises her hands, and casts an ice sphere spell, filling the air with cold that swirls around her before releasing it at her target. Kingram respectfully says that he will definitely remember it, because what he saw was truly impressive and worthy of recognition, even by his strict standards. But then the ogre coldly lowers her to the ground and adds with a sneer that he was only truly struck by her hopelessness, causing the crowd to freeze in embarrassment. He gives her only 2 points, and the girl cannot hold back her tears because it was her best attack, into which she had invested all her strength and hopes, hoping for a higher score. Jason also failed the exam and only got a 5, but not wanting to accept it, he argued until he was ordered to return to his seat. Mikkel Garahill is called up next, and all the students watch with interest as he confidently takes the exam, preparing to show off his abilities. The student gathers all his strength together, filling himself with determination, and looks as confident as possible, ready to demonstrate his true strength in front of everyone. He focuses his magical power on the statue, feeling the energy pulsing in his hands, ready to strike the target with maximum accuracy. And suddenly the ogre Kingram, loudly and sternly, declares that he is disappointed and suspiciously asks if Mikkel is not the son of George Garahill, causing surprise among all present. To this, Mikkel calmly replies that he is indeed his proud third son, looking confident and seemingly enjoying revealing his family connection. Kingram laughs loudly at the young man and disdains that his father was a worthless person who begged for points, emphasizing his contempt for Mikkel's family. But even the student doesn't have much talent, so Kingram gives him only 27 points, and the boy sharply disagrees with the assessment, feeling indignant. He is asked to calm down, and after that, Ruin Ardal is called next, who prepares to show his abilities, watching the reaction of those around him. The young man realizes that he is a little nervous before the exam begins, feeling a little anxious, but he tries to pull himself together and set himself up for success. But he sincerely believes that he can handle this challenge, and this gives him determination and confidence, allowing him to focus on the task despite his anxiety. He approaches the statue, says that it is nice to meet him, introduces himself as Ruin Ardal, demonstrating calm and confidence before the start of the exam. To this, Kingram replies with curiosity and slight surprise that this is the first time he has seen this student, carefully observing his behavior and magical abilities. However, he dismissed it with disdain and said it didn't matter, sternly ordering the exam to begin, forcing the students to focus on the task. Ruin casts his spell, and suddenly the professor notices that he is using explosive burning mana that radiates incredible energy and threatens the entire statue. The students realize that this is 4th grade magic and are shocked, as no one expected to see anything like this, even among the most talented students. Kingram himself cannot understand where the young man gets such steadfastness from, and his astonishment only grows, for he has never before encountered such unwavering confidence and control of magic. But the young man does not hesitate and begins to advance, confidently moving forward, demonstrating skill and control over magic, which makes everyone around him hold his breath. He focuses his attack on the statue, channeling all of his accumulated energy and magic into a powerful explosion that should hit the target as effectively as possible. He stands before him, looking composed and calm, as if he knows that his strength and mastery of magic allow him to overcome any difficulty. The professor is surprised and says that this is impossible, because the young man transferred the magic from his fist to his leg and exploded it in just 1 second, demonstrating incredible skill. The students realize that they are facing a 5th-grade spell, and their surprise grows because no one expected to see such power on a practical exam. But Ruin paid no attention to anyone, completely focused on his work, his gaze and movements indicating maximum concentration and self-control. And he was relieved to realize that his spell had worked as it should, radiating the control and precision he had long sought to achieve. But Kingram's reaction seems strange, and the student begins to doubt whether everything really went as it should, or whether something might have gone wrong during the spell. Suddenly, the ogre sharply asks Ruin who he is, his voice full of surprise and undisguised interest, because no one has demonstrated such strength before. He adds whether he is Draco, which instantly confuses the young gentleman, forcing him to hold his breath and ponder the meaning of these words. After his words, Kingram says that he was exactly what he expected, emphasizing that everything that happened was predictable and he was looking forward to meeting Drac. He watches Ruin carefully, intently studying his every movement and gesture, while simultaneously pronouncing the name he has decided to call him, as if trying to figure something out. The students cannot figure out who Kingram is talking about and wonder if he really just confused people, because his words sound too definite and mysterious. Ruin realizes that in 2 months he has read every book he could find, but none of them mentioned a word about Drac, leaving him deeply surprised. So he turns to the statue and asks if it knows him, and is surprised to receive a clear, positive answer, which only increases his surprise and curiosity. He looks ahead and speaks to the ogre, asking him to tell him more about Drac, hoping to gain some clarity in the mysterious and confusing situation. To this, the ogre replies that all of this is extremely interesting, as if he is interested in the very essence of it and the situation unfolding around Ruin, causing a slight admiration. And who would have thought that Kingram would notice his incarnation right at the academy, causing Ruin to feel both surprise and a slight excitement from the surprise. He asks the young man to repeat his name again, and the young man, a little surprised, answers clearly and confidently, Ruin Ardell, which forces the listeners to listen more carefully. So the statue says that it will remember him, as if imprinting Ruin's name in his memory, leaving the young man with a sense of the importance of the moment and its mysterious significance. He says he will answer his question later because there are many people around and the ogre is expected to score points, leaving Ruin slightly surprised and impatient. Kingram announces that the evaluation is complete, as the student's magic does not match that which allows for an accurate determination of the result, leaving everyone present in mild surprise. But the professor reminds us that according to the rules, an estimate must be made in any case, and this contract must be fulfilled within 5,000 years. Kingram was furious and couldn't understand how the man dared to address him like that, considering he was judging children who didn't even look like real wizards. But knowing that a contract is a contract, the ogre is forced to agree and give an assessment, albeit with obvious dissatisfaction and internal resistance. Kingram asks Ruin how much he wants to get, 0 or 100 points, watching his reaction carefully, as if testing his courage and determination. And Ruin Ardell, without hesitation, chooses 100 points as his rating, demonstrating a determination and confidence that even Kingram is forced to admit with some surprise. All the students were in complete shock at this result, not hiding their surprise and searching for an explanation as to how the student could get 100 points. And the boy once again found himself at the very epicenter of events, attracting the attention of everyone around him and feeling how every movement and word acquired extraordinary importance. Professor Heidel reports that the head of the academy has already learned of his result and that the young man deserves the award, causing Ruin to feel a sense of pride and unexpected excitement. He hands the young man a roll of paper, and the young man, slightly surprised and at the same time interested, carefully takes it in his hands, feeling the weight of the moment. The guy reads about the artifact room and cannot figure out what it is, feeling both surprise and curiosity about the mysterious place. So Professor Heidel orders him to follow, and the young gentleman, a little excited and full of anticipation, carefully follows his mentor, trying not to fall behind. He agrees to what lies ahead, a little hesitantly, but with a sense of curiosity and determination, ready to follow it and learn everything. He admits that he did not know about the existence of such a place, and the man explains that it is the only place where entry is strictly prohibited, emphasizing its uniqueness and mystery. So Ruin doesn't understand why he's being taken there since the place is forbidden, and feels a mixed sense of surprise and slight excitement before the unknown. They stand at the entrance, and the professor warns that they can only advance to this point, emphasizing the severity of the restrictions and the importance of the rules. So Ruin realizes that he will have to enter alone, feeling both excitement and fear of what awaits inside the forbidden room. Not understanding what exactly is happening, the boy decides that he needs to see for himself, feeling a mixture of excitement and intense curiosity. He cautiously enters the artifact room, feeling his heart beat faster with surprise and anticipation of what might unfold before his eyes. Inside, he sees many objects he has heard of before, and quickly concludes that this is most likely the magical warehouse of the Archmage Freud Ignis, full of secrets and power. Suddenly the boy hears a voice softly saying that the student looks confused, forcing Ruin to concentrate even more and try to understand what is happening. But it turns out that it was Kingram who unexpectedly appeared before him, causing the pet to feel both surprise and slight excitement. And he no longer looks like a stone statue, but appears before Ruin alive and real, his presence adding unexpected weight and tension to the situation. So the ogre explains that this is the only place where he can appear in his true form, and Ruin realizes the uniqueness of the moment and the rarity of such an opportunity. But the student asks what the ogre meant when he spoke of its value, feeling both curious and slightly agitated by the mystery of what was said. To this, Kingram replies that the young man does not yet realize his true significance, forcing him to reflect on the depth of what was said and his own potential. Despite the fact that Ruin uses the same artifact as the player, he still does not fully realize its significance and the power hidden within. After all, this artifact is one of a kind, so Ruin wonders in surprise how he managed to obtain it, feeling both curiosity and slight surprise. But the young man sincerely replies that he himself does not know how he ended up with this, and does not understand who Draco is at all, leaving Kingram in slight surprise. He is not sure whether to trust the guy's words, carefully observing his behavior and trying to figure out how sincere his answer is. However, Kingram suddenly explains that this is an entity that aspired to become God, causing Ruin to feel both astonishment and slight fear of its power. Draco once came to the Sky Peak tribe, to which an ogre belonged. He was short and small, and his appearance looked unattractive. His strength was so insane that no one in the entire tribe could stand up to him, and what's more, Draco only grew in power with each passing day. He was respected not only because he lived with them under the same sky and shared their traditions, but also because he had long since become an integral part of their tribe. He tirelessly taught Kingram, the chosen successor to the future leader of the tribe, the secrets of the language and the refined art of magic for a long 100 years, passing on to him the knowledge and wisdom of generations. Ruin could not comprehend with his mind how an ordinary person could live for so many long centuries, because for him, even one life seemed too short. To this, the ogre calmly explained that the one they considered human had never actually been mortal, for his nature and origin belonged to a completely different world. His true form was the majestic black dragon Dracogonia, whose dark scales shone with a cold brilliance, and whose very name inspired ancient terror and unwavering respect in the hearts of men and tribes. The main character was so shocked by the information he heard that for a long time he couldn't come to his senses and believe whether everything he said was really true, because to him it sounded like an incredible legend. Kingram only replied in surprise, did the young man really not know that magic itself originated from dragons? But for the main character, this was always just a beautiful fiction. But the ogre said with certainty that Draco, despite his origins and unprecedented power, was completely incapable of using magic. So he invented his own way of fighting, like Ruin now, filling his arms and legs with magic so that every blow and movement became deadly accurate and incredibly powerful. Ruin was convinced that Draco was being treated the same way as he was, and finally, realizing this, he understood the full depth of events and the reasons for actions that had previously seemed incomprehensible. The Black Dragon had invented a unique ability that only he could use, and now he demonstrated it to Ruin for the first time, showing all his unprecedented power and skill. And thanks to this incredible ability, Draco became the strongest being in the world, whose power exceeded all limits, and even the most powerful creatures did not dare to challenge him. But Draco felt no joy in his power, and relentlessly increased it until he eventually brought himself and everyone around him to their doom, leaving only destruction in his wake. And Ruin finally realized why he was called the Destroyer of Worlds, because the power that Draco once possessed was so incredible that the young man could not even imagine its true scale. Suddenly the hero noticed a window in front of him, and a sense of reward flared up in his heart, for he realized that he now had the opportunity to communicate with the ogres. In addition, there was a unique skill that allowed him to significantly increase his own strength by taking it from an ogre, and the hero, realizing this, felt new horizons of possibilities. Suddenly, a ball appeared in Ruin's hands, embodying the incredible power he had gained, radiating power and light that was both captivating and terrifying. Kingram explained that this was probably a reward for a task completed, because Draco always had a habit of talking about such things into the void, as if leaving them for someone else. Ruin cautiously asked if the ogre knew what was in his hands right now, for the power and mystery of the orb were so great that the young man did not dare to draw conclusions. And Kingram carefully examined the object, untwisted it in his hands, examining every detail, and then calmly said that it was Stran, and its true power could change everything. He said that this was not just an object, but the very embodiment of a force that lived a life of its own, radiating incredible energy and potential. But Ruin still could not understand what was being said, for the meaning of Kingram's words and the true nature of that embodiment of power remained extremely mysterious to him. The ogre explained that this power had always been with Draco, and given his current state, he had most likely sealed it within the Spirit Stone at the time of his death. Strawn, having a vile character, demanded infinite power from Drac, and although his wishes were cunning, fulfilling them could open up the promise of limitless power to the young man. Ruin wondered if an incarnation would truly be born from this stone, for though he felt its powerful energy, it was difficult for him to imagine how such a force could come to life. Kingram said that the incarnation would hatch very soon, and at that moment, the air filled with a crackling and fluttering, as if reality itself were reacting to the awakening. So, a small bear appeared before Ruin, which, despite its modest size, radiated a strange power, as if hiding a huge secret inside. And this strange appearance of this animal caused the young man deep confusion, because he could not understand why the embodiment of incredible power looked like this. But suddenly, Strawn abruptly said that Ruin was a scoundrel because he had dared to call him a bear, and his words came out with such force that the young man felt surprised. The young man still could not understand how such an ordinary-looking animal could suddenly speak in a human voice, and his mind was filled with surprise, doubt, and a slight fear. Suddenly, the little bear, who had turned out to be extremely angry and domineering, sternly ordered Ruin Ardell never to call him that again. Ruin, surprised and slightly confused, asks again how it is possible that this unusual creature can speak and tries to understand the meaning of what is happening. Strawn sternly and angrily replies that he does not understand how the young man dared to call him an animal, because he is not one at all, and this offends his dignity and pride. Then he explains that he is an embodiment that is not bound to any form, and therefore can be anyone, choosing his appearance and nature at will. He then sternly orders Ruin to carefully observe his strength, demonstrating that his power goes far beyond the ordinary and emphasizing his own essence. The boy's eyes reflected shock and complete confusion, because what he saw surpassed all his ideas about the possible and made him doubt his own eyes. When the little bear tensed up sharply, it seemed as if his body was about to burst from the incredible power he suddenly wanted to radiate. But suddenly he shouted in despair that he didn't know where his strength had gone, and this unexpected voice completely confused the hero, adding chaos to an already incredible scene. And the problem is probably that he was born with an empty stomach, so the bear, feeling weak, asks Ruin for some food, hoping to regain his strength. The young man admits that he doesn't even know what kind of food to give, to which Strawn angrily responds, asking why his current master is so weak. Turning abruptly, Strawn went to sleep, asking to be awakened only when food appeared, leaving Ruin deeply confused and stunned by his words about his master. Kingram notes that even though millennia have passed, his character has remained unchanged, the same stubbornness and pride that have not changed even with the passage of time. Looking at Ruin with Strawn, the ogre seems to be returning to the good old days, when life was simple and events were filled with nostalgia and memories of the past. After all, they remind him of Strana and Drak, whom he once met in his homeland in the Sky Peak tribe, awakening the fire of old memories and nostalgia. He asks what Ruin Ardell, a young destroyer who carries the will of Drak, is going to do next, seeking to understand his intentions and future path. With this force that makes him extremely powerful, standing on the edge, it can either destroy him or guide him on the right path, shaping his destiny and choices. Ruin realizes that the true reason for his quest for power was to protect his people from demons, realizing that his goal was always noble. He also understands that he sought to glorify the Ardell name and show himself to those who had previously insulted him, proving his own dignity and strength through courage and actions. He realizes that this is enough, because he still has a lot to protect, and the young man firmly decides not to give up on his goal, despite all the difficulties. So he answers that he will live according to his own will, standing up for himself, protecting his people and family, and will not allow anyone or anything to guide his path. Kingram says that's good, and will look forward to the future the young mage will bring, hoping that his actions and decisions will define a brighter path for all. After learning the information, his daily routine remained unchanged, except for Strana, who stubbornly refused to wake up, creating a little chaos in the usual order. But as soon as he heard the word food, Strawn suddenly jumped up, forgetting about his tiredness and sleep, and his energy instantly returned, causing everyone around him to look at him in surprise. And Ruin realizes that feeding has now been added to everything else, becoming a new daily obligation capable of bringing chaos to his routine. After all, this little bear seemed to live only on food, and each meal was a source of intelligence and strength for him, which made his behavior completely dependent on nutrition. But more than that, he consumes too much, so that even large food supplies quickly disappear, forcing Ruin to constantly monitor his appetite and replenish supplies. Ruin realized that this food in question was actually a kind of power that the young man gained from completing his tasks, and that consuming it directly affected his power. After studying the status windows, Ruin realizes that Strawn is useful to him because the companion skill accelerates the guy's development, providing additional support and improving his abilities. Its owner gains 100 strength points each time it becomes stronger, and 200 when it gains 2 stars, and this process repeats itself endlessly. Before his ceiling, he had 31 stars, to which Ruin replies that he feels strong even without 1,000 units of strength, realizing the inner power that experience gives him. The hero asks how Draca reached such a level, and if there are ways to increase his strength without completing the task, trying to find an alternative path of development. Strawn replies that if he really wants to learn how to reach that level, then he should first give him a glass of water, emphasizing his demandingness even in small things. Ruin asks if he can remain silent if he wants to die of hunger, but the little bear firmly replies that he will speak up anyway, without hiding his needs. One way to become stronger is to perform tasks of increased difficulty that test the limits of abilities and contribute to significant development of strength and skills. Similarly, strength increases when creating items or finding artifacts, as each such action adds experience. You can also boil ogre tendons and prepare an elixir, because such rituals or chemical experiments provide additional strength and strengthen the abilities of the one who performs them. However, all of these options prove unsuitable for Ruin, as his path and method of gaining power are different from conventional methods. After all, first you need to accumulate 1,000 units of strength, because the host's body is not yet ready to withstand greater power, and without this, any attempts to increase strength can be dangerous. The guy thought he had already become stronger, but in fact his true path had only just begun, and now the next goal is to accumulate 1,000 units of strength. So Ruin trained every day, diligently improving his skills, and gradually his strength reached 930 units, bringing him closer to his intended goal. It was then that the third stage of the exam began, a real battle, where every move and decision mattered, and the young man's true strength was severely tested in conditions of real danger. Strawn sees that today is the day for the host to face the battle he has been waiting for so long, and feels the tension and responsibility that hangs over the upcoming duel. The potential for chaos is high, as the spell can even affect your own, and this test primarily tests how well magicians are able to control risks and act with precision under pressure. Jason, using a fire sphere, suddenly targeted the students nearby, and this instantly created a dangerous situation, forcing everyone to closely monitor his actions. Therefore, due to such a mistake, Jason Damon is eliminated from the test, as his carelessness could have caused serious harm, demonstrating how dangerous a fight without control over magic is. The Knights of Foldren were invited to assist in conducting the exam to ensure the safety of all participants and prevent possible emergencies. The exam lasted 10 days, and based on the students' results, they were awarded various monsters. At the end of the exam, 13 students received high scores for their achievements. Since today is the last day of the exam, everyone was extremely curious to see what monster would appear before them, because this would be the final test of their skills and strength. Suddenly, everyone around hears a strange noise that echoes throughout the area, causing surprise and alarm among participants and observers. A huge orc suddenly appeared before them, his presence instantly causing fear and tension among the students, forcing them to prepare for a dangerous duel. They are much larger than humans and have high intellectual abilities, which is why wars are constantly taking place between them and humans. The students ponder whether it is right to fight him as part of the exam, and worry about what will happen if someone dies at his hands, realizing the danger and seriousness of the test. The professor orders the young magicians to remain calm and focus on doing their best, emphasizing that only self-control and maximum effort will allow them to cope. The orc, without wasting a moment, swiftly attacked the students. His movements were quick and ruthless, forcing the magicians to react instantly and use all their skills. Covered by shields, they try to come together, organize defense, and prepare a joint strategy to counter the powerful orc. Mikkel, standing behind, prepares his attack, carefully assessing the situation and choosing the most opportune moment to deliver an effective blow to the orc. Using an ice arrow, Mikkel concentrates magical energy to direct it precisely at the orc, hoping to slow or seriously damage the enemy. However, this does not bring success. The attack flies to the wrong place, missing and forcing Mikkel to quickly adjust his tactics to prevent danger. Because Mikkel sees his opponent from above, he realizes that the trajectory of the ice arrow is wrong and he has to urgently reorient himself. Professor Heidel immediately orders the student to quickly dodge to avoid the danger of the orc's attack and maintain control of the situation during the fight. However, Mikkel realizes that his body is frozen in place with fear, and he cannot carry out the order, feeling panic paralyzing his every movement. Professor Heidel then casts his wooden prison spell, quickly creating a barrier of solid wood to contain the orc and protect the students from direct threat. The spell envelops the orc, and he is instantly frozen in place, unable to move, giving the students a chance to regroup and prepare for further action. His eyes seem to burn with anger and an undisguised intent to kill his pet, reflecting the wild rage that boils within him, despite the fact that he is frozen in a wooden trap. Trying to grab Mikkel, he shouts incomprehensible sounds that sound like a roar of rage and anger, emphasizing his aggression and dangerous mood even at such a moment. But suddenly the student hears his name and the message that he is failing the exam, which instantly shocks him and causes a feeling of confusion and anxiety. His fist clenches in anger, because such a decision was completely unexpected for him, causing a storm of emotions and a sense of injustice. Professor Ellick, who was Mikkel's uncle, is deeply unhappy because his nephew has failed again, and this causes him a mixture of disappointment and anxiety for his future. Realizing that he needs to somehow prevent Ruin from passing the test, he turns to Tryon Ignis and asks if he plans to continue the exam in the same spirit. But the man doesn't understand what exactly the professor wants from him, because Ruin is next in line, and his attention is focused on the upcoming test. Ellick agrees and adds that Ruin is the only student to receive the highest grade from Kingram, highlighting his exceptional abilities and potential among the other students. He adds that it would be unfair to evaluate Ruin on a par with other students, because his achievements far exceed the standards of a regular test. Tryon Ignite understands what is going on, but points out that they do not have any other monsters prepared, so it is currently impossible to change the conditions of the exam or choose an alternative. However, Professor Ellick notes that they still have something that can be used, hinting at the availability of certain resources or ways to influence the course of the exam. When the Knights of Faldrin brought the orcs, the atmosphere instantly became tense, and all the participants in the exam realized that an extremely difficult and dangerous test awaited them. Together they also brought an ogre, a huge and formidable creature whose presence greatly increased the level of danger for the students during the exam. It is extremely dangerous to use, but with Professor Heidel and the knights present, you can even observe the ogre without risking your own life. So they will have the opportunity to see what Ruin Ardell is capable of, to evaluate his skills and strength in real combat under the supervision of experienced mentors. Professor Heidel stood in the academy corridor, impatiently waiting for Ruin, preparing to direct him to another test and monitor his actions. The student, approaching, did not understand what had happened, feeling confused and surprised by the unexpected events unfolding around him. Before the test began, Professor Heidel intended to explain that today's exam would be much more difficult and dangerous for Ruin Ardell than for the rest of the students. The professor explains that the academy has high hopes for Ruin, as Kingram gave him an extremely high score, which is why some consider it unfair to give the young man such a monster. Ruin, with slight confusion, wondered what context the professor meant in his long story, because it seemed to him that Heidel's words concealed something more. Professor Heidel replies that the young magician must face a real ogre to prove his strength, endurance, and willingness to live up to the Academy's expectations. Strawn replies with a sly smile that the fight will be extremely fun to watch, because he will find himself in a situation that will reveal his true capabilities. His opponent stood before him, bound by heavy steel handcuffs that rattled with every movement, reminding him of his power and at the same time his limitations. He looked extremely aggressive, as if with his whole being he only wanted the death of his opponent, and in his eyes burned an uncontrollable desire for battle. The other students at first did not realize that Ruin was not an orc, as they thought, but a real ogre, and this difference immediately made the situation much more dangerous. Jason exclaimed in confusion that this simply could not be, because he had not expected to see a real ogre, and this made his face look extremely confused. The invited knight explained that he had been specifically asked to bring this monster for testing, and he stood firm, ready to carry out the Academy's orders. However, he noted that he does not consider it right to use an ogre to test students' skills, as such a dangerous practice can lead to unpredictable consequences. Outwardly, ogres resemble orcs, but they are physically much stronger, and one of their blows can shatter a skull, making them extremely dangerous opponents for anyone. The man wondered if they were sure of their plan, because even experienced knights found it extremely difficult to capture this monster. The professor replied that this was a strict order from the head of the academy, and the knight thought that they seemed to have a passion for putting their own lives on the line for orders. Ruin, coming closer, coldly said that his life would now hang in the balance because he understood all the danger that lay ahead. The man slowly turned to Ruin, looking at him carefully, as if trying to gauge his determination and willingness to meet danger face to face. Our hero firmly stated who he was and why he was taking part in this difficult test, emphasizing his own determination and willingness to face danger. The knight could not believe that this young man was pitted against an ogre, and doubted that he could defeat such a powerful creature, for the difference in strength was extremely great. But in any case, he knew that together with Professor Heidel, they would stand by him and protect the young man from any danger, no matter how terrible it might be. Suddenly Ruin moved forward, and the man immediately called him back, trying to hold the young man back and draw his attention to the danger that loomed nearby. But the boy explained that he was simply preparing for the exam, although he had to stand behind, demonstrating discipline and willingness to follow the academy's rules. With a confident voice, Ruin declared that he would fight from exactly where he stood, emphasizing his determination and willingness to confront the monster without taking a step back. After all, his spells are significantly different from ordinary ones, possessing unusual power and effect, which makes his combat techniques much different. But the knight noted that he would not be able to help Ruin then, emphasizing that this was no ordinary orc but an ogre, and that joking with such an opponent was extremely dangerous. He wondered why Ruin dared to risk his own life like that, because every step towards the monster could turn into mortal danger. However, Ruin did not answer the question, only silently began to prepare for battle, concentrating on tuning his magic and preparing to confront the powerful ogre. Ruin turned to his interlocutor and briefly said that he was simply determined, emphasizing his confidence and readiness to boldly enter into a dangerous battle with the ogre. The knight concludes that the young magician does not feel fear at all because his determination and calmness during preparation for battle indicate unusual courage and confidence. Professor Heidel sternly orders the student to prepare for the duel, emphasizing that it is time to show all his strength, skill, and willingness to confront the ogre. After all, his exam is about to begin, and every minute is crucial, so Ruin must fully concentrate to pass the test successfully. At that moment, the shackles that bound the ogre suddenly collapsed, and the huge monster unleashed its power freely, ready for battle. Like lightning, Ruin's opponent approaches in an instant, his massive body rushing at incredible speed, ready to deliver a devastating blow. However, the young man, preparing his attack, does not lose a single drop of confidence. His gaze is calm and his movements are clear, demonstrating his determination to confront a huge opponent. The knights could not understand what exactly the apprentice was doing, because without hesitation he simply rushed straight at the ogre. His determination and courage looked incredibly bold. The knights shouted at him from behind, demanding that he stop, because they understood how dangerous his reckless dash straight at the ogre could be, but the young man did not listen. Ruin ignores their cries and continues his determined charge towards the ogre, fully focused on the fight and confident in his own powers and spells. casts a fire sphere spell, releasing a flaming projectile with extreme force and accuracy that races straight at the ogre. Ruin meets the ogre one-on-one, standing fearlessly before the huge opponent, ready to test all his strength, skill, and spells. The atmosphere was extremely tense, as no one knew whether the young man would be able to win, and everyone present held their breath as they watched the fight begin. The knights realized that Ruin Ardell had used a close combat spell, as his movements became extremely fast and precise, and his attack was aimed directly at the ogre. Professor Heidel sat tensely, his eyes carefully following Ruin's every move, for even the slightest mistake could cost the young man defeat or injury. All the students also couldn't take their eyes off each other, watching Ruin's every move with fascination, as the duel with the mighty ogre kept them in suspense from beginning to end. Professor Ellick could not believe his eyes and was amazed by the power of Ruin's spell, as the young man demonstrated extraordinary skill and control over magic during combat. The knights saw that the student of the Magic Academy had launched an attack on the ogre, but they could not determine whether he remained alive after this risky step. In front of them was a thick layer of dust, through which practically nothing could be seen, and their vision became zero, creating a sense of chaos and complete unpredictability of the battle. When everything cleared up, the knights were surprised to realize that Ruin was still standing, despite the dangerous battle, demonstrating incredible resilience and courage. Professor Heidel said not a word, watching the events with deep concentration, for he was both surprised and troubled by what he saw. The knight touched the young man's shoulder, as if not believing in the reality of what was happening, and his movement betrayed surprise and undisguised admiration for Ruin's unyielding determination. He said that it was necessary to immediately report the danger, because the student almost died, and such a hidden threat could have cost him his life at a critical moment in the battle. To this, the young gentleman sincerely apologized, admitting his recklessness and realizing that his underestimation of the situation could have put Ruin in mortal danger. But he explained that at that moment they would not have allowed him to act like that, and even if Ruin had taken the risk, the combatants would have had to intervene to prevent mortal danger. However, there is no time for conversation now, as the exam must be completed, and everyone present must focus on ensuring that Ruin can successfully prove his skill and strength. The ogre is burning with anger, his huge body vibrating with rage, and his eyes shining with hatred, preparing to deliver a devastating blow to anyone who stands in his way. The knight shouted to Ruin to step back, as it was extremely dangerous, and even with his strength, confronting the mighty ogre was extremely risky for the young mage. He asked him to stay away while they dealt with the ogre, because any carelessness could lead to serious danger. Ruin Ardell, ignoring the warnings, took a decisive step forward, demonstrating his courage and determination to engage in a dangerous battle with the mighty ogre, despite the risk. He explained that this was his exam, and he was the one who had to pass the test, demonstrating his own skills and strength, even if it meant going up against a huge ogre. So he called for giving him the opportunity to finish what he had started, because right now he had to demonstrate his skill, determination, and to overcome the enemy. Ruin felt complete surprise and confusion, because a huge ogre, 5 times bigger than him, suddenly appeared before him, and the young man could not understand how this was possible. That there was an opponent against whom he would now have to fight. But 2 reasons inspired courage in him. Firstly, an unwavering faith in his own strength, and secondly, the desire to prove to himself and everyone that he was capable of overcoming even the huge ogre that stood before him. Thanks to his skills, Ruin understood what the ogre was saying and felt that he was afraid, because he found himself among powerful magicians and brave knights, which instilled in the young man confidence in his own abilities. The second reason was the promise of a wonderful reward for having to perform the same repetitive task every day. Therefore, Ruin had no reason to hesitate, for his confidence was based on his own skills, his ability to understand the frightened ogre, and the tempting promise of reward for his daily labor. So, confident in his abilities and encouraged by both reasons, Ruin resolutely directs his attack on his huge opponent, without hesitation for a moment. The ogre looked extremely evil and menacing, his massive figure and angry gaze making even the bravest tremble before him. At the same time, he stepped on Ruin with his huge figure, which forced the young man to act with utmost caution. The status window in front of Ruin displayed the objective he had already completed, as his fist had hit the enemy, confirming the effectiveness of his actions in battle. Looking at the student, the ogre angrily declared that he was going to kill him, radiating a dangerous threat with his huge figure and fierce anger. Suddenly, the enemy rises into the air, preparing for a powerful attack on Ruin, his huge figure looming menacingly, instilling fear in even the bravest. Rising into the air to attack, he looked down on the people, radiating dominance and fierce menace, as if arbiter of the fate of those who dared to oppose him. From above, the ogre angrily declared again that he would break Ruin's head. His words sounded threatening, and the huge figure loomed over the young man, ready to strike. Suddenly it descends to the ground with immense force, shaking the ground beneath it and creating a dangerous threat to Ruin, who must dodge to survive. The boy realizes that in order to survive and win, he needs to find his enemy's weak spot, carefully watching the ogre's movements and thinking through his every move. And using time refraction, he slows down the ogre's movements to deliver a more precise blow and gain the advantage. The knight could not understand where Ruin got such incredible speed from, watching the young man maneuver around the ogre using time refraction to avoid blows. The young man realizes that for a successful strike he needs to approach the enemy even faster, using every moment while the ogre is confused and not expecting his maneuvers. So he starts moving even faster, combining lightning-fast maneuvers and time warping to approach the ogre unnoticed and exploit his weak spot. Ruin, assessing the situation and discovering the enemy's weak point, resolutely decides to strike the ogre at a vulnerable point, directing all his strength and accuracy into this critical blow. The knights observe Ruin's actions and realize that he did not tremble before the ogre, and they also wonder who this young man is, capable of so confidently confronting such a powerful opponent. The students, watching the battle, also could not understand what was happening, marveling at Ruin's skill and courage in the face of a huge and fiercely evil ogre. Ruin notices that the opponent is starting to actively fight back and quickly assesses his movements, preparing to adjust his strike so as not to lose his chance at victory. Their fight was extremely tense, every move by Ruin and the ogre fraught with danger, and the air around them seemed filled with tension and anticipation of the decisive moment. So the young gentleman decides to kick his opponent's arm, hoping to weaken his opponent and gain the upper hand in this extremely tense fight. But he instantly grabs his limb, demonstrating his strength and threat, and Ruin has to quickly find a new way to free himself and continue the attack. The ogre flips the young man over with a sharp movement, and he seems to be suspended in the air, sensing danger and forced to instantly look for a way to hold on and avoid the blow. The young gentleman loses his balance, hanging in the air after a sharp turn, and tries to quickly regain control of his body so as not to find himself in an even more dangerous situation. But gathering his thoughts and focusing, Ruin lands abruptly on his feet, regaining his balance and readiness to continue the fight with the monster. At that moment, the ogre attacks him again, advancing swiftly and trying to take advantage of any opportunity to hit Ruin and gain the advantage in battle. The hero instantly moved to the side and successfully blocked the attack, using his speed and agility to avoid the dangerous blow and stay in the fight. To this, the ogre angrily replied that the young man was a nimble rat, acknowledging his speed and agility, but still determined to win. So Ruin, regardless of the monster's words, resolutely decides to attack, directing all his strength and agility into a new blow to gain an advantage in the fight. Gathering all his strength and skills, he concentrates on preparing a powerful attack, combining speed, accuracy, and strategic thinking to hit the ogre in his weak spot. Ruin attacks his opponent from above, using all his strength and agility, and knocks the ogre off his feet, gaining a temporary advantage in a fierce fight. Now he stands with his feet on the ogre's chest, keeping him under control and preparing for the next blow, demonstrating courage and skill in battle. Ruin decides to end it by using his Fire Rage skill, directing destructive energy directly at his opponent to finish the battle. Suddenly, the ogre turns to Ruin and, observing his courage and strength, asks if he is even human, not hiding his surprise and some fear of the young man. To this, Ruin responds with calm confidence, something that the opponent did not expect at all, causing him a real shock. After all, the ogre realizes that Ruin is really talking to him, understanding every word the young man says, which amazes him even more and intensifies his sense of shock and surprise. The guy, without wasting time, instantly uses an explosive burning mana, directing it at the ogre with incredible force to deliver a powerful and devastating blow. And then he continues to use his skills, combining speed, strength, and magic to maintain his advantage and not give his opponent any chance to recover. Lava seemed to spill out into the middle of the field, enveloping the opponent in a fiery element and dealing him a powerful blow that made him feel a real threat. Ruin strikes the monster's face with a sharp and precise movement, inflicting severe pain on the opponent and shifting the balance of the fight in his favor. Strawn, observing the fight, says that the master did much better than he expected, acknowledging Ruin's skill and courage in the face of the huge ogre. All the observers around could not believe that the young magician was able to defeat such a powerful opponent, marveling at his strength, agility, and skill in battle. The students, amazed by Ruin's feat, began shouting words of congratulations and admiration for the young man, paying tribute to his courage and incredible victory. Professor Ellick held back his anger, unable to believe his eyes that his student had been able to deal with such a powerful opponent, and his heart was filled with a combination of amazement and incomprehension. However, Tryon Ignis looked ahead with a slight smile, as his pupil had single-handedly defeated the ogre, dovandfshi his skill, courage, and maturity in battle. And although it seemed that it was simply impossible, Ruin was still able to cope with the powerful monster, pokazavshi incredible strength, agility, and determination even in the most difficult situation. The knight approaches Ruin, watching him closely, and asks who taught him to fight so skillfully, marveling at his skill and agility in battle with the mighty ogre. But the pupil replies that he learned on his own, and his words cause real shock in the man, reflected on his face, who did not expect such independence. Ruin said this with complete confidence, and his determination shocked the knight even more, emphasizing the young man's strength of character and independence. He turned to Professor Heidel and calmly asked about his results, awaiting his grades after the incredible battle with the ogre he had just defeated. But due to his own confusion, the man could not utter a single word, frozen in the face of the young man's incredible achievement and confidence. He finally says that he didn't even think Ruin could do it, and yet the young man managed it himself, without giving him any chance to help him, which further emphasizes his skill. Once again, Ardell exceeded all of Professor Heidel's expectations, and his skills, determination, and courage far exceeded any of his mentor's predictions. So, gathering his courage, the man loudly exclaimed that Ruin Ardell had successfully passed the exam, recognizing his incredible abilities and courage in fighting the mighty ogre. Hearing these words, the young gentleman smiled lightly, feeling relieved and proud of his own success and victory over his opponent. Ruin understands that he has received the player's mysterious eye as a reward, but despite this, he has no idea of its true purpose and hidden power. When Strawn explains that from now on his master has officially become a real player, he is surprised to realize that the eye he received opens a new path in his destiny. Strawn reports that he is well aware of this unique skill, as it can only be possessed by someone who has truly earned the right to be called a true player. Enemies that hide themselves with magic will now be visible to Ruin, as Ziavladamitsa, there is a faint, glowing outline around their silhouettes, making it clear how useful this ability is. A new message also appears in the status window indicating that a mini-map has been unlocked for Ruin, capable of showing the terrain and nearby enemies. Strawn explains that thanks to it, Ruin will be able to see everything that is happening within a radius of 500 meters around him, including enemies and obstacles. Ruin also gains the ability to view the selected target's status window, allowing him to learn about its strength, skills, and level of danger. The bear orders its master to use the player's eye and look at the defeated ogre with it to test the new capabilities and verify their strength. So Ruin, feeling excited and somewhat unsure, tries to use his newly acquired skill for the first time, directing its power at the fallen ogre. The guy quickly realizes that thanks to the player's eye, he can see the target's condition, assess its health, strength, and obtain other important information about the opponent. Ruin instantly decides to test the eye's capabilities on Professor Heidel, eagerly wanting to learn its condition, power, and hidden information about it. However, he notices that some items in the professor's status window are closed, and the bear explains to him that it is forbidden to read information about people whose rank is higher than his own. The bear adds that as Ruin's power grows, so will the amount of information available to him about others, revealing more and more hidden details. So now the young master finally understood everything about how the player's eye works, what limitations there are, and what benefits this new power brings him. After the real battle ended, rumors that Ardell had defeated the ogre instantly spread throughout the academy, causing astonishment and admiration among students and teachers. Jason asks how his friend feels after becoming famous at the academy, but he replies that it's all too new and unusual for him. Suddenly, an unknown girl called out to the young man, and he, intrigued, turned to find out who it was and what she wanted. She asks if he is really the same Ruin, and Molody, the magician, is slightly confused and surprised, trying to understand the reason for her interest. It turns out that there were 3 girls. They praised the hero for his feat and brought small packages, wanting to express their gratitude and admiration. However, out of shyness and embarrassment, the students quickly turned and ran away, leaving Ruin surprised and a little confused. The young gentleman, handing Jason a package, asked him if he would like to accept the gift, trying to politely share the pleasure. Suddenly, Damon shouted sharply that such an act was not a sign of respect for the girl who had overcome her own shyness and packed lunch for him, emphasizing her efforts. Ruin decided to activate the player's eye and, looking at his comrade, immediately noticed that he had extremely high potential and great hidden abilities. Over the past few days, the guy has tested all the academy students and discovered that, apart from him, only Mikkel has high potential and significant hidden abilities. So Ruin advises Jason to try a little harder, assuring him that then he will definitely show an excellent result in the next exam. Ruin asks not to waste time on games, after which Jason replies that his goal will be to get into the top 10, determined to achieve it. However, the student asks the hero if it's really him, because something in his behavior and attitude has clearly changed, and it couldn't go unnoticed. The guy was confused because he didn't immediately understand what exactly his friend meant, and what meaning lay behind this unexpected question. But mentally, he realizes that it's hard even for himself to believe this, let alone others, and he understands how much of a change has happened to him during this time. Recently, gossip has been spreading around the academy about Ruin, as if he will replace Mikkel and become not only the best student, but also a worthy representative of the academy in front of everyone. Suddenly, Ruin, hearing Jason's words, replies that he is not interested, and without stopping, moves inside, leaving his friend a little surprised. Jason Damon cannot understand how his friend could be indifferent because this year is marked by the Great Festival, an event that should excite everyone. In the 5th month of each year, representatives from different academies come together to showcase the best student among them and determine their true skill. And once every 8 years, an Olympiad is held, where students compete for the honorary title of the best magician, demonstrating their abilities, strength, and strategic skills. This is a national competition for the most talented graduates of the country's most famous academies, and the winners receive prestigious privileges and significant cash prizes. Therefore, a limit has been set on the number of participants. 1 for the individual competition and 30 for the group competition, allowing the academy to be represented by a team of 31 students. The students are curious about who will be the academy representative this year, and they are surprised to ask themselves if it's really Mikkel again. However, Jason confidently states that this time Ruin will definitely be the representative, because he is the only one who received 100 points from Kingram, and this makes him the undisputed candidate. They can't even remember how Mikkel's performances at previous festivals went. Ruin surpassed all their expectations and left him behind. After all, in individual competitions, this student ended up last 4 times out of 5, which made Mikkel's performances hardly noticeable against the background of other talented participants. Therefore, due to its constant failures, the academy began to be called the Academy After, because its students had no chance to perform adequately in any competitions. And the only way to get rid of this shameful stigma is to send Ruin to the competition, because only his abilities can raise the educational institution to a worthy level. But the young magician himself realizes that the exam is not yet complete, and any expectations are still premature, because the true result will only be known at the end of the tests. After all, the final verdict on participation in the festival is determined by the results of the exam and the recommendations of professors, so it would be reckless to draw conclusions just yet. Therefore, there is still a 4th stage ahead, and Ruin needs to focus and prepare as much as possible to show himself next time. 4 days have passed since the end of the 3rd stage, and it feels like time is slowly passing, forcing me to constantly reflect on the events. Ruin Ardell received 1,000 powers from his desire, and a feeling of power filled his body and mind, making his every step become confident and decisive. His preparation was complete, and Strawn exclaimed happily that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time, then eagerly announced that it was time to raise the bar. Also, the retask successfully Prodvinilus reached the 2nd level, and he watched with cautious excitement as the new challenges became increasingly difficult. Ruin was absolutely confident in his incredible strength, feeling that his body had become significantly stronger and more resilient than even a few days ago. The difficulty of the repeated task had doubled, but with it the reward had tripled, and with a mixture of excitement and determination he prepared for the new challenges. Even the Guardian himself, legendary in his power, could emit flames that revealed his newfound power and made him awe-inspiring to watch. Ruin was surprised and looked at the little bear with curiosity, trying to understand how such a tiny creature could cause him so much emotion and surprise. He couldn't understand what was happening around him, and what this mysterious fire was that suddenly flared up, casting a bright light and increasing tension. His eyes widened in shock and surprise as he tried to comprehend what was happening around him and grasp the full grandeur of the unexpected spectacle. Professor Ellick watched the student from the window, carefully analyzing his actions and reactions, trying to predict how he would cope with the new challenges. He still couldn't understand how this had happened to Ruin and his power, and thoughts of it haunted him, forcing him to ponder every moment of the event. He knew that in the end, this brought the student extra points, and he watched his progress with a certain dissatisfaction and anger. The professor wondered if Mikkel could truly defeat Ruin, as the latter's strength and determination seemed virtually invincible at this point. Uncle Ellick believed that his nephew had very little chance of success here, and his thoughts were full of doubt and cautious skepticism about further events. Now, not only was his participation in the festival at stake, but also his place as the best graduate. But the Garrickhill family, as always, must remain at the top of the academy. No matter what, Professor Ellick was willing to do anything to support his student and ensure that his nephew did not miss out on his chances for success. Ruin understood that Strawn had successfully advanced to the 2nd level, and this information forced him to ponder his next steps and his own strategy. And as a reward, the master received 200 units of strength, which significantly increased his power and gave new opportunities for further trials. Ruin turned to him and noted that he seemed to have grown, noticing changes in his posture and confidence that indicated a new level of development. And thanks to the little bear, the young magician now possessed 1,200 units of strength, feeling incredible power and confidence in his further actions. To which Strawn proudly remarked that this was just the beginning, and added that the difficulty of the task had also increased, emphasizing the level of new challenges and trials. He asked the young man to carefully study the status window, emphasizing every detail, because understanding the situation and successfully completing the subsequent task depended on it. Ruin understood that he had already performed an increased number of repetitions before, so now the task did not seem difficult to him, and he prepared to complete it with ease. But a new training in real combat appeared, and the young man felt that the previous exercises had only prepared him for the real tests. Strawn asked if the host remembered their first meeting and reminded him that he could now become anything, emphasizing his friend's unlimited possibilities and potential. So, now, it is possible to transform, but for now, there are certain limitations that do not allow it to fully reveal its full power and potential. Only when he reaches the 5th level will he be able to transform into a human. But now he will demonstrate what he is capable of in his current form, impressing his master. And then the little bear began to transform, his body changing before our eyes, causing surprise and admiration. It seems to spin around its axis extremely quickly, creating a swirling effect that captivates the eye and adds to viduvishnosti's transformation. Transforming, it took on an as yet undefined form, something incomprehensible and mysterious, making the observer hold his breath. When Ruin finally gets a clear picture, he realizes it's a scarecrow, and his gaze is filled with surprise mixed with a certain wariness. He laughs a little and explains his reaction by saying that he expected something completely different, and his light humor adds a bit of levity to the situation amidst the tension. To which Strawn replied that he should not be looked down upon, because when Draka began training, he proved to be extremely useful and capable in learning. And then Ruin realized that he was acting as a mannequin and assistant in completing tasks, helping, and at the same time becoming part of the learning process. This meant that he would have to undergo training in real combat with a scarecrow every day, which would require him to have endurance, concentration, and constant improvement. But since he was still weak, his strength was equal to that of a third-class mage, which limited his capabilities and made training particularly demanding. Strawn proudly declared that when he could fully utilize his power, anything would be possible, emphasizing his belief in his own abilities and future achievements. And if the owner wishes, he can even turn into a demon or a dragon, demonstrating the incredible flexibility of his power and enormous potential. So Ruin suggested starting training right now, feeling ready for action and determined to immediately move from talk to real challenges. They began training like magicians, each focused on their actions and watching their opponent, feeling the tension and excitement of a real battle. Strawn's eyes sparkled, reflecting the fire of determination that filled him during training, preparing him for each new challenge. And the little bear was ready for battle, his body filled with energy, ready for every move and every challenge that lay ahead. He explained that even if his power accidentally hit the host, it would at most knock him back, but would not cause any damage. And Ruin can attack him as much as he wants, because even the most powerful blows do not cause damage, which makes him an ideal partner for training and honing skills. Warning: Strawn attacks first, demonstrating determination and speed, ready to test his control over the force and hone his skills in combat. Around them, as if burning, the sun spread its rays, flooding everything around with warm light and creating the effect of a magical atmosphere of battle. Ruin thinks that right now Mikkel is probably also training, intensely preparing for the upcoming battle, improving his skills and strategy. However, Mikkel was with his uncle and asked what he should do, trying to get advice before the upcoming trials. Which made Professor Ellick angry, because couldn't Mikkel have been a little stronger? And the thought of his weakness caused a mixture of irritation in his mentor. Mikkel replied that the uncle had no right to argue, because it was he who proposed what Ruin received high marks for, emphasizing the fairness of his position. It was Professor Ellick who suggested that try and pit Ignis against an ogre apprentice deliberating the course of the trial and testing each of their abilities in combat. Thanks to this, the young man received the best possible result, and if the family finds out about this, Professor Ellick will definitely not have it easy. The man realized that his nephew was blackmailing him, and a feeling of irritation and caution immediately overcame him, forcing him to think through his next actions very carefully. To which he suggested coming up with something and finding a way to rectify the situation, demonstrating ingenuity and willingness to quickly respond to a difficult situation. After all, if Ruin becomes the Academy's representative at the festival, the professor suddenly remembered that he had an idea that could affect the course of the battle. He hands Mikkel a small flask with a liquid substance inside, carefully watching his reaction, and at the same time preparing him for further action. The nephew understands that this is the awakening herb-burning flower, and a sense of importance and responsibility instantly overwhelms him because further success depends on it. The herb is used to create elixirs and is a valuable medicinal plant that can significantly enhance the magical and healing properties of any potion. Drinking this will give you an awakening effect and reduce the casting time of spells, but as a side effect, Mikkel will feel pain and lose the to distinguish himself from others. Professor Ellick explains that he won't see anything while the effect is in effect, and notes that his nephew clearly doesn't miss his lessons if he knows these details so well. However, the pet doubts whether he really wants to drink it, hesitating because of the possible pain and unpredictable consequences that could affect his consciousness and condition. This is a risky idea, because Professor Heidel knows very well what Mikkel is capable of, and if he notices something suspicious, the young man will definitely not keep quiet and reveal the truth. But Ellick is confident because drug testing is his duty, and he is ready to take responsibility for the results, ensuring safety and control over the process. He passes out another potion that is supposed to hide the effects of taking the flower, carefully watching Mikkel and preparing him to make sure everything remains unnoticed. Uncle orders Mikkel to drink this potion after the first, emphasizing the importance of the correct order and ensuring that the effect remains hidden. He also asks not to be afraid, reminding them that they are a family, and that this approach is their way of moving forward, overcoming difficulties, and becoming stronger together. Looking him in the eye, he asks his nephew if he is really ready to do this, testing his determination and willingness to take on responsibility. Finally, the day of the important one-on-one battle has arrived, and this decisive stage of the exam is held in a specially equipped room, the Barrier of Mana. Every year during the event, the stands are completely filled with spectators who eagerly watch the events and emotionally support the participants. After all, today the long-awaited battle between Ruina and Mikkel will take place, and everyone is eagerly watching their fight, full of tension and emotions. The young man carefully steps across the floor, feeling each step under his feet, his gaze carefully scanning the room, and his heart beats in anticipation of future events. He knows full well that today will be the final exam, and Ruin fights against his opponent full of determination and skill while everyone watches the battle intently. Strawn notes that the opponent understands well that the home team will try to close the gap, and because of this, Ruin will have to make every effort to maintain its lead. But if he manages to get close enough, a single precise strike is enough to change the course of the battle and put Ruin in a good position. Since this battle is marked by extreme realism, various geographical features were placed in the room, adding real tactical complexity to the battle. They are carefully asked if they are ready for battle, and each of the participants prepares intensely, feeling the excitement and responsibility for the upcoming duel. But Ruin, carefully observing his opponent, immerses himself in his own thoughts, trying to predict his moves and choose the most effective tactics for the battle. Ruin listens intently and stares at his opponent, trying to understand whether this is truly a sign of danger or just a deception of his perception. After all, Mikkel's condition was far from normal. He moved chaotically, his eyes shone with anxiety, and it was obvious that he was not fully in control of his actions. And he wasn't as brazen as usual, so I had to carefully check his actions with the sharp eye of a player so as not to miss any tricks. So Ruin decides to use this skill, focusing on his opponent and trying to predict his next move to gain a tactical advantage in battle. It's obvious that something is wrong with him. As usual, his movements are more cautious, his gaze is more alert, and his usual confidence seems to have disappeared somewhere, causing concern. Through the window it is visible that he is in a hidden state, and the young man understands that he is trying something zrobiti, probably a drug that could affect the battle. He realizes that Professor Ellick conducted a test before the exam, and, surprisingly, helped the opponent with it, which makes the young man doubt the fairness of the upcoming battle. The judge declares that the use of black magic is prohibited, while all other types of magic are permissible, and the exam scores will be given based on the level of magic. There's no need to worry about your opponent, as mana barrier reduces the effectiveness of magic by almost 99%, making attacks significantly weaker. However, Ruin had a question, so he cautiously raised his hand, ready to receive an explanation and find out all the details so as not to make a mistake during the battle. Asks the judge what will happen if someone is found to have taken a prohibited potion, hoping to get a clear explanation of the consequences of breaking the rules. In this case, participants will lose the right to take the exam and may even be expelled from the academy, as violation of the rules is considered extremely serious. But the man asks why such a question arose, but Ruin remained silent and did not confess, carefully hiding his thoughts and true intentions. So they were ordered to take their positions, after which each participant approached the designated spot with concentration, preparing to begin the battle and waiting for the referee's signal. The young magician realizes that he has no evidence, because he can only see the status window, and it is almost impossible to convince anyone of his suspicions. He decides to find concrete proof that leaves no doubt in order to convince others of his rightness, and finally prove the truth in this difficult situation. At this moment, the start of the fight was announced, and the tension in the room increased sharply. The spectators held their breath, and the participants concentrated on preparing for the fight. The judge, shouting loudly so that everyone present could hear, began counting down the time until the start of the fight, and everyone was tensely preparing for the decisive moment. And suddenly he announced that it had begun, and the room was filled with intense energy. The audience held their breath, and the participants instantly focused on the fight. Mikkel instantly rushed to attack Ruin, his gaze burning with hatred and every movement betraying the desire to deal a fatal blow to his opponent. His strength was powerful, palpable in every movement, which made the enemy tense and feel threatened by every approach to him. He tried to pin Ruin down, restricting his movements, but he instantly gathered himself and quickly freed himself from the shackles, regaining control of the fight. And the audience was in shock. The spell didn't work, and everyone wondered if Ardell was that strong or if the magic had unexpectedly failed during the fight. Ruin understands that the room reduces his mana power, but it has no effect on his own abilities, so he remains calm and ready for his next actions. However, Mikkel, as if unable to stop, attacks Ruin again, his blows carrying dangerous energy, and the tension in the battle growing with every moment. He used the fire breath spell, directing flames at the enemy, and the heat from the magic enveloped the space, increasing the danger and tension of the battle. Ruin, to avoid a dangerous trap, instantly activates the acceleration skill, dramatically changing position and leaving the enemy trying to catch up with him in vain. His speed was like lightning sweeping across the battlefield, leaving everyone behind and making those present gasp in delight. He hides behind a rock, waiting for the attack, carefully watching its movements and choosing the moment to counterattack to maximize his advantage. Ruin carefully begins to analyze Mikkel's movements, trying to predict his next actions, find weaknesses, and plan an effective response. He realizes that the potion Mikkel drank reduces spell-casting time and speeds up the increase in mana collection, making his attacks dangerous and more unpredictable. The opponent shouts that it's enough to hide, ordering the young man to come out to meet the fight, and his voice is filled with determination and aggression that makes everyone watch intently. Ruin carefully analyzes Mikkel's behavior, notices his excitement, and is now finally convinced that he really drank the forbidden potion before the fight. He discovered that it was the herb of awakening, the burning flower, a magical elixir that greatly enhances the abilities of the one who takes it, making him extremely dangerous. After all the symptoms, hand tremors, decreased ability to distinguish opponents, and other signs completely coincide, confirming his suspicions. Ruin only had to check one more detail, Mikkel's reduced sensitivity to pain, to finally verify the effect of the potion he had drunk and assess the danger of his opponent. Going out to Mikkel, the guy remarks that it's no wonder why he was so confident. Now everything is coming together, and he understands the true strength and advantage of his opponent. After all, this entire exercise is connected to the burning flower, and its effect noticeably affects the student, giving him unexpected strength and forcing the opponent to act. Mikkel was extremely confused because he didn't understand what exactly had betrayed him, and his confidence began to waver under the weight of the unexpected situation. Ruin, confidently raising his voice, tells the enemy to prepare, his determination felt in every word, increasing the tension before the battle begins, and instantly uses the time refraction spell, changing the speed of movements and perception of space to gain a tactical advantage over the enemy. Attacks Mikkel precisely when he is convinced that his opponent is extremely fast, using the moment of confusion for the most effective strike. Ruin truly possessed extraordinary speed. His movements were lightning fast and precise, allowing him to control the course of the battle. He realizes that all his attempts are futile, no action produces the desired effect, and the struggle seems hopeless in the face of the enemy's irresistible force. The battle between the students was extremely intense, every move and spell full of concentration and determination, and the audience held their breath, watching every moment. The professors cannot understand how Ruin was able to catch up with Mikkel so quickly. His lightning-fast speed and precision of movements leave even experienced mentors in awe. The young man sees the enemy flying rapidly towards him, using the fire lizard spell, and the fiery magic illuminates the space, emphasizing the danger of the attack. Suddenly, he realizes that he needs to create an earthquake to repel the attack, and instantly prepares a spell, trying to change the course of the dangerous duel. The strength of both academy students was extremely powerful, their magic and physical abilities creating an explosive combination that made the duel tense. Ruin realizes that his spell has worked against Mikkel, his opponent feels the effects of the magic, and the young man feels confident in the correctness of his choice. The audience watched in shock as the young magician was able to repel the fire elemental attack. His skill and speed surprised everyone present. At that moment, despair was visible on Mikkel's face. He understood that his attack had failed, and uncertainty began to take hold of him, emphasizing the tension. As Ruin began to approach, Mikkel's eyes widened even more, reflecting fear and surprise as he realized who was standing against him. With fear in his voice, Mikkel begged not to come any closer, his eyes wide open in terror and his heart beating fast, sensing the approaching danger from Ruin. Ardell said with cold confidence to Mikkel not to be such a wimp, his voice full of determination and steadfastness, adding to the tension. And he prepared his strike using only 2 fingers, demonstrating incredible precision and skill that made his attack unreadable. However, it was in these 2 phalanxes that all of Ruin's power was concentrated, and he was preparing to unleash incredible energy that could turn the tide of battle in his favor. So the young magician, gathering all his strength into one swift burst of energy, decisively struck his blow, hoping to break his opponent's defenses. All the spectators present were shocked, because none of them, even in their wildest thoughts, could have predicted such a powerful display of strength and courage. However, Ruin's eyes clearly shone with unshakable confidence in his own abilities, as if he had long foreseen this moment and already knew that victory would certainly be his. Mikkel begged the young man not to look down on him because in every word he said he could feel anxiety, fear, and at the same time a faint hope for sympathy. He wanted to continue saying something, but he didn't have time to say a word because Ardell, without hesitating for a moment, swiftly outpaced him and launched a surprise attack. And from this crushing force, Mikkel was abruptly thrown up like a defenseless doll, his body hanging in the air for a moment before falling back down. He landed on his back, and the sharp pain didn't pierce his entire body, make him writhe in agony and gasp for air, or even make him lose consciousness. However, he did not give up and, gritting his teeth, defiantly declared that Ruin's blow was too weak, and that it did not cause him any pain at all. Ruin understood that it was dangerous to continue the test, because his opponent could die from the injuries he received, because after drinking the potion he felt no pain at all. So, using the binding tree spell, the boy decided to act decisively, restricting the student's movements and taking control of the situation. Raising his hand and full of determination, he loudly exclaimed that Mikkel Garihill had taken a prohibited drug, thereby endangering his own life and the exam. The judge quickly approached the student, his gaze sharp and stern, and he immediately asked if it was true that Mikkel had taken a banned drug. Ruin stated that he was sure of this, because the drug he had taken could be hidden from others, and any attempt to deceive others would not be in vain. And perhaps the inspector simply turned a blind eye to this violation, deciding not to intervene and leave the situation without official punishment, even though everything was obvious. By alluding to Professor Ellick, who was his uncle, he was silently pointing out the possible influence of family ties in making the decision. And then the judge realized that among all the students at the academy, only one person fit this description, and his attention focused on her, causing a feeling of tension. They both seemed to not want such an accusation against the professor, but there was no other way out, and they were silently forced to admit the need to take this step. Professor Ellick rushed towards Ruin, shouting as if he didn't understand what he was saying, his face full of rage and despair at the same time. As if this wasn't a man, turning a blind eye to his nephew drinking the forbidden potion, demonstrating indifference to the rules and possible consequences. However, Ruin firmly stated that he could prove himself right, his gaze unwavering, and his voice full of determination and confidence in his own words. Professor Ellick suggested taking the drug test again, but Ruin replied that it was useless because he had already given Michel an elixir that could hide the intake of a prohibited substance. He was immediately asked what he was going to do in such a case to prove his case, because everyone was waiting for a decisive and unexpected step. Then Ruin calmly but resolutely declared that he would now demonstrate everything clearly, his gaze radiating confidence and readiness to prove his point with action. Approaching the stone, the young man focused his power on it, and the air around him seemed to be filled with energy, ready for an incredible manifestation of magic. Summoning the same attack he had just used against Mikkel, the young man concentrated all his strength, preparing to demonstrate its effect at full power. Showing that the blow was of such power, the boy demonstrated how devastating this force was for the enemy, knocking down almost half of the stones. In his current state, Mikkel has a concussion and broken ribs, but he is still laughing and remains conscious, which after such a blow looks completely abnormal. And he continues to smile and grimace as if he doesn't feel any pain at all. His behavior looks incredibly defiant and frighteningly fearless. Ruin turned to Professor Ellick with a firm look and asked if he still denied the facts that had become apparent after the show of force. Suddenly the man was called by Tryon Ignis, and his voice, full of urgency and unfeigned seriousness, caused everyone present to immediately tense up. The head of the academy looked extremely angry. His face was full of severity and fury, and his gaze could make anyone feel fear and anxiety at the same time. After all, he didn't understand how someone dared to hide this in the sacred territory where the exam was being held, violating all the rules and undermining the authority of the academy. He ordered Professor Ellick to quickly head to his office, his voice stern and unappealing, leaving no chance for objection. Everyone around wondered what would happen next, because the tension in the air was palpable, and everyone felt that the next events could change the course of the exam forever. Rumors spread throughout the academy that Mikkel had been expelled, his uncle had been fired, and Ruin had been given a new nickname, the Exorcist of Mages, which shocked everyone present. So the young mage stood before the main doors of Ignite Academy, feeling the weight of the events and future trials that awaited him beyond those majestic gates. After all, he had been summoned to try on Ignis, and now the young man felt the invisible pressure of expectations and responsibility that hung over him before this meeting. Ruin seemed a little worried, although he tried to hide it under a mask of confidence, and even his gaze slightly betrayed inner excitement before an important event. However, he looked confident, his posture and gaze radiating a determination that made those around him feel his strength. But when the door opened, his eyes widened in surprise and shock, because what he saw inside was completely unlike what he expected. Realizing that he was in the territory of Ardell, he instantly felt the tension and danger that surrounded the place, and every step required caution. But no, because he noticed that it was a little different than expected, and it made him think, because the details could change the whole situation. And he sees that there is a chair in front of him, positioned as if it is waiting for him, creating a sense of anticipation and unknown tension. It was the same throne of Tryon that the King of Mages usually sits on, and its majesty and significance instantly struck the young man, making his heart beat faster. The head of the academy appeared suddenly and sternly asked what Ruin saw here, his unexpected appearance causing everyone around to tense up and hold their breath. After all, this place is monitored by the Eye of Malarok, and any movement or action here is instantly recorded, making attempts to hide something almost impossible. This name belonged to the leader of the demons who invaded the continent of Frelia, and he possessed the power to allow the victim to see what they desired most. Therefore, the Eye of Malarok shows exactly what Ruin wants to see, reflecting his desires and distorting the reality around him according to his will. The boy understands that he sees the flourishing of the Ardell territory and his emergence as the best magician, realizing the greatness and power that he must master. Tryon Ignis asked if the student was interested in what he was seeing. His voice was calm, but not without a hint of irony, forcing the young man to look closely. He replied that the world is arranged like this: students behave like students, and magicians behave like magicians, and this obvious truth simultaneously reflects the order and the difference in power in the educational institution. However, he understands that achieving this is difficult, and the young man, realizing the complexity of the task, quietly agrees, accepting the need for hard work and self-improvement. The door opens again, and light pours into the room, and everyone present holds their breath, waiting to see who or what will appear next. Ruin took one last look at what lay before him, trying to commit every detail to memory before taking a step into the unknown future. When announcing the exam scores, it was announced that Ruin had won, and all the students sincerely congratulated him, admiring his skill and incredible endurance. It was said that Ruin Ardell was the best graduate of Ignite Academy, and this recognition of his talent and hard work caused admiration among all present. This is exactly what the young gentleman imagined as he walked out the door, feeling pride, admiration, and a foreboding of the new challenges that awaited him. Sitting down at the table, the head of the academy politely asked the student to treat himself. His tone was both friendly and full of respect for the student's achievements. And he carefully watched Ruin, observing his every movement and reaction, because his actions could be a demonstration or cause of unexpected consequences. Tryon Ignis said he had called him because he wanted to ask something important, and his voice was calm, but at the same time hinted at seriousness and the need for attention. How Ruin could know so precisely that Mikkel drank the burning flower remains a mystery, and it was this question that the head of the academy was waiting for. The young magician, in thoughtful silence, seemed to be pondering at that moment what answer he should give, weighing every word and considering the possible consequences of his choice. He explains that from the very beginning, Mikkel behaved somewhat differently than usual, and the flow of mana that enveloped him was unusual, noticeably enhanced, and attracted attention. After analyzing every detail of the behavior and the flow of mana, Ruin was not just suspicious, but knew with absolute certainty that his conclusion was unmistakable. To achieve the result, he used only physical force, which cannot be dampened within the walls of the room, but he deliberately kept quiet about the existence of the player's eye. He notes that even if Mikkel was in a state of deep shock, his strange laughter could be explained solely by the effects of the burning flower he had taken. Tryon Ignat understands that even at 16 years old, Ruin shows remarkable insight and is able to maintain inner peace at the most critical moment. He addresses the student, sincerely apologizing for the inconvenience caused and adding that he will personally monitor that the Garrickhill family does not dare to take any action. However, that's not all, because the head of the academy has a special proposal in mind, which he decided to voice right now, considering the moment to be the most appropriate and significant. He asks if Ruin would like to become a representative of the academy this year and participate in the Great Festival, which is considered the most prestigious event among magicians. The young man instantly realizes that this is exactly what everyone dreams of, that this is a unique opportunity that can open up new horizons for him and realize his boldest ambitions. He closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, and tries to concentrate to weigh all the options and make a decision that could determine his future path in life. But in the end, he sincerely thanks Tryon Ignat for the generous offer, feeling gratitude and respect for someone who has so closely followed his path in the academy. Ruin replies that he feels a lack of experience, as he has not participated in real battles for the past 5 years, so he lacks practical training. Due to an internal disorder that prevented the free release of mana, all such events remained closed to him, and therefore he was not sure whether he would be able to perform worthily at the Great Festival. To this, Tryon Ignat calmly replies that this is not a problem at all, assuring that any doubts Ruin may have will not be an obstacle to participating in the Great Festival. After all, the head is convinced that the student is more than worthy of being considered a candidate for victory, and his abilities, experience, and insight make him a real contender. The young man didn't believe the words at first, but the man patiently convinced him that all of Ruin's abilities, experience, and hidden talents gave him every chance of victory. And more importantly, Ruin Ardell has the potential to become a kind of secret weapon that will appear out of nowhere at a crucial moment, changing the course of events in his favor. After all, opponents know absolutely nothing about him and his combat strategy, which makes Ruin unpredictable and gives him a huge advantage at crucial moments. Ruin realizes the truth of the magician's words, because it is thanks to this unpredictability that it will be easy to catch enemies by surprise, gaining a decisive advantage in battle. So Tryon Ignat, maintaining calm and seriousness in his voice, asks for the final answer of his pupil, eager to know if the student is ready to accept the offered honor. And Ruin, feeling responsible and inner determination, replies that he will do everything possible to justify the trust of the head of the academy and not disappoint expectations. Suddenly, there's a knock on the door behind them, disrupting the peaceful atmosphere of the room and causing both of them to instantly turn around, listening intently to the unexpected sound. The head of the academy explains that Ruin would be much more useful to attend body art classes, and for this purpose, he personally invited an experienced martial arts professor. Sweat was dripping down the boy's face, because the man standing in front of him was a familiar face, and memories of past meetings made him anxious. Halter Pirante, with a slightly raised tone that combined surprise and irony, asked if Ruin wasn't happy to see him, carefully watching the boy's reaction. The professor turned out to be one of 5 knights of the 6th rank, and the only one in the entire kingdom of Radian, which emphasized his exceptional status and incredible skill. And Ruin had already met him during the 3rd stage of the practical task, so the memories of that experience simultaneously aroused respect and slight excitement. He still can't comprehend that he has the opportunity to study under this mentor, whose skill and reputation impress even the most experienced students of the academy. Halter asks if the apprentice is really a special mage who should only fight at close range, carefully watching his reactions. To this, Ruin replies that the information is true, confirming that he is truly special, capable of fighting only at close range. Drawing on past experience, Halter notes that Ruin's attacks were well executed, precise, and without unnecessary movements, highlighting the effectiveness of his martial art. However, it is all too obvious that the guy hasn't studied martial arts properly, and this betrays his inexperience, even despite the clarity and effectiveness of his individual attacks. His skills might work against an ogre, but an experienced knight would read the young man's every move like an open book, immediately noticing any weakness in technique. The guy agrees, because his movements were actually programmed by one training session, and their effective use is limited. Halter assures him not to worry because after his lessons, Ruin will be able to advance significantly beyond basic skills, gaining control over his power. So he suggests starting right now, without wasting time, because every moment is important for Ruin to be able to quickly improve his skills and reach new heights. He notes that first, you need to learn how to walk properly, because for a knight, the most important thing is legs that can withstand any trials and ensure movement in battle. The training center usually teaches celestial martial arts, which combine precision, strength, and mastery of movements, preparing students for the most difficult challenges. So it was this celestial martial art that Ruin studied, gradually mastering its subtleties and developing his skills under the close supervision of his mentor. With the exception of sword techniques, because the heavenly martial art includes 36 fighting techniques, which the young man studied gradually, mastering each one with maximum attention. Ruin remained extremely collected and attentive, paying maximum concentration to every detail so as not to miss a single nuance in his studies. He listened carefully to all the words of his mentor, absorbing every piece of advice and instruction, trying to immediately apply them in practice and not make a single mistake. I carefully performed all the tasks that were given by Halter, paying attention to every detail to master the technique as accurately as possible. However, Ruin suddenly asked why Halter agreed to this, his voice full of curiosity and slight surprise, trying to understand his mentor's motives. After all, he realized that this training would not bring any benefit to the professor himself, and that is why his surprise and questions were sincere and full of curiosity. To this, Halter calmly replied that such training was a kind of investment for him, because the efforts invested would return 100-fold through skill. One has to imagine that he meets a person who has all the signs of becoming a great magician and immediately notices the potential that could change her future and influence in the world of magic. His help in this process can be a kind of investment, because the correct development of a student can bring significant benefits in the future. Therefore, Ruin, bowing respectfully, said that he was at Professor Halter's service, demonstrating his willingness to listen, learn, and devote all his strength to the benefit of learning. But the man smiled and said that he was simply embarrassed to ask the young man to call him Hyun, because he was not even 30 yet, and the formalities seemed unnecessary. So Ruin, focused and determined, continued to train, honing every move and diligently applying his mentor's advice, striving to quickly improve his skills. Each time he carefully studied something new, diligently practicing techniques, focusing on details, and striving to make every movement perfect. Professor Halter observes that the student is doing too well, noticing talent and abilities in him that far exceed expectations. He recalls approaching the ogre after the exam and suddenly realizing that Ruin had broken his jaw, recalling the moment with a combination of surprise and admiration. Then I concluded that this young man, a melee mage, was physically stronger than an ogre, and even with such strength, he displayed incredible skill. At this pace of intensive training, weeks passed, during which Ruin relentlessly honed his skills, mastered new techniques, and strengthened his body and mind. Ruin realizes that the effect of mastering the heavenly martial arts is incredible, as every move combines everything, making him almost invincible in battle. But even Strawn, observing the training, advanced to level 3, demonstrating significant progress and inspiring him to continue improving his skills. Ruin now possesses 2,130 forces, which significantly exceeds the figures achieved by Drac during the same period, emphasizing effective progress. Suddenly, someone called out to the young gentleman, and he instantly turned around, listening to the voice that pulled him out of his training immersion and caught his attention. Opposite him, focused and determined, Jason ran, his speed and rhythm of movements giving Ruin an instant sense of competition and the need to concentrate. Asking if his friend had seen anything new, Jason watched his reaction, trying to understand how well the young man knew the news. He explains that a list of participants in the great festival was hung at the entrance to the academy, and everyone who passed by couldn't help but wonder if they had made it and if there would be any new names. At the grand entrance ceremony, Ruin proudly stood on stage as the representative of the new students, attracting the attention of everyone present and arousing admiration. Because of this, he began to be envied, and the other students cast sharp glances at him, full of distrust and hidden hostility. And all these years, Ruin has shown himself only from a pitiful side, hiding his true strength and abilities from those around him. He could only watch from afar as Mikkel received all the glory and recognition, feeling sadness and envy in his heart at the same time. Now Ruin was racing towards the lists of candidates for the great festival, his heart beating fast with anticipation and excitement. Many students had already gathered in front of the entrance to the academy, chatting and jostling impatiently, waiting for the event to begin. Looking at the table, the boy suddenly realized that he had become the official representative of the academy, and his heart beat faster with excitement. Everyone present turned to him with friendly smiles, full of curiosity and slight surprise at the same time. They immediately began to congratulate Ruin on this place of honor, because now everyone would speak on his behalf, and attention was focused on him. It took a long time, but the young magician once again became a representative of the Ignite educational institution, gaining respect and recognition among students and mentors. Professor Heidel admitted that he was surprised when he heard from Halter that Ruin had mastered the heavenly martial art, as such an achievement required enormous effort. And the fact that the student had passed the 5th grade frightened everyone around him, but only out of good intentions, because it testified to his extraordinary abilities and potential. So he said that he believes in Ruin, and is confident that he will be able to cope with all the challenges that lie ahead. Preparations for the festival went without any problems, so they set off for Altain, full of anticipation and determination for new challenges. The students couldn't believe that they were going to ride the mana train for the first time, watching in awe its shining hull and the magical shimmer of the rails. Radian had only 2 transit points, while the Imperial Federation of Raynak had over 100, making travel much easier. Someone abruptly told everyone to be quiet, comparing them to a herd, as if they had never seen a train before, and the students immediately fell silent, confused, and surprised. Looking at Ruin and Jason, he ordered them not to speak or to be shamed, emphasizing that both should behave with dignity and restraint. Ruin, casting a sharp look at him, instantly realized that hiding words or emotions was inappropriate right now. This is Henki's, Mikkel's friend, and that they participated in last year's festival together, bringing back memories and a little excitement. He warned Jason not to expect Ruin to win, emphasizing his own abilities and strength as a young magician. It seems like the academy would have had a better chance if Mikkel had been chosen, because he already had experience fighting against other participants and could have shown a stronger result. And in any case, they were not going to recognize Ruin as their representative, so they advised him to cope on his own, relying only on his own strength. The guy understood that many people wanted to curry favor with the Garrickhill family, but everyone had to give their all, even if someone disagreed with his candidacy. He turned to Hanks and said that Mikkel would be pleased to see them making every effort and working together. After all, his dog remained faithful, did not turn away even when its owner was expelled from the academy, demonstrating true loyalty and unwavering loyalty. Ruin explained that he specifically expressed himself that way, so that a person of his level of intelligence could understand everything without unnecessary explanations and hints. Henke seemed to expect an answer, but the young man interrupted him again, demonstrating confidence and control over the situation. He explained that this festival will be of a much higher level than the last one, and if Henkes is successful, he will receive an award even more valuable than that from Mikkel's family. The apprentice said that their opponents were real monsters, and the only thing left to do was stay in the Radiant Kingdom to work for the Garrakil family and prepare for the trials. Ruin assured that anything is possible, and their victory is not far off, because with perseverance and strategy, they will overcome any difficulties. After all, the main thing is to cooperate, so it's better not to rely on those who hinder the team, but to focus on those who are really ready to help. Henkes then asked if Ruin was going to compete without their help, trying to figure out if he was ready to go it alone. To this, the representative replied that he suggested that they think about who their current boss is and understand who they really should trust on the team. Reminds that there is no representative of Mikkel's family around right now who could assess their loyalty, so everyone will have to rely only on their own actions and decisions. Henkes warned Ruin not to lose his first individual battle, because if he lost, no one would listen to his instructions anymore. So the train raced forward, carrying the passengers through the shining shimmer of the rails and awakening in each one a foreboding of the trials to come. All the students were amazed at the incredible speed at which the train was moving, barely able to keep up with its shiny body and flickering lights. Strawn said that he likes modern technology because it didn't exist in his time, and he watches with fascination the amazing innovations. Suddenly, representatives from other academies began calling them insulting names, trying to provoke and embarrass Radiant's students. Like they're rural, uneducated, and weak, like Ignite Academy is behind the others and doesn't deserve respect. Ruin realized that the symbol on the jacket belonged to the Oita National Magic Institute, which immediately gave him an idea of the level of training of his opponents. And this is the only educational institution in the region, with a long history, known for swordsmanship and extreme training that tempers true warriors. However, the hero still could not understand what exactly they were doing here, and what role each of them played in these strange and mysterious events around him. Suddenly, the students of the institute asked about Mikkel, hoping that he, as always, would take care of them and help them settle into their new environment. They added that they were only in the status of servants and burst into loud laughter, emphasizing the irony and their frivolous attitude to the situation. The stranger asked if the academy's students would really take last place again this year, expressing doubt and slight surprise due to their reputation. Strawn noticed that his host was very calm after such words, as if completely unaffected by the insults and mockery, which surprised and slightly annoyed those present. Ruin explained that he had never participated in such events before, and had not expected to hear such offensive words, so he was surprised and a little embarrassed. I began to watch Professor Heidel closely, trying to notice any signs or clues as to how to properly respond to the situation. He understood that the professor would not intercede, because the festival was intended for students, and Heidel himself only played the role of an escort, observing the events from the sidelines. Now the power and responsibility for the team lies entirely with Ruin, as the official representative of the academy, and it depends on him how the students cope with all the tests. The institute student approached Henkes and asked where Mikkel was hiding, hoping that he would help find his friend and shed light on his absence. But Ruin replied that, most likely, Mikkel was lying in bed and praying that his broken ribs would heal properly, demonstrating mocking concern and observation. At that moment, all eyes were on the academy representative, Ruin Ardell, because it depended on him how the team would perform and whether it could win the festival. Henkes, looking at the student, explained to everyone that this was their new representative, emphasizing his status and responsibility to the team and the academy. Strangers instantly realized that they were seeing him for the first time, assessing Ruin's appearance and posture, trying to form a first impression of the new representative. So they tried to get closer to get a better look at Ruin and see his abilities and determination as a new opponent. He said he was a representative from Oyet, Seth Mulcair, and asked what the guy's name was, trying to make initial contact and assess the new opponent. So the young man replied with a confident voice that his name was Ruin Ardell, demonstrating determination and pride, because from now on he represented the academy and was not going to back down in the face of any difficulties. He explained that this was enough for a first acquaintance, so he asked Seth to leave their car so they could discuss matters calmly and without unnecessary witnesses. Before that, he ordered Seth to apologize for all the offensive words he had said earlier, emphasizing that respect and politeness were mandatory in communication. The institute student's face, which was usually calm and focused, this time turned red, turning crimson with anger and barely contained rage. He shouted angrily because he couldn't believe a single word Ruin had said, and he felt as if he were being humiliated with an unfair lie. For the young man had just ordered him to apologize, and it was this unexpected humiliation that angered him even more than the words themselves. He suspiciously asks Hanks if he didn't tell his new representative anything about Seth because he was afraid of being exposed and betraying his trust. He coldly said that he would now hit him again, so that his pupil would remember this lesson forever and never dare to argue again. And it was at this moment that Ruin suddenly understood what the whole matter was, as if the pieces of a puzzle had come together and revealed the true picture before him. Most likely, these were the students who participated in the great festival, because their faces shone with confidence and a sense of self-importance. And fear is precisely in the presence of Uta, because their authority and incomprehensible power put pressure on everyone so much that even the bravest lose confidence. Because they had been subjected to Seth Malcury's brutal attacks more than once, a fear remained in their hearts, awakened even by the mere mention of his name. So Ruin realized that all this time they had been acting according to a plan, to destroy the morale of their opponents before the competition even began, sowing fear and doubt in everyone's hearts. But suddenly, the young man realized that the great festival had already begun and the time to act was now, leaving him with a sense of urgency and a pressing need to intervene. He asked Seth Mulcair if he didn't want to sort things out on the spot, because the tension and resentment had already reached a critical point and he couldn't wait any longer. He, preparing his fist, coldly warned Ruin not to regret his words because the consequences could be painful and immediate. But suddenly, the man, entering the carriage, shouted loudly for Seth to stop, and his unexpected appearance instantly made everyone fall silent in surprise. The pupil's eyes opened wide, for the professor stood before him, and this unexpected authority instantly evoked in him a mixed reaction of fear and surprise. The man ordered him to sit down and calm down, wondering in his mind if the student had been trying to make enemies and cause trouble everywhere he went from the very beginning. Professor Ota looks at Professor Heidel and sincerely apologizes for his students' behavior, acknowledging their mistakes and seeking to ease the tension between the parties. So the man firmly ordered Seth to return to his carriage immediately, emphasizing authority and leaving no room for discussion or argument. At this, he turned around, looked coldly at Ruin, and said that he would definitely deal with him later, leaving a feeling of unresolved threat. But the young magician didn't answer anything, only thinking that from the very beginning everything was much more complicated than it seemed. Suddenly, Seth asked in surprise why the professor had stopped him, since he himself had proposed to resolve the situation, and this contradiction angered him. When he replied that the boys had overlooked something, Seth nodded grimly, feeling that the true essence of the situation had remained hidden from the eyes of everyone present. He noted that Professor Heidel was smiling, and that innocent yet mysterious smile added a strange tension and uncertainty to the situation for them. When I watched Seth's actions, it seemed as if he was waiting for the moment when a fistfight was about to begin, and the tension in the air became almost palpable. Perhaps it was confidence, but they could not know for sure because external manifestations do not always reflect a person's true intentions or inner state. But this guy named Ruin clearly possesses something unknown and is completely different from the Meikle that Seth fought last time. It was after these words from the professor that Seth Mulcahy plunged into his own thoughts, considering every step and trying to understand how Ruin's actions would change his plans. After a brief showdown with Oda, the atmosphere in the car changed, the tension eased, and everyone present felt a certain relief, although the tension still remained in the air. Together, they discuss the first match and the fact that the group competition will take place without a representative, considering strategies and possible consequences for the team. The students doubted whether they would be able to cope on their own, but Henkes loudly exclaimed that they would cope with everything because they simply had no right to lose. Ruin realized that at a certain point, these pupils, filled with envy and selfishness, began to unite, forming their own alliances and plans against their rivals. The comrades ask if Ruin is okay, because these students are too strong. They grew up almost in battles, and even experienced ones could easily be defeated. However, the representative asked in surprise if they weren't angry, because the situation could have made anyone angry. But here the students remained calm, which seemed strange. These scumbags respect no one, and he wondered what might happen if he didn't respond, because the consequences could be unpredictable. They would only be happy about this and start mocking them even more, fueling their own sense of superiority and increasing tensions in the group. If Ruin remained silent, everyone present would completely agree with Seth's words, and he wondered if that was what they really wanted. The guy asked again if they would continue to tolerate such disrespect for themselves, because silence only fuels arrogance and makes everyone's situation worse. The students allow themselves to be beaten, and it is because of this that Ara makes them endure humiliation for 5 years, mixing them with mud to teach them obedience and discipline. Ruin did not believe that he was fighting now out of purely selfish intentions, as his actions were guided more by a sense of justice and a desire to protect the weak. One of the students suggested putting Henkes in goal in a match against Aeroball, citing his ability and reliability to strengthen the team's chances of winning. And then Ruin realized that Mikkel's loyalists were slowly taking his side, so he hoped that this would continue, strengthening his position in the team. Next stop, the Principality of Altin, so this is their station, and they need to quickly pack their things in preparation for leaving before the train moves on. This state within Raykarn has a neutral status, which is why competitions are held here, so enemies should forget about emotions, but if bloodshed occurs, there will be a trial for the guilty. All the students were delighted when they saw Raynak in front of them, because his majestic figure and authority aroused admiration and sincere admiration among those present. After all, everything is completely different here, Jason explained. He is from Daemon territory, a rich region, but his native land cannot compare to this place. Ruin mentally analyzed the city of Altin he had seen, assessing its scale, buildings, and atmosphere, trying to understand how it differed from his native lands. And he realized that this was exactly what was expected of the capital of the kingdom, because the grandeur, order, and atmosphere of the city fully met the high standards of the government. Everywhere there is a feeling of noble antiquity, and residents walk carefree through the streets, creating an atmosphere of peace and harmony that contrasts with the everyday worries of the city. And this sight made it clear once again that they had come from a very tiny city, where the scale and splendor of Althine seemed almost unbelievable. Now they are heading to their destination, so they must board carriages to get to their destination comfortably and safely, preparing for new events. Professor Heidel wanted to say something to his students, choosing words to convey an important message while at the same time maintaining their attention and respect. He expressed his hope that none of them would dare to visit participants from other educational institutions, even by mistake, as this could cause unforeseen conflicts. After all, nothing good will come of such an endeavor. A fight will only create problems and unpredictable consequences for all participants. Ruin didn't understand why the professor said that, looking straight at him, and his mind was filled with surprise and slight concern. Suddenly, Strawn shouted loudly to the owner to look immediately, and his excited tone attracted attention. At first, Ruin didn't understand what had happened, because everything had happened so suddenly and unexpectedly that his mind was trying to quickly comprehend the situation. But Strawn explained that there was a very interesting smell coming from that place, which immediately attracted attention, causing him and the young man to look closely with interest. So the little bear moved from the hero's shoulder to his knee, leaning in and carefully observing everything that was happening around him. He began sniffing again, trying to fully understand what the smell was, and every movement of his nose betrayed a remarkable curiosity and concentration. Analyzing, he told Ruin that it felt as if there was a relic of Drac here, and this immediately aroused both of them with heightened curiosity and cautious respect. The next day, all participants of the Ignite Academy, despite their fatigue and excitement, gathered in their room, preparing for new challenges and events. Suddenly, Jason noticed that Ruin was hurrying somewhere, quickly getting dressed, but he didn't say a word about where exactly he was going. So the young magician, feeling a sense of urgency and hastily completing his preparations, ran out into the street, without looking back and barely noticing the surrounding noise. Strawn asked if Ruin was sure of his guesses, and even to him it sounded strange and unusual. He showed that it was necessary to urgently run to the workshop, where touching memories were kept, as if every step there promised to reveal something important. So Ruin, carefully opening the door, slowly walks inside, feeling both tense and curious about what awaits him. He believed that the object used by the Black Dragon should be in a more unusual and unexpected place than what was revealed to him. Ruin imagined that he would end up on the black market or in the warehouses of a rich man, expecting to find rare and valuable things there. So the young man decided to use the eye of the gamer to speed up the search and more efficiently find the desired item among the numerous things. And suddenly, something shone in front of him, attracting attention and causing genuine surprise in the young man. It was the Ring of Invulnerability, which had once been the first failure of the brawl, and its radiance immediately attracted all of Ruin's attention. So Strawn, smiling, remarked that the host had only one nuance worth considering, and this immediately piqued Ruin's curiosity. It wasn't just about attacks, but also about the fact that resistance can arise from the touch of a friend or even a lover, making the situation much more complicated. The effect may not activate exactly when it is needed, but it may work on something familiar, and that is precisely the failure, but for Ruin, it was still necessary. And if worn, the user's strength will increase by 200 points for the entire duration of wearing it, greatly enhancing their capabilities. Ruin, putting on the ring, saw that it fit perfectly, as if it had been made especially for him, perfectly repeating the shape of his finger. He approached the salesperson and said he would like to purchase the ring, expressing determination and confidence in his choice. To this, the man replied that the young man could simply take the ring, because it had been lying idle for many years, and he himself did not know what to do with it. So Ruin decided to buy some more, and as he walked back, he thought about the incredible usefulness of the player's eye skill and its possibilities in the future. After all, with its help, you can even determine the true value of any item, making search and evaluation extremely effective. And suddenly something appeared before his eyes that made Ruin hold his breath, causing both surprise and admiration. It was a book about the quantum mechanisms of magic and swordplay, extremely rare, and its appearance instantly captured Ruin's attention. Reaching for the book with his hand, the hero did not notice that a girl was standing nearby, who also wanted to get it, and her intentions remained unknown to him. Suddenly, the boy looked at her and began to study her closely, trying to understand her intentions and reactions in this unexpected situation. It was Irene Prius, a fifth-class magician from Siki University, whose presence and skill immediately caught Ruin's attention. The Dirty King, also known as the King of Mages and the Boarder, Theron Artemis, had a reputation as a powerful and dangerous ruler whose fame spread far beyond the borders of the kingdom. He also chose 11 magicians to represent the next generations, and this girl, Irene Prius, was one of them. Ruin had heard that Irene was a true genius and had almost reached the 5th grade, making her an extremely capable and promising mage. However, he noticed that she had already reached that level and realized that all the rumors only belittled her true abilities. Irene Prius asked Ruin to give back the book, but the boy calmly explained that he had taken it first, insisting on his right. Judging by the symbol on the uniform, Ruin from Ignite Academy explained that the boy had found what he was looking for, while Irene had come specifically for this book. And when the young man remained adamant, Irene asked if he could still give in, and the hero instantly realized that she had been eavesdropping on his conversation. He asked the girl to explain why she needed this book, because such publications are not sought after just like that, and anyone who seeks them has a serious reason. But Irene was instantly confused, not knowing how to immediately answer such a direct and unexpected question. She replied that the book was part of her individual assignment and the details could not be disclosed, so she asked Ruin not to ask about it again. The young gentleman thought that this was unlikely to be a task from the institution itself, and perhaps it was simply a personal assignment from the Dirty King. So Ruin told her to take the book because it was important to her, and his words caused a real shock to the student. As he walked further between the counters, Ardell pondered what else he should buy, considering the possible use and value of each item. At that time, Irene Prius watched him closely, trying to understand his intentions and what exactly caught his attention among the goods. In the room where they lived, his comrades surrounded Ruin, pressing him with questions and trying to find out everything about this girl. Jason was very jealous, because his dream was to touch Irene's hand at least once, and now he felt a mixture of irritation and desire. Henkaz noticed that they were all envious, because he himself was sitting next to her at the festival, but his friends quickly realized that he hadn't even said a word. In any case, this girl was strong, always coming in second place, losing only to Doom Prime, but Jason categorically stated that this was complete nonsense. However, Henkaz was sure of this, because it was about number 1 in a special institution for battle mages, and therefore Doom was truly the best among mages of his age on the entire continent. In addition, Doom possessed the shining sword, and these words immediately aroused Ruin's sincere curiosity and desire to learn more. After all, now it became clear to him why Irene needed this book to have a chance to defeat Doom. But being a magical swordsman isn't that cool, because it doesn't provide a significant increase in magical power, and becoming a skilled swordsman isn't easy either. Doom Prime differs from the others in that his shining sword is a high-class artifact, and his level of sword mastery is comparable to that of an average knight. Jason sat and thought about how popular Prime was with the girls, and besides, he came from a good and wealthy family. Ruin simply sat and carefully analyzed all the information he received from his comrades, trying to get a complete picture of the situation. Irene Prius possesses 5th-class magic at the age of 16, while the magical swordsman Doom Prime defeats her in duels every year. And Ruin Ardell wondered if he could win if he ever found himself in battle against these famous and extremely capable heroes. After all, everyone around him doesn't consider him a serious threat to their fame at all, underestimating his abilities and potential, which makes the situation even more interesting. But Tryon Ignat tries to convince Ruin that he is much stronger than he seems and is quite worthy of being considered a candidate for victory. Suddenly, a student runs in and announces that the first squad must gather outside immediately on the opening day of the great festival, because time will wait for no one, and preparations have already begun. So Ruin tries to overcome his self-doubt and emerge confident in his own strength, demonstrating his readiness for the challenges of the great festival. He rises and confidently heads for the exit, preparing for the new trials and events that await him outside. Mentally, the hero carefully considers his every step, planning a strategy for the entire period and trying to foresee all possible scenarios. After all, the great festival begins right now, and success in future trials depends on the accuracy of each step. It was time for the opening matches of the grand festival, and all the participants entered the arena with excitement and impatience, preparing to show their true strength. And Ruin is visibly anxiously awaiting the moment when their opponents will be announced, because the first step towards his future victory depends on this. It turned out to be the Oyet National Magical Institute, whose representatives were confident that a duel with Ruin would be an easy and undisputed victory for them. Seth Mulcair noted with a smile that they were extremely lucky with their opponent, so they didn't even have to waste time preparing for the fight. At that very moment, Ruin realized that these opponents were the worst for them because their self-confidence hid the real danger. Because these students were known for their unfair play, using underhanded methods and tricks to gain victory at any cost. Moreover, in their academy, most of the students were injured due to dangerous interactions with Oyet, which only emphasized the harshness and insidiousness of their methods. Seth Mulkiri declared that they were so weak that they wouldn't even be able to warm up, and concluded that this match would be the most boring of all possible. The opponents simply began to mock him, believing that the Ignite Academy was incapable of opposing them, and this frightened them even more because of the young man's unpredictability. Ruin, smiling, realized that he would take this opportunity to demonstrate his true strength to his opponents and surprise them. After all, the Ignite Academy had changed a long time ago and was no longer the same as before, which made its students unexpectedly strong and prepared for any challenges. Ruin turned to Seth and calmly said that he had been waiting for their arrival, demonstrating confidence in his own abilities. I also noticed that many other participants in the great festival had already gathered around them, watching the events with curiosity and impatience. He explained his words by saying that he simply wanted to introduce himself to everyone present, demonstrating politeness and self-confidence. Announcing loudly, he introduced himself as Ruin Ardell and said that he was a representative of the Ignite Academy, which everyone was so actively discussing after graduation. He said that he wouldn't talk for long, but he had one request that he wanted to make to everyone present. I asked them to finally stop calling their educational institution by any other name because it was unpleasant and did not correspond to reality. And it was at this moment that Seth Mulkiri exploded in shock, not expecting such directness and courage from Ruin. The hero stated that he had been in last place for too long and was tired of being constantly underestimated, so now he was ready to prove his true strength. So now he strives to rise to the top, leaving all failures and doubts behind, and prove to everyone that he deserves the highest position and respect. Everyone around started shouting and advising the Ignite representative not to show off, demonstrating skepticism and distrust of his bold words. Seda remarked that it was extremely interesting to hear how they were striving to get to the top, and at the same time asked who he was to make such a claim. And suddenly Ruin remembered the words of Tryon Ignis, the head of the academy, which reminded him of his true strength and potential, inspiring determination and confidence. But he replied that he was the academy's secret weapon and would not back down again, demonstrating determination and willingness to fight for first place despite any obstacles. In their room, the students of the Oyet Institute gathered, thinking through the further course of events and discussing the possible actions of Ruin Ardell, trying to predict his strategy. They did a little investigation and found out that this student had a history of constant defeats, so they couldn't understand how he could become a representative of the academy. Seth remarked that he wasn't entirely sure, but at the beginning of the semester this student had changed dramatically and turned into a real monster with impressive results. So, probably, this was the reason for Ruin's confidence in his own abilities and determination to act. Mulkiri realized that Ardell possessed abilities they knew nothing about, and it forced him to reconsider his own expectations of the duel. But suddenly he couldn't understand why he should worry about it at all, because they were graduates of the academy and should be confident in their own abilities. And Seda was definitely confident that he could teach Ardell a lesson and show everyone what they were truly capable of, demonstrating the strength and skill of his students. And this will be done in the traditional manner of their institute, which emphasizes discipline, skill, and rigorous standards of student training. At the Ignite Academy building, the boys have gathered to discuss strategy for a team competition in which everyone except their representative participates. You will need to throw grenades filled with mana at the mythical golem, and the team that can destroy it first will win the competition. Henkies turned to Ruin and asked if their team could win if their representative did not participate in the competition tomorrow. The young magician agreed that compared to the Oyet Institute, they lacked students with outstanding talents, and this might make it difficult for them to win the competition. However, Ruin knows exactly how they can achieve victory, keeping in mind the strategy and strengths of each team member. So he explained that this is a group competition, and if we work together in harmony, the team can win by using our combined strengths as effectively as possible. Therefore, he ordered everyone to start uniting into groups to work together on a strategy and increase their chances of success in the competition. The first group will be responsible for heating the mana grenades, the second for moving them, the third for attacking, and the fourth will be ready to restore the enemy golem. The participants did not understand how they could win if they attacked with fewer people and spent more time on it, while the opponent used 30 pairs of hands. Ruin pondered, listening carefully to each of his comrades to understand their thoughts and determine the most effective strategy for the team. He asked them what they thought, seeking to get their opinions and agree on a common plan of action. After all, the representative stated that they should be the first, and this was his sincere desire, which he wanted to realize together with the team. Therefore, I am ready to do everything possible to achieve this, even in those games and challenges in which I do not directly participate. He explained that while Ada would throw one grenade, they would be able to throw 2 or even 3, effectively outpacing their opponents in attack speed. Jason and his companion stated that they fully trust their representative and are confident in his abilities in the upcoming competition. All other participants also supported Ruin's idea, agreeing to act in a coordinated and joint manner to achieve victory. So, under Hanks's leadership, Zola, Mill, Mora, Ayake, and Freya will work, responsible for heating the grenades before attacking the golem. Taemons will be responsible for moving heated grenades to the attack site, ensuring a smooth supply for his team. Ruin distributed his comrades based on their strengths while using his ability to optimally organize teamwork. He used the player's eye, the very skill that allows you to see the essence of the goal, to determine exactly how to most effectively distribute tasks among his comrades. With its help, the young magician was able to minimize his own weaknesses and focus the team's attention on their strengths, increasing the effectiveness of joint actions. Everyone around them realized that this approach would provide them with the best chance of victory, and agreed to act on Ruin's plan. Once everyone was in their ideal group, even those who had previously doubted him began to understand his plan and were determined to act in harmony. So, proud of himself and his decision, Ruin stood and watched everyone, feeling satisfied with how the team was preparing for the competition in an organized manner. He understood that the team members had become much more confident in themselves, and this gave him even more optimism about the future victory. And all the participants began to feel a hope that they could truly win by acting in harmony and using their strengths. Suddenly, a battered Fulham entered the room, and all the participants were immediately embarrassed, struck by his appearance and the seriousness of the situation. Ruin, quickly approaching, asked what had happened to him, trying to understand the reason for his battered appearance and anxious behavior. Fulham said that Oyet's representatives brought their comrades with them, and then took him out and beat him, leaving the impression of a serious threat. Seth Malkyrie sat in his house and behaved too brazenly, demonstrating self-confidence and contempt for those around him. I was waiting for the Ignite representative, and suddenly Ruin entered the room, unexpectedly appearing in front of the Oyet representative. And Sita asked mockingly what Ruin was going to do, only if he really thought he was capable of something against him. Ruin Ardell, raising his hand, calls Seth Malkyrie to him and orders him to appear before him immediately, demonstrating confidence and authority. The boy's opponent, observing his actions and words, suddenly decided that he had gone completely crazy and was acting without any logic or common sense. Irritatedly, he asked on what grounds Ruin allowed himself such audacity, as if he had the right to despise others and put himself above them. When suddenly the young man decisively grabs him by the shoulder, he shudders in surprise, seeing both strength and hidden intent in this sharp and bold movement. And then he squeezes with such incredible force that the opponent involuntarily flinches, feeling the pain and unexpected pressure. Seth Malkyrie cannot stand the harsh grip and, in unbearable pain, crouches on the floor, gritting his teeth and trying to suppress a cry of humiliation. Suddenly, a disturbing thought flashed through Seth Malkery's mind as to what kind of incomprehensible force was causing him to lose control and feel helpless. And Seta suddenly begins to prepare an attack on Ruin, gathering all his magical power and rage, hoping to change the course of the battle with at least this blow. But the young man calmly and confidently blocks this attack, as if he had anticipated Seth's every move in advance, and his impeccable reaction only enhances his sense of superiority. In response, Ruin wrings his opponent's hands with a sharp and precise movement, demonstrating complete control over the situation and making Seth feel his own powerlessness. And with a confident voice, Ruin sternly warns that if Malkery dares to touch them outside the arena again, it will have very bad consequences for him, felt immediately. So Ardell calmly departed, leaving Seth lying on the floor, while his students gathered around him, watching in amazement the aftermath of the duel. They approached with concern and asked if Seth was okay, observing his condition and trying to understand how strong Ruin's blow had been. However, upon returning, Ruin asks with a slight smile if Malkery would like to make a bet, his confident gaze and calm manner of speaking only emphasizing his advantage. So the boy explains to his students that if they win, Seth will get the goldfinch that knocked Michael down, and he will also have to personally apologize to everyone, emphasizing his complete seriousness. And then Ignit's students, having received such motivation, were instantly filled with determination and energy, and they were charged exclusively with victory, ready to put forth all their efforts. Suddenly, the doors open abruptly, and they are informed that it is time to go to the Altain Stadium, so they must get ready immediately, feeling excited. The great festival of mages, held for the entire continent, gathers the strongest and most talented participants. Historical magicians who stood out in previous festivals have become legends of the continent, their achievements and unique abilities inspiring new generations of participants. They also became outstanding people who, through their achievements and deeds, inscribed their names in the history of the continent, leaving behind a mark that inspired future generations. In the stands, some students actively supported Ignite Academy, shouting loudly and demonstrating extraordinary dedication, which added strength and confidence to the participants. Ruin understood that he had become part of the great festival, where legends are born, and his every step, every action could go down in the history of the continent and leave a mark for centuries. The man loudly shouts that the opening ceremony is over and orders all students to return to their seats immediately, emphasizing order. So Ruin calmly walked first, confidently leading the group. His determination and confidence felt in every step, and the academy students followed him closely. Suddenly, as he walked forward, Ruin noticed the representative of Oyet in front of him, and his gaze instantly became more alert, sensing potential danger and tension. Seta addressed him sternly and ordered him to be ready, warning that this time he would not relax his vigilance and would watch his every move carefully. Upon returning, he quietly left, leaving the hero alone with his thoughts revolving around events and future challenges. Ruin understands that his task today is not to analyze Seth Malkery, but to focus on his own actions and strategy, anticipating possible events and consequences. His gaze shifted to the side, and his attention instantly focused on the details of his environment and the movements of his opponents, preparing him for quick and precise actions. His thoughts were completely focused on Doom Prime, analyzing every possible move, weakness, and strength of his opponent to prepare for the upcoming challenges. Who was the winner of the Magic Festival, and at the same time the leader in every discipline of the Special School of Combat Magicians? If they continue to win, Ruin will inevitably be forced to meet him in person, preparing for a clash with the strongest. Suddenly, he hears a female voice nearby, remarking that the young man causes problems wherever he goes, and this makes Ruin tense up. It was Irene Prius, and at that moment, Ruin looked at her with confidence, feeling a familiar challenge and a readiness for an interaction that could change the course of events. The lady notes that yesterday the guy caused real chaos, forcing everyone around him to react to his unpredictable actions. He even dared to engage in open conflict by visiting the Oyet Institute building, where his bold actions caused a stir. Ruin asks confusedly how she knows this, and Irene calmly replies that Altain is a small town, and she's sure everyone already knows about it. The young man explains that he only came to talk and did not seek conflict at all, trying to calm the situation and show good intentions with his words. Irene notes that since Ruin gave her the book back then, she is now ready to give advice, warning that it is better not to stand out too much. The guy asks in surprise if she's really suggesting he hide his true abilities just like she does, not revealing her full strength and potential. And then Irene quickly said that it was her time, because they were speaking first, as if she simply didn't want to answer the question, avoiding the conversation. So, on her way back, the young lady thought about her conversation with the young man, going over every word and intention, trying to understand his motives. The participants are getting ready because in just a few minutes, Ignite Academy and Oyeta Institute will be the first to enter the arena, feeling excited. Jason addresses everyone and calls on them to demonstrate their strength, warning that after this, they no longer have the right to appear after the academy. So they moved forward, each with their minds fully focused on victory, feeling determined, excited, and ready to give their all. So the first competition finally began, but the spectators were left in awe as they watched the participants take bold actions. Because previously, those who had the support of prominent people won, and the division of participants into teams, which was common for knights, was never applied to magicians, which made the competition unique. So people didn't quite understand why they did it, but they were sure that Oyet's Institute would win, watching the preparations and feeling the strength of its participants. Ruin had heard it said that Ignite Academy would once again be last, and these words only strengthened his determination to prove otherwise. Irene Prius carefully watched the action, meticulously analyzing every move of the participants and anticipating the possible consequences of their actions during the competition. She couldn't understand how this was possible, and her gaze was filled with astonishment as she tried to make sense of the incredible events unfolding right before her eyes. After all, the Academy's Golem Ignite had already lost his arm, and watching them continue to act was incredible, causing surprise and undisguised admiration. Jason loudly shouts to everyone to continue in the same spirit, encouraging the participants and reminding them of the importance of determination. Ruin loudly shouts that Henkes is doing great and orders Jason to aim for the golem's right hand to weaken its control and give the team the advantage. So they didn't hesitate, and the golem's right arm was destroyed, surprising the spectators and giving the team a significant advantage in the fight. While Seth Mulcair was overly irritated, his actions became impulsive and careless, giving opponents the opportunity to take advantage of his mistakes. After all, he didn't understand why his students were losing after the academy, and this irritation only increased his frustration, forcing him to act impulsively. They explain that the academy is behaving unusually, as some of the students are healing the golem, which is why the enemy is not weakening in any way. And Seda realized that Ruin Ardell was involved in all of this, and his irritation grew even more, because now he realized who was behind the academy's cunning actions. Irene Prius, observing the events, understands that the spectacle is captivating, as the participants demonstrate incredible skill and determination. The reason why Ignite Academy wins over Oyeta Institute is solely due to a carefully thought-out strategy. But Irene understands that this approach will only work if each student's strengths are well known, because only in this way can strengths be distributed as effectively as possible. She remembers how Ruin easily found the book she had been looking for a long time, and realizes that his observation and ability to foresee events are truly impressive. And he also divided his comrades into groups according to their skills, using strategic thinking to maximize efficiency. Irene doesn't understand who he really is, and how it happened that she hadn't seen him at any of the previous competitions. Jason prepares an incredible sphere, concentrating all his magical energy, and flashes of light and power begin to emerge around it, anticipating a powerful effect. But he announces that everything is over with the Institute. His voice sounds confident and decisive, emphasizing the irreversibility of the action and the final advantage. And this attack pierces the golem, shocking the audience and opponents, because Jason's power turned out to be so enormous that it neutralized it. Seth Malkyrie stands confused, his eyes wide open, his mind trying to comprehend the unexpected event and the power his opponent has demonstrated. But then, Representative Oyet's confusion quickly turns to anger, his gaze sharpening and his body tensing. After all, in front of him in the stadium lies a golem that was destroyed by the Ignite Academy, and this sight inflames his anger even more. And the participants rejoice, realizing that they have won this battle, their hearts filled with triumph and pride for their own efforts and coordinated teamwork. The first competition, Mana grenade throwing, was expected to end in a victory for the Oyet Institute, but the participants of the Ignite Academy turned the tables. The competition ended with the victory of the Ignite Magic Academy, and this caused a wave of admiration and surprise among the audience, because the result exceeded all expectations. Everyone around began to actively discuss that Oeta was now in last place, and very soon, a tense competition of representatives to capture the flag would begin. The team actively supported Ruin, because his opponent at that moment was Seth Malkyrie, and everyone understood that the fight promised to be fierce and intense. The two of them felt an unwavering confidence in their abilities, knowing that they could overcome any obstacles in their path through determination and experience. Strawn asked the host if he was feeling nervous, trying to discern behind his calm exterior a hint of inner anxiety before an important event. Ruin responded calmly, considering that they were ranked 20th among 32 educational institutions. The situation was not bad at all and even quite ideal. After their latest victory, they are showing renewed interest in them, but this is not yet enough to remove the label attached to them due to the failures of previous years. So the young man realizes that he needs to win a convincing victory that will leave no doubt about his abilities and allow him to change the attitude of those around him towards him and the team. After all, in this case, other people will begin to look at them in a completely different way, recognizing their skill and the importance of victory. Then Strawn finally realized his master's strategy, realizing how his every move and decision had been carefully thought out for maximum effect. And the young man looks up and realizes that new horizons of opportunity are opening up before him, and that his next actions will determine success. He understands that they must demonstrate their abilities before the Sorcerer King to prove their strength, skill, and worthiness in the eyes of the highest authority. The Supremes sat at a large round table, watching intently as a glowing sphere rotated smoothly before them, as if hiding secrets and important signs of the future. Among them all sat Dirty King Theron, watching the proceedings with a cold and watchful gaze that betrayed the experience and power gained from many years of rule. He said that he had previously considered Ruin as a potential candidate for the role of representative of the next generation, noting his abilities and prospects. He adds that he has the ability to remember talented young men, and that Ruin was born with such a great gift that he was able to master magic at a young age. So Theron was deeply disappointed when he learned that the hero had a disorder in the release of mana, which limited his potential and made the path to full mastery of magic much more difficult. Tryon responded in surprise, asking if the Dirty King truly considered Ruin a useless child, hinting that his talents and abilities clearly contradicted such an assessment. However, suddenly Theron smiled slightly, as if hiding his own thoughts and emotions, leaving those around him to guess the true meaning of his smile. I asked if Ruin becoming a representative of the Academy meant that he had overcome his curse by showing incredible willpower and mastery of magic. Tryon closed his eyes and calmly said that he would soon see everything for himself, leaving room for personal experience and his own awareness of the approaching events. Ruin looked extremely confident on the competition field, his posture and gaze radiating determination and readiness to overcome any challenges. Strawn asked what the host planned to do next, trying to understand his intentions and prepare for any unexpected actions in this difficult situation. Ruin replied that they weren't very smart, so the plan remained the same as always, relying on proven methods and his own confidence in the team. And the young man explained that he would fight Seth head-on, demonstrating his strength, skill, and determination not to back down in the face of direct confrontation. The referee loudly shouted that the match was starting, and the tension on the field instantly increased as all the players and spectators realized the real confrontation was about to begin. And Ruin instantly rushed at his opponent, his movements quick and precise, demonstrating determination and impeccable preparation for a direct clash. But Seth does not give up, preparing a counterattack, and loudly declares that he will pay for what happened earlier, ready to exploit any weakness of the opponent. So he called out to his combat defender, urging him to join the fight and support the attack, preparing his opponent for a dangerous confrontation. And suddenly a huge knight appears before Ruin, his armor gleaming in the light, his posture radiating strength and menacing power, ready for battle. So the young magician realizes that he will have to use the refraction of time to get ahead of his opponent and gain a strategic advantage in this critical situation. He begins to move, dodging attacks with incredible speed, his maneuvers becoming almost inaudible, creating the impression that time around him has slowed down. Suddenly, he unexpectedly appears behind his opponent, using a moment of inattention to gain an advantage and control the course of the battle. And Seta, not understanding how this happened, screams loudly, expressing surprise and confusion at the sudden appearance of Ruin behind him. Malkyrie attacks with a fist, but Ruin suddenly intercepts the blow, blocking it with incredible speed and precision, demonstrating skill and control in combat. But Ruin instantly squeezes his limb with incredible force, forcing Seth to feel the full power of his blow and control over the situation. He asks in surprise if the boy is going to let go of his hand, feeling the irresistible force and pressure that Ruin is exerting on his limb. To this, the hero calmly replies that now is not the time for conversation, focusing on the fight and maintaining control, preparing for the next step. For it is at this very moment that his own defender is tearing at Malkyra, and Ruin understands that he must act quickly to neutralize the threat and maintain his advantage. And the representative of Oida tries to stop him, but all attempts are in vain, because his strength and skill make him practically invincible. When the defender was already very close, drops of sweat ran down Seth's face, betraying his excitement and awareness of the danger that was approaching instantly. Because he realizes that he cannot simply move, paralyzed by fear and the pressure of the force that Ruin applies, leaving him with minimal chance of reaction. And the young man, looking at him with a sneer, says that Seth should try to escape on his own, emphasizing his own superiority and the inevitability of the situation. And suddenly, Malkyrie realized that the power in the house that the young man had used was real, and this discovery struck him, forcing him to rethink everything. Turning his head with apparent reluctance, he is forced to admit that he has lost, realizing Ruin's overwhelming strength and skill in this fight. His eyes closed in fear as he felt the full danger of the situation and the inevitability of defeat in the face of impeccable strength. But suddenly, expecting a blow from his defender, Seth opened his eyes and was surprised to see that it hadn't happened, feeling a mixture of relief and incomprehension. He sees Ruin attack the defender, who instantly loses his balance, unable to withstand the young mage's agility and strength. The Oeta representative understands that this is simply impossible, realizing that Ruin's strength and skill exceed all expectations and the limits of their capabilities. After all, Ruin hit a defender armed only with steel armor with his bare hands, demonstrating incredible strength and control that leaves everyone around him in awe. And he simply stood there, motionless, stunned, and paralyzed by the unexpected power and ruthless precision. Ardell's gaze was determined and confident, reflecting his unwavering will and willingness to act without hesitation, regardless of the complexity of the situation. The young gentleman confidently walked towards his opponent, his every movement radiating determination and readiness to meet any danger head-on. When Malkyrie, looking at him, asked in surprise if he had really saved him, there was a mixture of surprise, uncertainty, and respect for the young magician in his voice. Ruin resolutely replied that he would never allow the one who bullied his classmates to go unpunished, emphasizing his principled nature. He explains that he simply wants to finish him off personally, without intermediaries, wanting to settle the score directly and prove his own strength and determination. And asks if Malkiri has forgotten about their bet, reminding him of a promise or condition that still remains unresolved, emphasizing the importance of this moment. So Ruin prepares a single goldfinch, concentrating all his strength and skill in this powerful maneuver, ready to use it for the decisive blow. And from such a powerful blow, Seth is thrown back several meters, his body is struck by the force, and the air is filled with the echo of the collision. He sees only the blue sky before his eyes, feeling light and helpless, as if all the events around him have faded into the background. The audience opened their mouths wide in shock, unable to believe Ruin's strength and skill, which surpassed all their expectations. The Ruin team was incredibly happy, and the stadium was instantly filled with loud applause that echoed in all directions, reflecting the enthusiasm of the audience. Everyone around whispered, unable to figure out what magic the winner was using, watching his incredible abilities. Thus, Ruin attracted the attention of another person, whose gaze was full of surprise and curiosity, as if his talent and potential had been immediately noticed. Theron sat deep in thought and said that he was currently at the demigod stage, being the only 8th class mage whose abilities went far beyond that. Known as the King of the Border, Theron admits that even he has never heard of the kind of magic Ruin has used before, amazed by its uniqueness and power. His eyes widened in surprise as Theron watched the sphere intently, trying to comprehend its mysterious power and significance to what was happening. The victor stood before him, and the man could not understand who this young man was, so incredible and unpredictable was his strength and skill. Who is this Ruin Ardell? The Dirty King asked himself, trying to unravel the mystery of his extraordinary abilities and understand where such incredible power comes from. Theron was still deep in thought, lost in thought about the nature of Ruin's power and the possible consequences of such a mage's appearance for the future of the entire world. But then he turned to Tryon Ignis with a request to tell him everything he knew about his student, wanting to hear the truth about his origins and power. So, taking a deep breath, the head of the academy begins his speech, preparing to reveal to everyone the truth about Ruin Ardell and the path that the young man has already traveled. He says that Ruin is a perfect student who could have given up, but fought to the last, someone who was able to turn his own weakness into strength and, more than anyone else, behaved like a true magician. Having finished his speech, he announced that this was all he knew about Ruin, leaving the rest a secret that the young man himself would have to discover. But Theron immediately understood that Tryon was trying to shield his student from his excessive curiosity, deliberately hiding part of the truth about his true abilities. In a cold tone, he asked what would happen if the Dirty King himself summoned Ruin to him and asked him a question directly, without any intermediaries. Then, in a serious voice, Tryon Ignis said that if the king tried to extract information by force, it could lead to unpredictable consequences. In that case, he will be obliged to stop him, because the mentor's oath requires him to protect his student even from the most powerful figures in the world. Theron smiled faintly, as if he found a challenge in Tryon's words that amused him more than threatened him. But he said, "Is the head of the academy really trying to remind us of his right to keep the technique secret, in particular, Millie's oath?" And then he simply explains that they can exchange a few words, and that will be enough to convey all the necessary information. But Theron mentally realizes that only he should stand at the pinnacle of magic. No one else deserves this place, and is ready to do everything for this, stopping at nothing. And even more, he is willing to do anything to learn the truth about the magic Ruin used, despite obstacles or limitations, to understand its power and secrets. While at the bar, Ruin realizes that they have only won one competition, and it would be premature to relax now, as there are still many challenges ahead. His classmates reassure him, saying that students from other schools are here too, so now he should just relax and enjoy the evening. Jason reassures everyone, saying that everything is fine and reminds them that they need to celebrate the victory because there is a festival going on right now, and it is a great opportunity for joy and relaxation. After all, the local coconut vanilla drink and the legendary Dragon's Kiss are already on the table, adding to the festive atmosphere and encouraging everyone to enjoy the moment. Ruin carefully examines the bottle, not understanding what kind of drink it is. He is interested in the unusual aroma and appearance that distinguishes it from familiar drinks. Jason explains that he feels a special sense of patriotism because this drink comes from the Ardell territory, and its taste symbolizes his native lands and traditions. He explains that it's not just about patriotism, because after drinking this drink, you can feel a real dragon's kiss, which gives incredible sensations and a boost of energy. Jason tries to convince Ruin to try this miracle drink, promising an unusual and unique experience that he won't want to miss. But the young gentleman carefully monitors his surroundings, noticing every movement and detail around him, not allowing himself to relax even during the celebration. Suddenly, Seth Malkiri appeared behind them, his gaze intent and filled with determination, immediately drawing the attention of Ruin and those around him. The friends, rising, froze in shock, because they could not understand why Seth was here and what brought him to them at this moment. Jason asks Seth to leave them alone for now because they've just started having fun and want to enjoy the moment without too much stress. Ruin doesn't understand what brought his rival here, and mentally asks himself if he really intends to start a fight again, spoiling the festive atmosphere. However, in a calm voice, Malkiri says that he has come to apologize, unexpectedly changing the atmosphere of tension to a sense of relief and surprise among those present. Then there was no emotion on the boys' faces, except for deep shock, because they did not expect such an unexpected turn of events from their opponent. Seth Malkiri apologizes for looking down on them all this time, from the height of his own superiority, admitting his mistake and wanting to correct his attitude. After the defeat at the Ruin Stadium, it finally became clear that one should not consider others inferior just because of their weakness, and true strength lies in respecting and understanding others. There are many in this world who are stronger than Seth, and he realized that his past actions were wrong because pride and arrogance do not make a person truly great. Jason was about to say something, but Mulcair interrupted him and explained that he had something important to say, forcing everyone to listen carefully. So, in a frank voice, he says that he is very sorry for everything that happened before, sincerely admitting his mistakes and wanting to mend relations with everyone present. Ruin looks at him intently, but remains silent, focused on observing the sincerity of the words and true intentions. The guys at the table commented that the situation seemed a bit awkward, as the unexpected apology created a strange combination of tension and a slight, uncomfortable sadness. Seda apologized once again, particularly for coming over, and decided to leave, leaving room for the rest of the company to rest and celebrate. Ruin suddenly responded to this, his voice sounding calm but confident, showing that he had noticed the apology and was ready to respond to it. But he asked if Seth had apologized only because of their agreement, or if he had truly done so from the bottom of his heart, seeking to understand his rival's true motives. To this, Malkiri responds that he spoke sincerely, emphasizing that his apology came from the heart, not from coercion or a formal agreement. And then a smile appeared on Ruin's face, reflecting his understanding of the sincerity of Seth's words and a slight relief after the tense situation. The boy extends his hand and thanks him for having the courage to apologize, acknowledging the courage and sincerity of Seth's action. Seth ponders Ruin's words thoughtfully, pondering their meaning and realizing the importance of sincerity and mutual respect in their relationship. Then he also extends his hand, and they shake it firmly, symbolically cementing reconciliation and a new level of mutual understanding between them. All of his classmates forgave Seth, and soon they all began celebrating together, raising their glasses with the legendary Dragon's Kiss and enjoying the joyful moment. Ruin opens his eyes wide in genuine shock as if painted, his expression conveying complete surprise and admiration at the same time. His comrades stand before him, asking with anxiety and curiosity if the young magician has woken up yet, watching his reaction with hope for an answer. Holding her head, Ardell gets out of bed, and everyone around her understands that the night was not in vain. It left an imprint of strength and experience on the young magician. He is asked if he remembers what he did yesterday, and Jason begins to laugh, unable to contain his amusement at the memories of last night and its unexpected adventures. The guys explain that yesterday Ruin almost cried his eyes out, while thanking them for believing in him and supporting him in moments of doubt and weakness. And who would have thought that the outwardly perfect Ruin had such a sensitive and emotional side hidden behind his confidence and skill in magic? The young gentleman addresses them and notes that as soon as he regained consciousness, they immediately began to mock him, making him slightly angry and embarrassed. Ruin realizes that in the future he would be better off avoiding such a drink, as its effects can lead to unpredictable and comical consequences. Suddenly, Seth Malkery runs towards him and calls out loudly to Ruin, his movements full of determination and urgent purpose. He asks if he slept well, his voice ringing with slight excitement, while also showing concern and friendly interest. Suddenly, Ruin remembers how they hugged yesterday, sincerely asking each other for forgiveness, and it becomes very awkward to see Representative Oyet now. Turning away from shame, Ardell began to head in the other direction, trying to hide his embarrassment and focus on his own thoughts. He simply walked away from everyone, seeking to be alone and avoid any attention or questions from others. However, he was stopped by Professor Heidel, calling him back and forcing Ardell to pay attention to what he wanted to say. But he said that Ruin is always haunted by certain problems, reminding that even after victory, the young man will not be left without challenges and trials. He explains that some people are eager to see Ruin, wanting to personally witness his abilities and learn more about the young magician who has achieved such fame. The head of the academy was also alarmed, warning that the person was dangerous, hiding his true intentions under the guise of cunning. And after Ruin asks who it is, Professor Heidel replies that the Dirty King Theron awaits him, hinting at the seriousness of the upcoming meeting and possible trials. Who wishes to meet him face to face to personally assess his abilities and learn the truth about the magic Ruin used in the stadium. Professor Heidel warns his pupil to be as careful as possible, because the Dirty King is full of dark secrets and dangerous plans. After all, people who hide their true nature, like the insidious Theron, are always extremely dangerous. The man, feeling guilty, apologizes for being able to say only these words at the moment, but assures that after the competition, he will inform Ruin of the exact time of the meeting. When he told his classmates this, the hero noticed that they couldn't believe his words, and he himself, despite their surprised faces, even looked a little confused. Ruin confidently says that now they have another good reason to win, so it's time to gather their thoughts and carefully consider strategy. The code name for the operation was Defend If You Can, and the comrades, upon hearing these words, looked at each other in surprise, curiously asking what exactly they meant. The boy calmly, but with palpable determination, explains to his comrades that his task is simple and at the same time dangerous. He must run straight to the gate. Arrow ball is an exciting and dangerous game that uses a live arrow instead of a regular ball, which never stops and constantly circles above the field. 9 participants are divided into teams, attackers, defenders, and a goalkeeper, and the group that manages to send more arrows into the opponent's goal will win. Although the rules of the game seem simple at first glance, success requires a well-thought-out strategy, quick thinking, and attentiveness to your opponent's every move. Explains that protective spells should only be used at times when danger becomes real and normal defenses are no longer able to protect against the threat. Crowd control magic should be used in moments when a large number of enemies threatens safety, and it is necessary to divide or restrain them. To successfully capture an arrow and direct it into the goal, you need to take into account many factors, including flight speed, trajectory, and the position of your opponents. So when the match finally began, the opponents, full of determination and excitement, began to loudly shout about the attack, trying to scare and throw their competitors off their rhythm. Ruin, displaying a mad burst of speed and determination, rushes straight at them, forcing his opponents to tensely prepare for the inevitable blow. The young man, concentrating and filling his hands with magical energy, activated the ice spear spell, directing it at the opponent. After that, he instantly created a wall of fire, raising it in front of him to block the enemy's attack and hold the position, preventing the enemy from advancing. By doing so, he caused confusion in the enemy, causing them to hesitate, not know how to react, and lose any initiative in the offensive. Seth Malkiri, sitting in the stands, enthusiastically cheered for Ruin and the entire Ignite Academy, not holding back his emotions and supporting the team with loud shouts and gestures. His classmates couldn't understand what was happening to the boy, because yesterday he was screaming passionately because of the loss, and today he was acting calm and even joyful. But Seda explained that real men become friends not with words, but after exchanging blows, proving their strength and courage. They were smiling because their representative didn't land a single real blow, limiting himself to only unsuccessful attempts, which looked funny. They whispered quietly among themselves, discussing which of these representatives was better than the other, comparing their actions and skills with slight admiration and curiosity. Seth Mulkiri mentally realizes that it was after this match that he was finally convinced of some truths. Namely, Ruin Ardell is truly a next-generation magician because he has the exceptional abilities and potential to do so. Irene Prius from Seika Women's University and Dalian Malkins from God Frelly's Holy Magic School were among the participants, each with their own reputations. Also, Doom Prime is from a special school of battle mages, all of whom are extremely strong, and Seth knows this for sure because he had the opportunity to fight each of them personally. But despite their strength, Ruin Ardell proves to be more powerful than any of them, and the boy is once again convinced of his incredible skills. But it's not just about strength. Seda understands that Ruin Ardell's true advantage also lies in his agility, strategy, and unwavering determination in battle. Ruin is not only strong, but also possesses outstanding leadership skills, is capable of reconciliation, and balances the team, skillfully managing the situation even in the most difficult moments. Suddenly, the student pulls him out of his thoughts and asks the captain if they should discuss strategy, to which he nods in agreement, recognizing the importance of preparation. The opposing team's commander shouts loudly from the field, trying to stop Ruin, but his words are in vain before the young mage's determination and speed. To this, his comrades quickly respond that they are doing everything they can, making every effort to help him overcome the resistance of his opponents. However, the young magician continues to act continuously, using a variety of techniques and tricks, demonstrating agility, resourcefulness, and unpredictability in battle. Effectively uses various spells and skills, changing tactics, which makes him unpredictable and extremely difficult. And like lightning, Ruin swiftly advances upon his opponents, combining speed with strategic precision, forcing them to instantly react to his attacking actions. Preparing a new blow, Ruin asks his opponents if they are finished yet, because it is his turn to act, demonstrating calm and confidence even in a tense situation. And suddenly, a huge ice wall appears in front of them, which the young man created, instantly blocking the space and forcing them to quickly adapt to the new obstacle. The hero was as concentrated as possible, focusing all his attention, feeling every movement. So he rapidly releases ice fragments at his opponents, which fly in different directions, causing damage and creating chaos among the enemies. So the commander began shouting loudly, ordering his subordinates to dodge the ice fragments, trying to prevent serious damage. Suddenly, Jason appears and says that in addition to Ruin, there is another opponent to be wary of, forcing everyone to reconsider their strategy and be on their guard. The audience instantly realizes that Damon has taken the arrow sword, and it becomes clear that the defenders have already lost, as their attempts to stop him have proven futile. When the boy shot an arrow into their goal, the tension on the field reached its peak, and all the spectators held their breath, watching the result of his precise shot. And he scored a goal, putting his team ahead, causing a wave of admiration among the crowd and forcing the enemies to act urgently. After that, Ignite Academy was able to score another point, strengthening their advantage on the field and raising the team spirit and enthusiasm of the participants. Ruin realizes that the enemy team is still focused only on him, preparing their every move to neutralize his attacks and tactics. And Jason and the others successfully used this plan, skillfully coordinating their actions to take advantage of distractions and score arrows into the opponent's goals. When the opposing team is weakened and unable to counter, their defensive wall instantly collapses, leaving the gates open and giving Team Ignite a chance to score decisive strikes. The spectators watched with their mouths open, amazed by the speed of the Academy's opponents' pressing and the precision of their attacks, unable to look away. The students from the opposing team admitted that they were giving up because they had no strength left, and they realized that further resistance was useless in the face of the Ignite team's onslaught. Then the Ignite Magic Academy won a convincing victory with a score of 11-0, demonstrating extraordinary skill and team cohesion. They were incredibly happy because they realized that they had gained an extremely large lead, which practically guaranteed their victory. The losers realized that Ruin was not joking at all, but was telling the truth about their first place, and his words now seemed prophetic. The Ignite team realizes that with such incredible pace and teamwork, they can really take first place, and this inspires them to act even more decisively. Suddenly, Professor Heidel called Ruin, and he instantly focused, leaving the field, because he understood that it was time to discuss something important. The mentor waited for him apart from the others, calmly observing, so that he could speak with his protege alone and discuss important matters. He says that the meeting time has already been set, and Ruin realizes the importance of this moment, preparing for a conversation that could determine the next steps. The man lightly touches the young magician's shoulder and announces that the meeting will take place at 7 p.m. during dinner. Theron calmly sipped his drink from his glass, observing the events around him, his gaze cold and focused, as if he had already thought everything through in advance. The Dirty King, carefully recording every movement and facial expression, as if preparing for future actions or a decisive moment. But he speaks into the silence, as if to Ruin, telling him not to eat anything before the meeting, his voice calm, but filled with stern determination. The young man confidently, although deep down he was a little worried, walked towards the meeting, feeling his heart beat faster in anticipation of what was about to happen. He stopped when the head of the academy suddenly appeared in front of him and, with a serious look, pointed out exactly where to go. Ruin greeted him politely, and Tyrion Ignir, smiling and gesturing invitingly, suggested they walk together, creating an atmosphere of friendly trust. So, pulling themselves together and hiding any excitement, both cautiously entered the king's territory, feeling the importance and seriousness of the moment. Seeing the young man before him, Theron said in a calm but stern voice that he kindly asked him to come to dinner. The Dirty King sat before them on his throne, radiating power and narcissism, making everyone feel the weight of his presence. Strawn suddenly stopped in surprise, not understanding whether he was facing a real dragon or some other creature, because its mana energy was strange and unusual. Ruin gravely explained that Theron was a mage who stood on the thin line between human and demigod, possessing power beyond ordinary understanding. That's exactly what Dirty King Theron was like, powerful, uncompromising, and at the same time mysterious, whose strength and authority were felt in every movement. As they began the meal, Theron calmly explained to Ruin that he had known about him for a long time, speaking as if every word was weighed and carried the weight of truth. After all, he had already had the opportunity to observe him once, and that moment left a clear mark in his memory, forcing him to recall every detail. It has been 5 years since the king chose the 11 children, and during this time each of them has experienced numerous trials and changes in their lives. And then Ruin was just one of the candidates. But now, looking at him, Theron saw a completely different person, noticing how much he had changed over that time. So Theron, without wasting time on unnecessary words, calmly suggested getting straight to the point, making it clear that every next word was of great importance. He pleaded with the young man, asking him to tell him what had been happening to him all these years, listening carefully and feeling the importance of this moment. Ruin realized that the current one had become like an eyesore for Theron, and living proof that the mage of the border was not always perceptive enough. The king eagerly expected the young man to speak frankly, confirming that he had not actually made a mistake in his choice, closely watching his every move. So Ruin first apologized, shaking his head, and then cautiously said that he was only willing to tell the man one thing, leaving everything else unsaid. And the magician, leaning forward with interest, asked what exactly Ruin meant, carefully following his every word and waiting for an answer. So Ardell seriously noted that even words about talent can be exaggerated, and no legends can overshadow the efforts of the young gentleman. Not fully understanding what was said, Theron asked about these efforts, trying to understand every detail and meaning of the words. But then he noticed that the teacher and the student were similar, because they were talking about the same thing, and asked what efforts the young man had made, to which he replied that he had dedicated himself to body art. The king concluded that Ruin studied this to overcome the disorder and become stronger, like an ogre unable to cast spells without releasing mana, and asked if the young man really wanted Theron to believe this. He asked if the reason was some strange artifact, as he had never heard of an object with such an effect before, carefully watching for the answer. Tyrion Ignite, noticing the tension in the king's voice, carefully asked him to digest what was said at this moment, making it clear that there was no time. Theron quietly agreed, realizing that there were still many competitions and challenges ahead, and that it was better to save his calm and energy for the future. But he immediately warned that he would be watching Ruin closely, following his every step and decision so as not to miss anything important. And we will observe whether the boy's efforts can withstand even the king's chosen children, carefully assessing his skill and abilities. Ruin smiled and, with a slight challenge in his eyes, told Theron to really watch them, confirming his confidence in his own abilities. After all, he was curious too, and this interest shone in his eyes, adding a slight glow to his face as he watched the events unfold. Ruin was interested in how much the boy differed from the children chosen by the Magic King himself, and whether his efforts could match their skill. And after these words, the Dirty King's eyes lit up even brighter, reflecting his concentration and passion for what was being said. There was a tense atmosphere in the arena where the competition was held, and the spectators held their breath, watching the participants' every move. Applause and shouts came from the stands again, filling the place with the energy of the audience and emphasizing the importance and tension of each moment. On the other side, Theron and Tyrion were calmly conversing, the teacher quietly thanking him for the king's more polite communication with Ruin than he himself had expected, noticing the restraint. Theron calmly remarked that there was no need to worry, because he was always happy to see talented magicians, and only his insatiable curiosity kept him from resting. At this, the head of the academy, smiling slightly, asked if Theron had managed to satisfy his insatiable curiosity, carefully observing his reaction. Theron responded negatively, as he was never told what was being hidden, although this issue was somewhat pushed to the background. He asked with a touch of irony if the teacher hadn't heard the little rascal trying to warn the king. He explained that Ruin was not at all afraid of him, because most others would have long ago begged and crawled at his feet, while the young man stood steadfast and dignified. Therefore, it is this young gentleman who arouses his genuine curiosity, because his courage and determination differ from the behavior of most other subjects. He wanted the one Theron was raising to be at least a little interesting, because the comparison with the hero gave him a feeling of unfulfilled expectations. The screams in the arena did not subside, filling the space with the energy of the spectators and emphasizing the tension and excitement that reigned among the participants in the competition. After all, Doom Prime enters the battlefield, and his appearance instantly attracts the attention of everyone present, increasing the tension and anticipation of events. Hearing this, the boy realized that any support was pointless, and only his own strength would be able to determine his fate. However, suddenly a young man unexpectedly stopped dumb, forcing him to stop and listen carefully to the reason for his appearance. So he leaned closer and whispered something in Duma's ear, forcing him to stop briefly and listen quietly to every word. The wrestler cautiously asked if this was really reliable information, and the young man nodded, answering positively, confirming the truth of what was said. The reason was that Ruin Ardal is a representative of the same academy, having previously visited the magic tower, emphasizing his connection to the king and the power of magic. Then, feeling anger, Duma's fists imperceptibly clenched, and his gaze became sharp as a blade, demonstrating inner tension and readiness for action. After all, the boy realized that the Dirty King was dating someone other than him, and this thought made him ignite with a new wave of irritation. Prime realized that after the matches, Ruin literally put everyone on their ears, and it is even said that his unique magic makes confronting him extremely difficult. But Doom paid no attention to him, for he did not see Ruin as a worthy opponent, considering his skill insufficient to provide him with true competition. The young magician could arouse curiosity only because of his unusual approach to magic, which distinguished him from others and attracted the attention of experienced observers. A picture appeared before Dum's eyes where Theron and Ruin were communicating, and their interaction made him angry and negative. Therefore, as he walked down the corridor, he caused misunderstanding among the students, because his actions and words were unexpected and made those present reconsider. They, observing his behavior, immediately asked what happened, trying to understand the reason for his unpredictable actions and reactions. Doom was embittered, and his thoughts were occupied only with the fact that he considered himself the only one worthy of being recognized as the king of mages, paying no attention to others. After the conversation with the Dirty King is over, the door to the magic tower opens. So Ruin goes out into the corridor, lost in his thoughts, but suddenly sees something in front of him that brings him out of his thoughts. Another student was standing in the hallway, but the boy's face seemed familiar, as if the young wizard had seen him somewhere before. Ruin understood that Doom Prime stood before him and felt both excitement and anxiety as he watched his unwavering stance. He immediately turned to the young man with a question about the content of his conversation with the Dirty King, carefully watching his reaction and every movement. Ruin couldn't understand why Doom had decided to wait for him to ask this question, and at the same time he felt a mixture of anxiety and curiosity. But Prime strictly orders the young magician to simply answer the question without showing any emotion, while at the same time acting as if he is preparing something. At such impudence, Ruin is surprised and indignant, and asks if he is really obligated to carry out the order, watching Prime, who shows no emotion. He gives a cold, negative answer, but at the same time touches the hilt of his sword, filling the air with tension and a hidden threat to Ruin. He takes his weapon in his hands and says that he must hear this. His voice is stern, and his posture radiates menacing determination and control over the situation. Ruin understands that Doom emanates a murderous aura that sends shivers down his spine and feels both fear and intense readiness for any development of events. He warns that they are not in the tournament right now, his voice stern and full of seriousness, reminding the enemy of the danger and possible consequences of each step. Doom says that if it is impossible to find out the necessary information in any other way, he is forced to challenge, and his words sound decisive, full of tension and hidden threat. Their eyes met, and it seemed as if two incredible forces were clashing with each other, filling the air with a foreboding of imminent conflict. Ruin understands that Doom is incredibly strong, as there is no visible weakness in his behavior or gaze, which makes the young man feel anxious. The enemy doesn't even hold back, and Ruin can barely believe his eyes if he's really trying to show off his sword outside the competition area. A moment later, Prime does indeed draw his sword from its sheath, his movements precise and confident, and the air around him is filled with a sense of deadly tension. However, suddenly a command is heard behind them ordering them to stop all this immediately, and its stern voice instantly stops even the slightest movements. Irene Prius headed toward the boys, her steps confident and determined, and her gaze expressing seriousness and readiness to intervene in the situation at any moment. She says that she is extremely curious that the three of them ended up in this place, and with indescribable curiosity asks if there is really some kind of meeting planned here. Ruin replies that nothing is happening, but inside he is already thinking about how to properly introduce himself, trying to remain calm and not show any excitement. Doom Prime, enraged, turned sharply and walked away, leaving behind a sense of tension and anxiety, while Ruin and the rest of the observers were left frozen in surprise. Irene asks if the student always behaves the way he wants, watching her reaction and trying to understand how seriously his behavior should be taken. She explains that this situation is an exception to the rule, because usually you can't get a single word out of him, which is why his actions seem so unusual now. Doom Prime loses his temper in situations involving Lord Theron, as the boy seeks to be recognized by the king and stand out from all others by demonstrating determination and ambition. And it's worth noting that such individual meetings are completely uncharacteristic of the Dirty King, so Ruin understood that Doom had mistakenly believed that the young man had received special attention. Irene, looking at Ruin, smiled, and this light smile, full of kindness and understanding, seemed to relieve the tense atmosphere a little. But then she asked if he was really ready to fight, to which she received a negative answer, because the young gentleman did not want to risk disqualification. And most likely, Doom also had no intention of fighting for real, but simply decided to scare his opponent using a threatening pose and a display of strength. So the lady asks if it really worked, carefully watching the young gentleman's reaction and trying to understand how real his fear was. Ruin explains that Doom Prime is like a wall, quite thick and unyielding, impossible to penetrate with a single attack, and which exudes an incredible strength and cold confidence. However, the young man does not believe that he would lose, because he is sure that with a few precise blows, even the strongest wall will sooner or later fall, and he is ready to test his strength. The girl, a little embarrassed, said that Ruin was a rather strange young man, and her words sounded at the same time with slight surprise and hidden curiosity. But she warned him to be careful, because Doom Prime knows no mercy, and even the smallest mistake could have serious consequences. And because of everything that happened today, he definitely won't take his eyes off Ruin, carefully watching his every move and ready to immediately react to any action. From the windows of the Ignite Academy dormitory came the noise that filled the corridors and rooms, combining screams, laughter, and commotion. Jason was disappointed, having expected a completely different outcome, and his gaze reflected a mixture of disappointment, irritation, and hidden dissatisfaction with what had happened. Ruin tried to calm him down, explaining that everyone was working hard, and that the result did not always depend on diligence alone, and sometimes circumstances did not work out in his favor. The comrades also noted that they managed to take fourth place in the team competition without the help of a representative, and recognized it as a real miracle. Ruin was sad that their winning streak was interrupted, but he felt proud because they had shown everyone that they were no longer at the bottom of the list. Henkes runs into the house and, asking about Ardel's plans, emphasizes that an individual duel will begin soon, full of tension and anticipation. And our hero confidently replies that he is determined to win, demonstrating determination and willingness to do everything in his power to achieve the desired result. After all, he must stay at the top and is currently striving to take first place in the individual competition rankings, demonstrating his ambition. Because standing side by side with leaders Irene Prius, Cherky, Dalian Malkin, and Doom Prime, feeling a huge responsibility and incentive to compete. If nothing significant happens, the next game will take on special importance, as the position in the ranking and chances for leadership will depend on its outcome. The battle royal between representatives of 32 schools begins at the top of a man-made island, and whoever takes first place will receive 32 points, while the last one will only get 1. Points will also be awarded for the quality of the performance, so changes in the ranking are inevitable, and every action of the participants will matter, affecting their position. Henkes believes that Ruin will do well, and at the same time asks in surprise why he doesn't prepare for the competition like everyone else, emphasizing the importance of training. Explains that other representatives are already forming alliances, joining forces for future competitions, and this highlights the need for strategic thinking. For survival, it is permissible to create an alliance, and such a division of forces is considered an effective tactic because strategic unification gives an advantage in the fight and increases the chances. Everyone will unite into groups, and Ruin realizes that he simply won't be able to fight them alone, so he will have to look for someone. Henkes asks what about those who supported them during Arrow Ball, reminding them of the importance of allies and being able to rely on those who have already proven their loyalty. The young man understands that Irene is the first person who comes to mind as an ally, but realizes that there are no guarantees that she will agree to unite. However, even if the young lady agrees, the young man needs another ally, because help alone is not enough to confront numerous rivals. Suddenly, Seda abruptly opens the door and shouts that he wants to unite with Ruin. His words sound decisive, full of energy and readiness for joint action. So without a moment's hesitation, Ruin agrees, realizing that this alliance could significantly increase his chances of success and that he must act quickly. Running out of the house, Seth shouted that his friend should not think of leaving him in the midst of the competition, emphasizing his willingness to act together and support. Ruin understands that his partner is sincere and trustworthy, feeling calm and confident that together they will be able to overcome any difficulties. Ardell quickens her pace and says that she needs to team up with one more person, emphasizing not to fall behind and urging them to act quickly. Standing in front of the door, the boys realize that Irene has refused everyone who has offered her an alliance, and this forces them to assess the situation with caution. However, Seth still didn't realize who exactly they were going to, and his gaze expressed a mixture of surprise and curiosity because the upcoming meeting could significantly change everything. But suddenly he noticed the emblem of Siki Women's University, and the thought flashed through his mind that they had finally arrived, which shocked the student. But he couldn't believe that Ruin was really going to offer an alliance to one of the stronger candidates for victory, because that required courage. He still couldn't fathom that he could find himself on the same team as Irene Prius, feeling admiration, surprise, and anxiety all at the same time. However, guys cannot be sure that the girl will not refuse the union, and this uncertainty forces him to carefully evaluate every step. Entering the house, Ruin hears the voice of a young woman who suddenly says that she was waiting for him, and these words immediately fill the atmosphere with mystery. Irene looked at the young mage and smiled, her expression combining warmth and light irony, creating a sense of trust and at the same time hidden mystery. She immediately suggested starting the meeting by discussing the plan, showing her seriousness and willingness to act, as if everything had already been thought out in advance. So the team eagerly set about preparing for the competition and reviewing the strategy that Irene had prepared for them in advance. Ruin carefully asks his comrades if it is true that the largest alliance consists of 14 members. And it's true, the group gathered around Dalian Mulker from the Holy Magic School of Frelia, because this student is a genius who is always among the top 5 contenders for victory. Irene Prius also adds that this pet usually uses holy magic and light magic. Her voice sounded confident, as if she knew for sure. Seth Mulkery understands that they won't take him in numbers, but as expected, Mulker's group will get on their nerves the most. However, after analyzing the situation and the competition, Ruin realizes that this is not their only problem, which is why he shares his opinion with his comrades. They looked confused, not knowing what the hero was talking about, and he explained that Doom Prime would also be standing in their way. So all things considered, the team looked a little depressed, because the tournament and the fight will be fierce, and there is no time to relax. Ruin, with a grim face and a confident voice, says that the course of the competition will depend only on how Doom Prime acts. Before the match was to begin, all students, divided into teams, were given a briefing and asked if they had worn protective equipment. The teacher explains that if her strength is used, they will be automatically eliminated from the competition, and even teleported off the island, so this must be taken into account. A ship with gold inserts is approaching the shore of the place where the battle between the teams for first place will be held. All the students, when they go out onto the island, look around to roughly orient themselves in the area. Seth Mulcair, trembling with fear, explains to his comrades that the tournament hasn't even started yet, and he already feels like he's on pins and needles. But he asks Ruin if they really need to survive for 72 hours, to which the Academy representative replies in the affirmative. All the students watched each other closely, trying to guess the thoughts and intentions of their rivals, as each sought to prove his own strength and superiority. Ruin noted that, as expected, Doom Prime would try to act alone, and Irene replied that he was right, although no one looked down on him. They headed to the boat, as each team needed to get to the remote island as quickly as possible, where the long-awaited competition was to begin. So they slowly swam towards the magical barrier that shone in the sun's rays, dividing the sea and hiding the secret of the island. We realized that we were inside a safe zone that protected us from external threats, but its boundaries would steadily narrow with every passing minute. You need to act faster than others in order to get ahead of your opponents and take the most advantageous position while the zone is still safe. So everyone rushed to run deep into the dense forest, hoping to find shelter and a favorable position there before the other participants in the competition. Seth Malkiri, wincing in pain, held his hands to his churning stomach, barely suppressing a groan as each step became more and more difficult for her. He turned to Ruin with a request, asking discontentedly if it was really not possible to buy at least a little food for reinforcement at the entrance. Irene replied, reminding him that Seth had initially agreed to set the traps, but the young man didn't understand how this related to detachment, because they were a team. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out from behind, causing all the students to look around sharply, tensely preparing for any danger. Turning around, they saw tongues of flame spread among the trees of the dense forest, quickly devouring the dry branches. Seda asked in surprise if there was really a battle already going on somewhere out there, not hiding his excitement and anxiety due to the loud noise. Ruin pointed out that now it was their turn to act, because there was no need to buy food, there would be enough for everyone, and Malkiri, confused, just stood there and listened. Looking down, Ardal calmly explained that their victim was already here, emphasizing the inevitability of events and tensing everyone around them. The rivals moved through the forest, carefully examining the surrounding area and trying to find the most advantageous place where they could gain an advantage. They carried bags of food on their shoulders, moving cautiously through the forest as there were not many places to buy food. Suddenly, a powerful stream of energy was directed at one of them, forcing everyone around to freeze in tense anticipation of a dangerous blow. And then the students instantly realized that they were facing a cunningly planned ambush, and their hearts beat faster from a sudden sense of danger. Seth Malkiri, gathering magical energy in his hands, said that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time, and his eyes burned with undisguised determination. So, concentrating, he used the Iron Sphere spell, which instantly appeared around him, radiating strength and unwavering power. Irene Prius later joined her comrade, focusing her own magic to enhance his strength and show the true unity of the team. The young lady also began preparing an incredible attack, showing powerful streams of magic around her that made the air tremble with tension. Ruin watched her closely, and suddenly realized that she possessed 5th-class ice magic, as cold patterns began to crystallize around her. A bright blue light appeared, swirling like a whirlwind, enveloping everything around in an icy glow and making the air tremble with cold. Seda understood that nothing less could be expected from Irene, because the girl always surprised with her strength, exceeding the expectations of even experienced magicians. So together they entered into a fierce struggle against their opponents, combining their own forces. When the opponents shouted to each other that it was those three, including Irene Prius, in front of them, both fear and anxiety sounded in their voices. They decided to make every effort to block their opponents and try to break through their defenses before they had time to recover. Ruin understood that their competitors were extremely strong magicians, as they were representatives of their schools. He decided that it was his time to act, focusing all his attention and strength to make a decisive move and turn the tide of the battle in his favor. And suddenly, the rivals heard a strange sound that cut through the silence of the forest, forcing them to look around warily and prepare for unexpected danger. They froze, shocked and stunned, unable to move or utter a word. As Ruin began to direct his attacks, the air around him filled with energy, and his opponents tensely prepared to repel blow after blow. His movements were confident and coordinated, every step and gesture evidenced skill and precision. Ruin used a time refraction spell, slowing down the space around him and gaining an advantage over opponents who tried to keep up with his movements. Those watching his magic opened their mouths in surprise, unable to hide their shock at how powerfully he could control space and time. And some opponents could not stand it at all and began to flee back, looking back at Ruin in horror, realizing the full power of his magic and danger. Because the young magician knew exactly what he had to do at every second, his movements were coordinated and predictable only to himself. So the battle continued, and Ruin's team confidently held the lead, using coordination and skill to outpace all the opponents around them. The opponents activated the spell of the binding tree, and its powerful branches instantly began to weave around the space. However, Ruin reacted instantly and was able to block the spell, neutralizing its power and leaving the students surprised and confused. So the opposing group instantly realized that they were facing an explosive, burning mana, and filled with fear, they rushed to scream at each other to hide. They ran as far as their eyes could see, filled with fear and confusion, trying to escape the dangerous, uncontrolled magic. Seta shouted to Ruin to put an end to it, and at the same time, watching the events, he smiled, enjoying the effect of his magic and the team's actions. After all, the boy's magic remained mysterious and unpredictable for his opponents, making them tremble with fear and trying to understand his cunning actions. Catching up with one of the students, Ruin instantly dealt him a powerful blow that forced him to retreat. He was lying on the floor, his eyes showing dizziness from the force of the blow that Ruin had struck instantly, leaving his opponent powerless. The Academy representative, Ignite, stood aside, watching the events, his gaze attentive and cold, as if he was assessing every move of the battle participants. But suddenly he noticed other students from the opposing team appearing behind him, forcing him to be alert and act quickly. He spoke in a cold voice that the battle was now turning into 3 against 4, emphasizing the changing balance of power and increasing tension on the battlefield. The competitors looked frightened, their eyes darting around, their hearts beating faster as they realized the seriousness of the situation. But Ruin asked with a slight smile if they had brought enough food, his tone mocking, emphasizing his self-confidence. After a victorious battle, the team carefully examined the food packages of the defeated opponents, discussing what everyone got and who was the strongest. The team understood that this amount of food would last for about 3 days, because their opponents had bought too much of everything. Suddenly, they felt an incredible attack behind them, appearing unexpectedly, causing everyone to instantly tense up. Seth asks if it's a coincidence that Dalian's group didn't go there, but whoever the attackers are, they're showing considerable courage, going up against over 10 people at once. Irene explains that it is Doom Prime, emphasizing that mages with such incredible levels of mana are very rare, and they are easy to recognize. Seth realizes that in the year since they last saw each other, the boy has become much stronger, and this gives him goosebumps, feeling his true strength. Ruin mentally agrees with his comrade's words, feeling an internal confirmation of his thoughts and realizing that they see the situation similarly to each other. Seeing a small house in the middle of the forest, they finally reached it, feeling a slight relief after the long journey. Once inside, they realized that there was no sign that anyone had been here before, and the room remained as empty and quiet as outside. So we decided to rest and have a snack, settling into the house after a long journey, enjoying a short break before new challenges. Seta wanted to cook a steak, but Ruin stopped him, explaining that the strong smell could give away their location, so they had to postpone eating the meat. Suddenly, Irene turns to the young magician and asks how he managed to find out about this, sensing both surprise and curiosity in her voice. After all, everything that is happening around exactly coincides with what he said earlier, making everyone marvel at his foresight and the accuracy of his words. Studying the map, Ruin noticed that Dalian would head to the central settlement because only there would a large group be able to find a suitable location for their plans. Doom Prime could probably go there too, which emphasizes the danger of the meeting of two strong opponents. Irene couldn't understand how anyone would dare to go to that place alone, knowing about the large group, because it seemed extremely risky and dangerous. Ruin explains that acting alone is the most effective way to achieve victory, emphasizing the benefits of individual skill and a strategic approach. He says that these are points for murder, and these words instantly confuse the girl, making her reflect on the cruelty of the situation. But he quickly explains that Doom Prime will receive points for each enemy eliminated, because this approach is in line with his characteristic style of action. Ruin immediately makes excuses, explaining that he was simply trying to imagine what he would do in Doom Prime's place to understand his motivations and actions. Besides, Dum doesn't have much choice. He's forced to take risky actions to at least partially attract the Dirty King's attention and prove his worth. Irene says that Ruin looks suspicious, carefully observing his behavior and trying to figure out if he's hiding something. However, they decide to split up and create a duty schedule in the house so that everyone can rest and at the same time monitor the security of the premises. It was deep night when Irene cautiously spoke to Ruin, asking him to wake up, her voice softly cutting through the silence of the dark house. After all, a guest unexpectedly visited them, and his appearance instantly disturbed the peace of the night, forcing everyone to be alert and prepare for the meeting. The young magician immediately turns his attention to the window, listening for sounds outside and peering intently into the darkness, trying to guess who has come. He notices someone walking past the house, carefully following the movements and trying to figure out who it is and what their purpose is. He asks the young lady how many there are, and she replies that there is only one. Irene turns off the light magic so that they won't be noticed, although she is sure that she still knows about their presence. Ruin, carefully following the stranger's movements, says that he is walking towards them, feeling the growing tension and preparing for a possible battle. They decide to wake Seth, and just in case, the young man stands guard at the entrance, ready to respond to any unforeseen events or danger. The footsteps outside the window grew louder and closer, forcing everyone to tense up and listen to every sound, waiting for the stranger to appear. Sitting by the door, Ruin senses the presence of a guest and begins to analyze the situation to be ready at any moment. The stranger stopped right in front of them, and the tension in the room instantly rises, causing everyone to quiet down even more. Ruin wonders who this one person might be, trying to predict their intentions and assess how dangerous they are to them. The door suddenly opens and the warrior cautiously enters the dark house, his posture betraying strength and confidence, his presence immediately felt by everyone in the room. Suddenly, Ruin abruptly grabs his hood, forcing the boy to stop, and the tension in the room instantly increases, intensifying the atmosphere of the unexpected meeting. He throws it forcefully to the floor, and the impact shatters the silence of the room, causing everyone to instantly tense up and prepare for a possible continuation of the conflict. Covering his mouth with his hand, Ruin tries to keep him from screaming, while also making sure that no one outside hears the noise or notices their presence. Irene activates light magic so they can at least make out something in the darkness, carefully illuminating the room without risking giving away their location. The team looks intently at whoever is standing in front of them, listening to every movement and trying to figure out whether it is an enemy or an ally. Irene instantly realizes that a representative of the Column Academy named Callus stands before them, and her gaze becomes watchful, assessing his intentions and strength. The student apologizes, explaining that he was just looking for a place to rest, and if he had known they were here, he would never have come in, trying to relieve the tension in the room. Ruin asks Callus if he came alone and receives confirmation that he did, after which the tension eases a bit, but caution remains. Seth asks in surprise where his team members are then, because there were 6 of them, and watches intently in search of an answer. Callus explains that it's all Doom Prime's fault, emphasizing that it was his actions that led to the team being divided and created this whole situation. It tells that Doom Prime eliminated members of his team, and that is why Callus found himself alone, forcing everyone to appreciate the scale of the danger they are dealing with. At the beginning of the exam, they moved forward, simultaneously planning to ambush Malkin's group, trying to use the moment of surprise to their advantage. Then Doom Prime appeared and immediately targeted the group that had strayed aside in search of food, causing everyone to tense up and prepare for the inevitable conflict. Hearing the explosion, Dalian instantly targeted his team. They were able to defend themselves and hold out, but only Callus and his partner managed to escaping danger. This was not the end, as the tension remained high, and everyone felt that even more dangers and surprises lay ahead. Right at that moment, Doom Prime suddenly appeared before them, and his presence instantly raised the tension level, forcing everyone to be on their guard. At first, he started the battle himself, but in the midst of the conflict, he hid, waited for the end of the battle, and then secretly followed them, remaining unnoticed. Ruin realizes that the boy analyzed everything and acted in a way that was beneficial to him, proving that Doom Prime skillfully uses any moment to his advantage. In this regard, Callus decided to ask the team to take him in, hoping to find support and protection among those he trusted. Seda reflects that despite his fatigue, Callus thinks like a true strategist, considering every step and assessing the possible risks and benefits of his actions. But Ruin rejects his idea, convinced that the situation requires a different approach and that strategic thinking is not entirely appropriate here. Asks Callus how he managed to escape, carefully watching his reaction and trying to understand if there is a hidden game or secret in this. When it comes to Doom Prime, Ruin understands that he would never leave a student alone, even a wounded one, always exploiting any weakness. And then the comrades agree with Ruin's question, realizing the logic of his remark and understanding that the situation really requires vigilance and caution. The young gentleman explains that there are 3 options, the first of which is that Callus could be deceiving, or Doom specifically sent him and is now hiding somewhere, watching. However, the young man instantly took advantage of the player's eye, carefully assessing the situation and trying to gain an advantage while remaining invisible to those around him. He realized that he could not identify the person, which further exacerbated the uncertainty and forced him to look for other ways to recognize the stranger. So Ruin concluded that this stranger was not Callus at all, and this discovery forced him to closely follow the puppet's every move. He instantly attacks and destroys the enemy, acting decisively and ruthlessly, ending the conflict and demonstrating his strength and skill in battle. Ruin appeals to his comrades to hurry up, feeling that time is running out and any delay could prove dangerous for them all. After all, they had to move immediately without delay because in a few minutes everything could turn upside down. Moving deeper into the forest, Ruin mused that Callus had been eliminated by the one who created the puppet, and it was highly likely that all the other members of his group could also have been eliminated. Irene says that she has a specific person in mind who could have done such a thing, and her gaze shows a certain confidence in her own guesses. It could be Cherokee, and her tone, filled with cautious confidence, suggests that she is seriously considering this possibility as a real threat. As one of 11 children, he is considered the best student at Delphiniac Magic College, noted for his outstanding abilities in potion making and puppet making. Ruin quickly realizes that they are trapped, surrounded by enemies on all sides, and tensely evaluates each step, trying to find a way out of this dangerous situation. Turkey discovered them with the help of a puppet, and is now sure that after this the other teams will also declare a real hunt, increasing the danger for everyone present. However, Ruin realizes that the western part of the island will soon become inaccessible due to a magical barrier, so new ideas and strategies must be sought quickly. Explains that there is an old saying from the ocean of Mazaroth, and to fight against pirates one will have to enlist pirates, using cunning and courage as a strategic advantage. So they will have to catch their opponents by using the cunning of their enemies themselves against them, turning their actions into their own advantage in the fight. At the Dalian team house, he asked if Cherky had managed to figure out Ruin's exact location by watching the reaction. To this he replied that they were hiding in the western part of the island, and although Cherky almost managed to outwit them, at the last moment his plan was revealed. Dalian could not understand exactly how his puppet had been exposed, and in amazement he tried to understand what circumstances or actions had led to the failure of his cunning plan. Cherky says he doesn't know, but Ruin didn't even hesitate and suddenly struck, using the moment of surprise to immediately take the initiative into his own hands. Given the situation, they are now going to join forces, use the cunning of their enemies against them, and think of a plan for retreat or ambush. Dalian realizes that Irene Prius, Sita Malkyrie, and Ruin Ardell together pose a serious threat, as each of them is extremely agile and unpredictable. So Dalian and his team decide to capture them and direct all their fighting power, hoping to neutralize these extremely dangerous opponents. They decided to advance deeper into the forest to find a favorable place for an ambush and use the surrounding terrain to their advantage in the upcoming confrontation. Dalian reported that they would soon reach the western base, preparing for the decisive stage of the conflict and considering how to exploit its strategic location. When they suddenly noticed an eruption of mana in front of them, the air was filled with alarming energy, and everyone present immediately realized that danger was approaching. They instantly realized that a battle was about to unfold, and that Ruin was most likely there, preparing to confront his enemies. So they decided to move forward, striving to earn points, even though they were aware of the risk of the battle that lay ahead and the possible dangers along the way. They noticed 3 participants in front of them, and the tension increased, because every step could be the beginning of an unexpected conflict or ambush. Everyone quickly realized that this was an ambush and tensely prepared for battle, assessing the number of enemies and possible paths for maneuver and defense. So Dalian immediately cast the Holy Arrow spell, directing a powerful beam of magic at the enemies, trying to immediately break their defenses and take the initiative into his own hands. But at the same time, he seemed to realize that he was not facing Ruin Ardell, and his attack had missed its true target, forcing him to quickly rethink. The comrades watched the battle from afar, carefully assessing the course of the battle and waiting for the right moment to intervene without taking unnecessary risks. Ruin's team realized that everything was going according to their plan and felt confident in their own actions as they watched their enemies fall into a well-planned trap. After all, everyone had come running when they heard their fireworks, but they hadn't even shown up there themselves, which made them realize that the plan had worked. Irene asks what they should do now, and Ruin replies that they need to go where the action is taking place and collect all the points for the kills. So Ardell's team suddenly appeared before their opponents, forcing them to instantly assess the new threat and revise their own strategies in response to the unexpected turn of events. The enemies saw and were speechless, feeling shock and unexpected fear at such a sudden appearance of strong opponents. Dalian Malkin remained alert, watching closely and preparing for any unexpected move that could change the course of events. His team reported that Ruin Ardell had appeared, and this provoked Dalian to be even more vigilant, as his presence significantly complicated the situation. Irene noticed that Dalian's team had been significantly reduced, confirming the truth of Doom Prime's story. They also noticed several more students in front of them, which forced them to quickly consider further actions and possible risks in this unpredictable situation. Seda notes that most likely, their temporary alliance with the students, which could fall apart at any moment, and therefore their actions need to be planned with caution. They could have joined forces with the other students, but even so, Dalian continued to advance, showing determination and pressure. So someone directed an attack on one of the participants, trying to break through the defenses and create chaos among the enemies. His eyes widened from the force he felt at the moment of the attack, and it showed the immense power of the blow, forcing enemies to retreat and assess the danger. After all, magic was extremely powerful, and his every move radiated a force that could easily change the course of battle and intimidate even experienced opponents. The blow threw the student several meters away, demonstrating incredible strength and its ability to instantly change the balance of power on the battlefield. Seda looked at it in confusion, not expecting such power, and his face expressed surprise and alarm at the scale of the destructive magic. Suddenly, Ruin noticed Doom Prime, and his heart raced for a moment, for the presence of such a powerful participant changed everything. He appeared out of nowhere, suddenly materializing in front of Ruin, and this unexpected appearance instantly attracted all his attention, forcing him to assess the new threat. And immediately began attacking Dalian's team, directing powerful blows and magical spells, forcing the enemies to retreat and creating chaos on the battlefield. Irene realizes that their temporary alliance has been joined by a new addition, as it appears that Duma Prime has temporarily joined their side. Ruin muses that Doom is probably looking to get rid of Dalian's group first, and perhaps they will soon be able to learn the final outcome of the match. Dalian does not understand why he is attacking their team, and orders everyone to unite and give a decisive rebuff to prevent the enemy from gaining the upper hand in this situation. Ruin suggests that they make their move as well, using the moment of surprise and coordinating the team's actions for maximum efficiency. So the hero uses time refraction, slowing down the enemy's movements and creating a window of opportunity for his attack. Moving with incredible speed among enemies, he skillfully dodges attacks while simultaneously finding moments for precise strikes. When the enemies noticed the young mage, shock instantly froze on their faces, as they did not expect such agility and power from him in battle. Holding his fist at the ready, he sternly asks how they dared to oppose him, his tone filled with anger and determination. However, suddenly someone cast an earthquake spell, and the ground beneath the feet of everyone present shook, creating chaos. And Ruin looked ahead, assessing the extent of the destruction, and considering how to use the chaos to gain an advantage in battle and protect the team. Doom Prime stood before him, his figure radiating power and danger, his gaze fixed directly on Ruin. Looking confident and determined, the warrior was ready for battle and radiating relentless determination. They stood like two sworn enemies, focused only on each other, completely oblivious to the rest of the audience, as if the whole world had stopped around their confrontation. Doom tells Ruin that he will get rid of him with his own hands, his voice full of determination and menace, emphasizing personal intransigence. So, without doing anything, Prime simply moves on, displaying calm and confidence, while preparing for the upcoming confrontation. This left Ruin standing there confused, as Doom Prime's unexpected passivity surprised him and made him reconsider his next steps. Sometime later, a conversation could be heard in the organizer's room, filled with tension and discussion of recent events that could significantly affect the course of the match. Observing the situation, Try and Ignite concludes that there are currently 10 finalists left, assessing their actions and making predictions. Theron asks if Ruin Ardell was supposed to surpass the 11 chosen children, expressing doubt and emphasizing the expectations of his abilities. And he adds whether the guy will be able to do it at all, doubting his ability to surpass the other finalists and fulfill the expectations placed on him. And will Ruin be able to defeat Doom Prime at all? Because confronting such a powerful and unpredictable opponent required maximum skill and determination. Having found a cozy house amidst picturesque nature, they finally decided to settle there. Ruin trained hard every time he had the slightest opportunity, believing that only daily work would make him stronger. This was Base B, which was located near the center of the island, serving as an important stronghold for observation, defense, and coordination of actions. As a result of the last battle, only Dalian and Zherki remained from the largest and most powerful alliance, which once gathered many allies. The group of survivors who temporarily became their allies suddenly disappeared along with Doom Prime, leaving only vague traces behind. Looking out his window, Ruin realized that for the first time in a long time, he had successfully completed a difficult task. Then he noticed that the door of the house had opened and someone was about to come out into the yard. Irene came out of the door, having just woken up and looking a little confused, but her eyes were already glowing with curiosity about what was happening around her. She asked if the young man had been training, to which she received an affirmative answer, and he added with a slight smile that her portion of food had been waiting on the table for a long time. The girl carefully bites into a piece of the juicy steak that Seth prepared, feeling the warmth of his efforts and savoring every taste. And the blonde's gaze instantly changes, filling her with bliss as she experiences the unique taste. Ruin says that Seth, as the last cooking showed, turned out to be a pretty good cook, surprising everyone with his skills. Irene apologized for going to bed without telling anyone, but Ruin quietly understood that it was just fatigue after a grueling shift. So the boy sat down at the table, carefully sitting opposite Irene, preparing to begin the meal and enjoy the moment together. The girl says that she has been wanting to ask him a question for a long time, and her voice trembles a little with excitement. She clarified that she wanted to know exactly what he planned to do after graduating from the academy. The hero didn't quite understand why Irene was so curious, and explained that it was just ordinary curiosity because his unique approach made his path unconventional. Once mages begin competing here, they automatically enter society and quickly begin to live in symbiosis. They can join a knightly order in their homeland and serve, defending the country as full members of the Empire's army, performing their duties with honor and devotion. They can also become servants of the Tower of Mages or join a special group where they perform tasks to earn money, combining work with the development of their abilities. All of these options are called standard paths that new mages and warriors usually take. Ruin replies that he hasn't thought about it at all and hasn't planned any specific steps because his thoughts about the future still remain vague and uncertain for him. After all, until this year he had been the worst student and couldn't waste time thinking about the future because he was constantly worried about whether he would even be able to become a magician. But he hopes that after the competition, he will return to the academy, where he will be able to find some new ideas and plans for developing his skills and his future path. Ruin asked about Irene, but the girl hadn't thought about it before either, and her answer was just as vague and unexpectedly honest. After all, she was never sure what kind of magician she would become, and always acted as those around her advised, not daring to show her own initiative. Ruin watches her closely, noticing her every movement and facial expression, trying to understand her thoughts. Irene, holding a cup in her hands and looking a little nervous, wanted to explain what all this was leading up to. She explains that she wants to fight Doom Prime first, because this challenge seems to her a necessary step to test her own strength and readiness. In her opinion, after this, the lady will be able to understand what kind of magician she wants to become. Personal experience and trials reveal true desires. Ruin thought only of this battle, casting aside all other worries and thoughts, for he knew that success in it could determine. After all, for Irene Prius, who always came in second place, Doom became a real mountain that she definitely wanted to conquer. Ruin says that he envies her such ambitions because he sees true courage in her determination and desire to reach the top. Everyone has their own problems to solve, and Ruin understood that even the strongest and most ambitious cannot escape trials. At night, the team looks out the window and realizes that the barrier is narrowing faster and faster, so they have about an hour left to leave this place. Seda realizes that the only base left will be the house in the central settlement, and if Dalian ends up there, then his capture looks quite real. Ruin explains that we must not forget that Doom Prime may also be waiting for them there, and any careless decision could result in serious problems. But if they wait, the group will find themselves in danger as the rapidly narrowing barrier leaves less and less time. Seda suggests attacking them on his own, believing that active action can give an advantage while the opponents are not expecting such a move. But Ruin understands that now it is impossible to attract attention, because everyone around is on guard, and any careless step can ruin everything. However, suddenly he had one thought that flashed through his head, making his heart beat faster and changing his approach to the situation. There are not many people left, and even if you move up just one rank, it will bring a lot of points. They had already made noise this morning, and there was a good chance that most would not react to every rustle, which gave a certain advantage. So this becomes their chance to get Doom Prime, and everyone understands that now every move and decision can determine the outcome. Dalian and Cherky are left without two comrades today and are among the weakest, so they will have to hide, while Doom Prime will definitely show himself. Besides, if they leave him unattended, they will find themselves in a bad position, because Doom Prime will take advantage of any weakness. Irene asks where to look for him then, worried and trying to figure out what plan will be most effective. Ruin asks to leave it to him, assuring him that he can handle it himself, and everyone agrees, allowing him to be led straight to Doom Prime. He explains that by looking at the mini-map, they can estimate how many people are inside the base, which will help them plan their actions. Explains that if 3 people are visible on the mini-map, they are the survivors. If 2, they are Dalian and Cherky, and Doom Prime will obviously be alone. So, while looking at the map, Ruin noticed one person moving inside the base, and it immediately caught his attention. The hero stopped near the enemy's house, listening and carefully assessing the situation so as not to miss any movement that could give away his presence. He moved close to the door, listening carefully and assessing every sound. Ta shouted loudly for Doom Prime to come out, trying to get his attention and force the enemy to reveal himself, preparing for the inevitable confrontation. Suddenly, a loud bang rips open the door, and the wood cracks loudly, causing the boy and everyone present to freeze in surprise. An enemy suddenly appears before Ruin, his figure looming in the shadow of the door, his gaze radiating danger. Doom Prime looked both confused and angry, his eyes flashing with anger, and his facial expressions betraying an unexpected mixture of surprise and determination to act. Ruin warns that they must go somewhere, sensing danger and realizing that if they stay here any longer, everything could go wrong. Seda watches his surroundings carefully, listening to every rustle and assessing the situation to notice any danger or unexpected enemy movements. They see Doom and Ruin appear before them, and at first they thought that he had captured the hero, but the boy quickly explains that he brought him here himself. The comrades don't understand at first, because they thought Ruin was just going to set up an ambush, but the young man explains that nothing like this was planned and everything was thought out. So he turns to Doom Prime, trying to get his attention and establish control of the situation in order to start a conversation. The young man explains that his opponent will not be himself, but Irene Prius, emphasizing that it is her skills and strength that will determine the outcome of the upcoming fight. Seth couldn't understand what was happening at all. His thoughts were confused, and his eyes were trying to catch any details. Doom Prime exhaled deeply, as if releasing the tension that had built up inside, his gaze remaining watchful. But he said that he did not perceive the girl as a rival at all, emphasizing her inexperience and the fact that her powers did not pose any real threat to him. Doom explains that if she is rejected now, the Dirty King will be disappointed, so the young lady should hold out longer to increase her rank. However, Irene says that this is not her goal in this competition, emphasizing that she is striving for a completely different result and is setting her own goals. She announces that her main goal is to defeat Doom Prime, because this challenge is the most important and defining within her competition. Ruin recalls what they said about the girl, and Irene is constantly worried about her endless losses, which seem to haunt her every day. The young lady herself explained to her friend that this was part of her individual task, which was kept secret. And if this battle is won, then Irene will understand and be able to decide what kind of magician she wants to become. Ruin observes Irene's actions in battle, watching how the young lady behaves and what magic she uses against her enemy. The girl was completely focused on her movements, feeling every step and every gesture, trying to perform them as accurately and confidently as possible. She used the butterfly spell, directing its powerful cold currents at the opponent, controlling every gust of wind. Doom was also confident in himself, feeling an inner strength and determination that helped him take everything calmly. Irene watched her opponent carefully, analyzing his every move and trick, trying to predict his actions. Their strengths were radically different, making the fight unpredictable, as each move of one could suddenly outpace the attack of the other. But both had the same power to oppose each other, which made their duel equal and dangerous. The Dirty King's chosen one was, as the last blow showed, much stronger than the young lady. Doom Prime's eyes burned with fire, reflecting his determination and unbreakable will, his willingness to fight to the last drop of strength. Irene did not give up even in the most difficult moments of the battle, maintaining a cool head, determination, and faith in her own strength, not allowing fear to prevail. Seta asks Ruin if it's okay for them to just stand and watch the fight without intervening, feeling slightly anxious and unsure. However, the hero did not answer, silently watching the events unfold, focused on his own thoughts and decisions, showing no reaction to the question. Doom aimed his attack at his opponent, concentrating all his strength and skill into a precise and dangerous strike, ready to test her reaction and power. It was like a lava flow that rushed forward uncontrollably, burning everything in its path and carrying with it incredible power. Irene realized she wouldn't be able to dodge, feeling the force of the attack coming at her with speed, making her heart pound with tension. So suddenly, Ruin unexpectedly appeared in front of her body, becoming a barrier between her and the attack, his posture radiating determination and strength. The guy explains that he promised to watch their battle, but he wouldn't agree to anything like that if Doom knocked the girl down. And for the sake of victory, he could not risk losing such a valuable comrade, because friendship and trust were more important to him. So the hero asks Doom Prime for permission to engage in battle, hesitating cautiously and showing respect for his decision and authority. He asked whether the young man would act alone or with a small fish, trying to understand his plans and possibilities. Seta did not hold back his emotions and spoke obscenely at his opponent, expressing anger and irritation. Ruin explains that he will act alone because he thought it was uncool to go 2 against 1, demonstrating confidence and a desire to test his strength fairly. The hero realizes that he has learned how to fight against the enemy with a sword, thanks to the advice and lessons from Sir Halter. The most important thing for a knight is his legs, because they not only give strength to the sword, but also allow him to sense and predict the enemy's movements. So Ruin needs to carefully follow Doom's footsteps, tracking his every step and movement to anticipate attacks. Their battle began, and the air was filled with tension, adrenaline, and anticipation. Every move could change the course of the battle at any moment. Ruin closely follows the limbs of his enemy, tracking every movement and gesture to find the slightest possible weakness in battle. And he understands that right now he needs to act, gathering all his strength and concentration. He dodges the blow by moving quickly and deftly, sensing his opponent's every move and trying to maintain his balance and advantage. Realizing that everything was going well, the magician felt confident in his actions, every move bringing him control over the battle. However, suddenly his eyes widen in surprise and alarm when he notices the enemy's unexpected movement. Doom attacks the hero, directing all the force and precision of his blow, trying to hit the opponent and test his reaction. Ruin, holding his wounded arm, hears Prime explain that he is not a knight, but a mage, displaying a combination of pain, determination, and his true power. People believe that magical swordsmen can do little because they are not quite mages and not quite knights, underestimating their unique skills and power. But this is just an opinion, because they have never met a true magical swordsman and have not seen what the combination of magic and sword skill is capable of. So again, the enemy attacks the young man, moving quickly and ruthlessly, forcing him to tense up and prepare for an instant response. His movements are extremely fast, and his sword is almost impossible to follow, each blow flying unpredictably and dangerously. Doom speaks, prompting Ruin to try to respond to it, testing his reactions and combat skills. The hero realizes that he has never faced such an opponent before, feeling a wave of surprise and fear at the incredible speed. After all previous times during the battle with the mages, the young man attacked at their moment of slightest weakness, accurately sensing the opportunity and taking advantage of it. But Doom Prime makes up for this shortcoming with his sword, using skill and strength to compensate for any points of weakness. Ruin notices a cut on his leg, feeling pain and realizing that each injury could affect his movements and chances in battle. Doom explains that it's called the Radiance Trail, revealing the meaning of the term and demonstrating the power and technique behind the technique. And this wound will hurt with every movement, so much so that over time, Ruin will not even be able to move a finger, feeling a constant burning pain. Doom understands that now he must end this, gathering all his strength and determination to end the fight once and for all. His body is enveloped in a stream of pink mana, pulsing with energy, enhancing his strength and granting him incredible power. Suddenly, the enemy's wings appear, spreading out with a mighty sweep and giving him incredible speed and a dangerous advantage in battle. Irene and Seth simply froze in surprise, unable to believe what they were seeing, their hearts pounding with shock and uncertainty. Ruin realized that this was fifth-class natural magic, feeling its powerful energy and danger that exceeded anything he had encountered before. And as soon as Doom Prime used Khitan's wings, his body was filled with incredible magic, granting him unearthly mobility. This force simply knocked everyone off balance, barely holding their fall, feeling the incredible power that stirred the air around them. Doom Prime stood, focused and calm, directing his magic with precision, feeling in control of every flow of it. Ruin, hiding behind a stone, realizes that this is exactly what was expected from the winner of the festival of all years. The hero tears his jacket with his teeth, feeling angry and tense, ready to use any means to prepare for the next blow. But he decides to bandage the wound on his leg, feeling a burning pain, but realizing that this is the only way he can maintain control of the fight. Suddenly his gaze stops at his hand, noticing something important that could change his actions or affect the course of the battle. After all, an artifact shines on his finger, radiating mysterious energy that instantly attracts attention and makes the heart beat faster. Doom Prime stands on the battlefield, calm and focused, his gaze taking in his opponent's every move, and his aura of power is felt from a distance. But he turns to Ruin because he expected some magic from him, but instead he met complete despair and helplessness in his eyes. The young magician emerges from his hiding place and acknowledges his enemy's words, feeling a mixture of respect and caution, ready to accept the challenge. He says that Doom is truly incredibly strong, so much so that for a moment it seemed as if an insurmountable wall appeared in front of him. Doom asks if the hero is really giving up, watching his actions with doubt and feeling undisguised surprise at his reaction. However, Ruin replies that he cannot do so, feeling an internal conflict and determination to stick to his own principles. After all, many people believe in him, and Ruin understands that he cannot let down those who rely on his endurance. This alone makes the hero want to destroy Doom even more, feeling irritated and determined to prove his own strength and not let him down. The enemy understands that the opponent is out of his mind, noticing unusual and unpredictable actions. So he decides to teach a lesson so that the young gentleman will never dare to open his mouth again, demonstrating everything he has to force him to learn obedience. Ruin uses the Fury Ogre spell, unleashing incredible strength and fury that rushes at the enemy with devastating power. But he advises Prime to watch his jaw carefully, warning of danger and showing that even the slightest movement can have serious consequences. They walk towards each other, tensely approaching, ready for collision, each step filled with anticipation. Doom suggests Ruin hide if he really doesn't want to die, watching his reaction and testing the young mage's resolve. Ruin prepares a strike with his hand, on which the artifact glows, feeling his power pulsing and ready to be released with incredible power. And stops the opponent's sword, feeling the force of the counterattack, holding it and demonstrating precision and control in battle. They look at each other with anger and a desire to destroy their opponent, every movement filled with tension and anger. But at that moment, the ring touches the blade, radiating a strange energy that instantly changes the force and direction of the blow. Using the power of invulnerability, there is a small chance of withstanding any physical impact on Ruin's body, so the sword cracks from the incredible pressure. The sword suddenly breaks and inflicts a severe wound on Doom, leaving him stunned and weak from the pain coursing through his body. His eyes are wide open in confusion, reflecting the utter uncertainty and shock that permeates his every look and movement. After all, Prime could not understand how this could happen, feeling complete incomprehension and bewilderment engulfing his mind. Ruin strikes again, but this time he directs it directly at his opponent's leg, trying to cause pain and limit his movement. As a result, he loses his balance and falls to the ground, unable to stay on his feet due to the unexpected force of the attack. Doom looks intently at Ruin, his gaze filled with surprise, caution, and tense anticipation of his opponent's next move. The young gentleman turns to Prime with a request to express one important thing, full of seriousness in his voice. He utters a phrase from Doom, claiming that he has no enemies, expressing confidence in his own superiority and the belief that no one can match him. And it is this arrogant belief that causes the student to fail, because their overconfidence in their own superiority prevents them from noticing mistakes and learning from them. The winner of all festivals watches as Ruin strikes another powerful blow, carefully analyzing his opponent's every move and strategy. And it is this moment that becomes the last in the battle, leaving behind a sense of completion and defining the events that unfolded in the arena. The team watches intently as Duma is deactivated from the competition, feeling tense and a mixture of surprise and concern. Sada admits that his heart almost jumped out of his chest as he watched the battle, feeling an incredible amount of excitement and tension. Ruin looks at Irene, and she feels oppressed, as if the weight of his gaze presses down on her and makes her heart clench with sadness. Tears glistened in the young lady's eyes, reflecting her deep sadness and emotional weakness, which she could not hide even for a short time. Our hero sincerely apologizes for interfering in her battle, feeling responsible for his actions and wanting to make amends. Irene, smiling, says that she is the one who should apologize, reflecting a slight irony and confidence in her superiority in the situation. After all, because of her selfish desire, she betrayed the team, so she sincerely apologizes, feeling guilty and wanting to correct her mistake. Ruin realizes that she was unable to achieve her goal in the competition due to his interference, feeling responsible for her failure. The girl asks to forget about it because such a goal no longer exists, trying to relieve the burden of guilt and calm the situation between them. After all, now she is no longer interested in Doom Prime, and she feels liberated from her former aspirations and emotional tension. The lady explains that it is Ruin who piqued her interest, emphasizing that his actions and personality capture her attention more than anyone else. Ardell says that it won't be easy with him either, hinting at the complexity of the situation and Ruin's difficult nature, which may create additional challenges. Irene is ready for this, so she orders them to wait, confident that one day she will defeat the young man, despite all the difficulties and obstacles on the way. So after the battle, 5 participants remained, among whom Dalian and Cherky fought with all their might, demonstrating incredible endurance and courage in the arena. But they could not resist their team, because their opponents acted in a coordinated and strategic manner, prevailing with the strength and coordination of every movement. The battle was powerful, full of incredible energy, rapid attacks, and tense moments that kept all participants and spectators in raptures. But both students remained losers, feeling the disappointment and bitterness of defeat, despite all their efforts and diligence. Therefore, they were eliminated from the competition, depriving them of the right to continue the fight and leaving only the strongest participants on the island. Watching this, Ruin's group breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that the danger was over and the situation was starting to come under control. After all, the three of them remained here, as if glued, unable to intervene or influence the course of events, just watching. Ruin declares that he is not going to give in to them in battle, demonstrating determination and self-confidence, ready to face any challenge. The girl tells him that at this point, she gives up, because they are not in the best condition right now, so she suggests fighting another time when everyone is in shape and ready for a real fight. He understands that the blonde is tired, so he decides to consider her words a promise, perceiving them as a guarantee of a future duel and a sign of her sincerity. Seda says that he won't back down just like that, because last time he easily dealt with the guy, and now he's determined to seriously confront any opponent. So Ruin suggests starting the battle right now, showing impatience and willingness to immediately test his strength against his comrade.